everybody. Hope you're doing well today. I still need a shave. I got up this morning and just got in a nice workout. So it was a good morning. Just jumped in the shower, cleaned up, then it was off to work. And everything broke loose at the end of the day. Got some stuff I had to take care of. Hey, it happens, but I'm here. It's a little early, I'm sure, for some people. I wasn't planning on starting up this early, but I figured I needed to get some of this done. So while I'm currently doing this, hopefully I can get all of this up and running. This is the goal. Get it going good, make sure that it's running smooth. Let me see here. And we'll get this one up here. It looks like I'm right in the middle of it. Get my some preset quality there. Go and got my speed going good. Got my volume up. Yes, it's a beautiful thing. So hopefully we can get this skipped over to where it needs to be. Get her done. That's right. You know it. You know it. Good to see you, Daisy girl. Good to see you, Daisy girl. So, hope everybody's been doing wonderful. I'm not running a poll today. It's just been a busy morning or afternoon, evening. Yes. I see Cool Frog is still streaming. I would jump in there and say hello, but I'm in the middle of doing this thing, so I will make sure that I drop him an invite whenever I get there. And bring that up. Boom, boom. Whew. Let's pop that out. Chat. There we go. Popping this thing out so I can actually read this here. Cool. Looks like my... There we go. That looks better. Here it comes. Ray. So, make sure that...
And then you're able to get things from them.
Yes. We're going to continue with the cross-examination. I should say we're going to start the cross-examination of Aaron Dillard. Mr. Dillard, would you please stand? I'm going to swear you in again. Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the testimony in this matter be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God. The witness said, yes, he does. And with that, Mr. Perry, you can start your cross.
Thank you, Judge.
See how this goes tonight.
How's that?
So in case you don't know, this guy is a complete scam artist. He's doing a lot of time.
Mr. Dillard, you agree you're a con man, don't you?
Yes.
Prior to coming here today, you review your prior testimony?
Yes, I have.
Did you review the letter to your lawyer?
Yes.
How about the transcript of your recorded statement with the prosecutors?
Yes.
How long have you been in the Kenosha jail waiting to testify?
Since last Tuesday. This past Tuesday.
So about a week ago?
Yes.
Have you been watching the broadcast of this trial?
No.
On direct exam on Friday, you testified that your prior convictions were for forgeries and frauds.
Correct.
You testified that you have a special skill set. Do you remember that?
I don't know if it was a special skill set, but it was just I was able to get people to talk or get things that I wanted.
You're able to tell people stories and they believe you.
Yeah.
And then you're able to get things from them.
Yes.
This is going back to the year 2000. You used a computer to create payroll checks made payable to you, and then you went to various Kenosha bars and cashed them out.
That's correct.
In order to do this, you bought check stock.
Is that a question?
Yeah.
Yes.
You created these from whole cloth,
What is whole cloth?
made it from scratch.
Yes.
And you did about 8 of these, right?
Correct.
$400 a piece, roughly.
Yes.
So you were able to cash these at various businesses and get about $3,200.
Yes.
Do you remember going to Las
Hey,
Vegas with your
man.
cousin Tom Kaiser and a woman named
Good to
Shannon
see you.
Pinko?
Yes.
You met Shannon Pinko on Yahoo Personals.
Yes.
You used an alias of yours.
Yes.
You were calling yourself Kyle Rezick.
Yes.
Do I have that right?
That's correct.
You said you couldn't fly because of your military classification.
That's not true.
When you checked into the hotel as Aaron Dillard, you explained to her that because of your military clearance, you couldn't give out your real name.
She knew my name. So no, that's incorrect.
You convinced Shannon Pinko to lend you money.
No, that's incorrect.
You took her credit card out of her purse and charged the hotel room onto it.
No, that's incorrect.
Oh,
Do you acknowledge borrowing money from Shannon Pinko?
I acknowledge her paying for the room.
hmm
Did you ever pay her back for the room?
No.
You forged a check to ABC Supply Company.
Correct.
That was another time where you created a whole new check for an entity that didn't exist.
Correct.
wow.
The check made it seem like it was coming from a place called Wisconsin Restoration Services.
Correct.
That was for $881.
Correct.
It was signed S. Lake and even listed a driver's license number.
Correct.
No account like that ever existed,
No.
right?
I just said no, it didn't.
Okay. You did not identify yourself as Aaron Dillard.
No.
And you went and bought a compressor from the ABC Supply Company with that completely forged check.
Yes.
Remember living in Arizona around 2003?
No.
You met electronic technicians that work on FBI radios and phone systems?
Not in Arizona.
Not in Arizona?
No.
Which state was that in?
Las Vegas. I wasn't living there at the time, but I was out there.
You met electronic technicians that work on FBI radios in Las Vegas?
Yes.
You told them that you were the heir to Dillard Clothing?
Never.
Told them that Home Depot was a subsidiary to Dillard Clothing and that you were an heir to that as well?
No.
You had in your possession a whole bunch of Home Depot gift cards that you sold at half price.
Yes.
Oh,
Those cards were all stolen and worthless.
No, incorrect.
You gave Mike's Foods multiple checks, getting over $1,000 for accounts that were closed years earlier.
Yeah, okay, yes.
You agree that you're a woman victimizer?
Yes.
When you met a woman named Deborah Spears, you told her your name was Kyle Rezick.
Yes, in the beginning I did.
I'm sorry?
Yes, in the beginning I did.
Told her that you were very wealthy,
No,
that you had a yacht,
that's not correct.
an expensive
Uh-huh.
condo.
No, she actually picked me up at my house.
You told her that your wife and son were killed in Lithuania.
No.
Told her that you had a lucrative telecommunications business in Lithuania.
I probably told her I had a business in Lithuania that made a little money, yes.
Told her your assets were frozen and you needed to borrow money from her.
I don't recall how I told her I was going to borrow the money, but I did borrow money from her.
She filed bankruptcy as a result of your actions.
I don't believe that.
You intended to victimize Deborah Spears.
Yeah.
Yes?
Yes.
You stole her debit card
Nice.
numbers to pay for a cell phone bill.
Well, they were entered into my cell phone, and it overwrote the numbers, and so it stayed in there, and I used it a second time.
You had an unauthorized $500 withdrawal from her checking account.
That was that occurrence.
While you were in the jail, you called your wife Nadia. You told her, just say it was her that did it.
Yes.
You had Nadia call Deborah Spears, told her to drop the charges, and if she didn't, you'd never pay her back.
Correct.
You've met at least 3 women on the internet that you've borrowed money from and never paid back.
Incorrect.
We've already talked about Shannon Pankow.
I didn't borrow any money from her.
You remember Wendy Reamer,
I do remember one year, but I didn't borrow any money from her.
Lori Brown?
I didn't borrow any money from her.
You lied on that Yahoo Personals profile.
something.
Explain.
You indicated that your education was postgraduate.
I don't remember that.
This is why
You told Wendy
lying
Reamer that
is
your name was Kyle
good.
Rezick.
I don't remember.
You told her that you played college football,
No.
had a rare bone disease,
No.
flew to Europe for treatment,
Never for treatment.
had a mansion in Kenosha,
Again, no. She actually picked me up at my house as well.
that you bought your parents a home next door to the mansion,
Again, no.
that you claimed to her to be a medical and surgical equipment seller.
I did have a medical supply company in Lithuania.
Mm-hmm.
You're an American citizen, right?
That's correct.
The United States government actually extradited you to Lithuania to face punishment for crimes there.
That's backwards. Lithuania extradited me to Lithuania. It's from America.
You were in America,
Yes,
and you were shipped back to Lithuania.
that's correct.
You're the first American citizen to ever have that distinction, right?
Correct.
That was for committing fraud
Yes.
against Lithuanian citizens.
Who were trying to obtain illegal entry into America, yes.
So that's a yes?
Yes.
Kostas Kurlis, that's Kurlys. You remember him?
Yes.
He paid you $2,500 for his daughter to get a 10-year visa to the U.S.
Correct.
You made friends with them,
Correct.
met them in a cafe.
Correct.
approach them with what you said you were able to do?
Correct.
You were polite yet serious?
Yes.
You told them that your parents lived in Chicago and they were wealthy.
I said near Chicago.
Convinced them that you were reliable.
Yes.
Got them to give you $2,500.
Yes.
You never produced any visas.
Correct.
You never had any ability to produce any visas.
Correct.
Mr. Curlis's son was a doctor.
Yes.
You stopped calling the Curlises back.
Yes.
Had someone else call them claiming to be your maid, said that you were badly injured at a hospital in Finland.
No.
You called them about a week later and promised them that you'd produce the visa or the money.
Yes.
You never did.
No.
Now that scenario that we just talked about with Mr. Curlis's family, you did that on 7 different occasions to 7 different families in Lithuania.
Yes.
Oh,
People paid you anywhere from $2,500 to $5,000.
Yes.
In Lithuania,
wow.
that was those families' life savings.
I don't know that, but it's a lot of money to them.
It's a lot of money in Lithuania, correct?
Yes.
You came up with a story that you could sell them and they bought it.
Yes.
On Friday, you testified that you got to the Kenosha County Jail on the evening of August 14th, 2007, correct? I'm sorry, I said correct at the same time you said.
Correct.
You had a whole host of problems on August 14th, 2007.
Correct.
You had been out on extended supervision, and the reason you were in the Kenosha jail is that you were coming back to court for a hearing to determine how long you had to go back to prison.
Correct.
You had been absconding from supervision when you got pulled over on May 31st, 2007.
Correct.
Absconding means that you were just in the wind, correct?
That I didn't report to my probation officer, yes.
You weren't reporting as you were supposed to.
Correct.
You had been absconding from the previous fall, correct?
I'm not sure of the times.
On May 31st, 2007, you were pulled over in a vehicle.
Correct.
You had a suspended registration.
Correct.
And you told the officer that your name was Mike Kaiser.
Correct.
Mike Kaiser is a brother of yours?
Correct.
While you claimed to be Mike Kaiser to this police officer, you blamed the suspended registration on your brother, Aaron Dillard.
Correct.
The police officer figured it out during that traffic stop.
Correct.
You started crying and told him, I told them I didn't want to go back.
Incorrect.
What's incorrect about that?
I didn't cry there. I didn't cry there. I cried at the police department saying that I didn't want to go back.
You didn't cry at the scene, you cried at the police department?
Yeah. I didn't want to go back.
You were charged with obstructing an officer for that, and you were facing 9 months in jail.
Correct.
That was in Waukesha County, correct?
Correct.
The bigger problem that we've already talked about is that when you got pulled over, you had been absconding from probation.
Is that a question again?
Yes.
Okay, yes.
You had 17 alleged violations while you were on probation.
Yes.
You had someone's Quest and Visa card on you when you got pulled over.
I had my mother-in-law's Quest and Visa card on me so I could do her shopping.
Wow.
While you were absconding from supervision in 2007, you cheated a man named Dennis Ritt out of money.
Yes.
You claimed to him to have a Russian cell phone contract.
No, I had a telecommunications company.
You told him you had a telecommunications company?
Yes.
In Russia?
In Lithuania.
You convinced him to lend you money
Yes, at a poker game.
at a poker game?
Yes.
And you never paid him back?
Correct.
You wrote a check from a closed bank account to Dennis Ritt.
That's correct.
You knew it wasn't good.
Correct.
You obtained, while you were absconding from probation, you obtained self-employed side jobs for Lori Brown and Cassandra Ivy without permission.
Correct.
You took cash from them and then kept the money for home improvement work from Lori Brown and Cassandra Ivy.
That's not true. I completed the job on Lori Brown's house and Cassandra Ivy. I borrowed money from after I did home improvement work for her.
You had met Lori Brown on the internet?
Yes.
You told her that your name was Aaron Galvin.
Yes.
You wrote that on the home improvement, whatever contract you had signed with her.
Yes.
Lori Brown was a lawyer, wasn't she?
I know she worked at a law office, but I don't know if she was a lawyer.
Now, Cassandra Ivy paid you $6,200 to work on her home.
Wow.
I did concrete and siding work at her house, and then I borrowed $6,200 from her afterwards.
Okay. You told her you were bonded and insured?
No.
She was never able to reach you by telephone, and you never began work in her kitchen and bathroom.
No, I never was supposed to begin work in the kitchen and bathroom.
You never returned the $6,200 that you'd gotten from her.
That is correct.
Have you ever paid her back for that?
No.
For the Cassandra Ivy situation, you got charged with theft by contractor and home improvement
Wow.
fraud.
Yes.
You were facing 7 years on that case.
Yes.
For the reconfinement, you knew the probation agent was recommending that you get the maximum time available.
In the beginning, she was recommending 3 years, 4 months, 3 years, 11 months, but then I think it's changed to the full amount.
Changed to the full amount, right? You know that when you go back in front of a judge for a reconfinement, they read what the agent's recommendation was.
Yes.
They would take that into account.
I think they would take it into account.
They would take into account the justification for the maximum sentence, right?
You're asking me a question that I can't answer completely. I mean, I know they take it into consideration, but I don't know how they do it or how they use it, but I know they take it into consideration.
And at the time that you got to the Kenosha jail on August 14th, 2007, at that time, the agent was recommending that you be reconfined for 4.5 years.
I don't know at that point what she was recommending. Because I saw
Imagine
my
that.
parole before, and she was recommending the 3 years something, and then they made a new recommendation that I didn't quite see yet.
Mm-hmm.
The agent justified its recommendation by saying that you were in need of serious CGIP. Do you know what that means?
Yes, she did.
What is CGIP?
I don't know the terminology. Cognitive. I don't know. I know it's cognitive something.
Said that your criminal behavior is well beyond the need of cognitive thinking.
That's what
Wow.
CGIP is, and she said I needed it.
Said his repetitive deviant thinking is just in plain need of confinement.
Wow.
Correct?
Yes.
That's calling him out hard.
Said that your goal in life was to be a successful criminal. You're motivated by the power you feel to manipulate others, sometimes for material gain.
That's what she said, yes.
So when you got to the Kenosha jail on August 14th, 2007, you were facing 9 months on the new obstructing charge, correct?
Yes.
7 years on the new theft by contractor and home improvement fraud case.
I think that's a bifurcated sentence, though, so it's only so much in and so much out. So I don't know what, I think on a 7 year, I think you're facing 3 years max, 3.5 years maximum.
You'd acknowledge that the maximum total incarceration that you were facing on that case was 7 years.
You're saying it wrong again, because incarceration is only 3.5 years, and then extended supervision, which you do on the street, outside time. So 3.5 years.
You had a recommendation from your agent that you go back to prison for 4.5 years on the reconfinement case, correct?
Now I know it's to be true, yes.
When you got there that evening, you immediately recognized Mark Jensen.
Yes.
You knew about him from newspaper articles.
Yes.
You had seen his picture.
That, I don't think so. I saw Edward Klug's picture. I didn't see the other ones.
Mm-hmm.
You gave a recorded interview with the prosecution in this case, didn't you?
Yes.
I asked you about that right at the start of this. You said you'd reviewed that prior to your testimony.
Correct.
Counselor, I'm referring to page 8 of the recorded interview. The recorded interview, for the record, is marked as Defense Exhibit 71.
Has that been moved into evidence?
It has not.
So what do you want to bet? He gets out after several years, goes and does the same thing he was doing before. He will scam.
I guess starting at
Scam.
page 7, we just started talking. And they said who he was. And I'm like, oh, you're a pretty popular guy lately because he was in the newspaper and I saw his picture.
Oh, then I'm not aware of seeing his picture. I'm sorry. I saw articles about him in the newspaper, though, about the Klug transcripts. But I may have made a mistake there.
Your version today is that you had not seen his picture?
This is 17 years ago. I don't believe I did see his picture. I seen stuff of his in the newspaper, though, from the Klug transcripts or Klug testimony.
You knew it was a high-profile case.
Yes.
And within 30 minutes, you were talking with him.
Yes.
You were there in the evening of the 14th.
Yes.
There all day on the 15th.
Correct.
All day on the 16th.
Correct.
You had court on the 16th.
Yes.
You were able to get that reconfinement hearing adjourned until October.
I don't know if I was able to get anything done. I think they did it on their own. I don't remember how that happened.
Uh-huh. Now he
You
shouts
left at
sounds
4
like
a.m. on
he's
the 17th.
shadier.
Correct.
You said on the 14th he gave you the Klug transcript.
I believe so, yes.
You had then endless discussion with Mark Jensen about all details and aspects of his case.
I don't know about endless, but I know what he told me.
You talked all night on the 14th, the 15th, and 16th, right?
We talked quite a bit on those days, yes.
Isn't that what you said on Friday?
That we talked quite a bit, yes. I didn't say endless or all day. I mean, but it was a lot of the day.
You were intensely interested in every detail you could get.
No, we were talking. There was nothing intense about it until he started admitting what he did.
You sat at a back table with him.
There was no table. We sat on the floor.
He showed you his paperwork.
He showed me the Edward Klug test transcripts.
You read more than a single section of a single transcript.
What does that mean? I don't know if transcripts are broken up into anything. It's just his transcript.
You read more than the Klug transcript.
No.
You
Yep.
read the police reports in this case.
No.
You read the transcript he had just gotten of the interrogation with Detective Ratsberg.
No.
You testified that you didn't go into a cell because that's against the rules and you could get a conduct report.
I didn't. I just said that's probably what could happen if you entered into somebody's cell, but that's not why I didn't enter a cell. But I did not enter a cell.
Do you consider yourself a rule follower?
Believe it or not, when I'm in jail, yes.
Do I understand your testimony that all evening on the 14th, all day on the 15th, Mark Jensen repeatedly said he had not killed his wife?
He said he did not kill his wife.
Then overnight, you took offense that Mark had discussed his kids when explaining Julie Jensen's mental health.
Yes, I did.
And that offended your sense of decency?
Well, I had lost my mom while I was in jail, so I feel like not being able to say goodbye to your mom or anything like that is pretty horrible. So I did take offense to him losing his kids. Or,
And that's what caused you to decide to push for information so that you could tell your attorney and get a deal.
Well, it was first I was trying to see how far he would go, and then he went. So then I decided to use it to help myself.
Uh-huh.
So the way you did that was you said, well, we all did something to get where we are, right?
Yes.
And he said, well, yeah, we all have situations.
Yes.
You implied that he did it? And he said, yeah.
It's just like that.
And you said, Mark, how did you get the antifreeze? And then he just gave you a full confession.
Pretty much worked out like that. He told me about the Edward Klug thing and then went into the rest of it.
Within a week, you had written a letter, right?
Correct.
You wrote this after you got back to
It's
prison?
not going to look good on him.
And you didn't send this to your lawyer directly, did you?
No, I did.
You sent it to your wife, who faxed it to your lawyer.
I'm not aware of that. I believe I sent it to my lawyer.
You discussed this with your wife.
No, I don't believe I discussed it with my wife.
She wouldn't have known to fax this to your lawyer?
I believe I sent it to my lawyer through the post.
Is it your testimony today that you did not discuss this, the facts of Mark Jensen's case in this letter with your wife prior to sending this letter?
I don't remember that. This is 17 years ago. I don't remember, but I believe I sent it through the post.
Well, he remembers some
In the
things,
week
but not all
After
of them.
the 17th, when you went back to prison, to the time that you drafted
Convenient
this letter,
memory.
is it your testimony today that you did not discuss this with your wife?
The sending of the letter or discuss what happened with Mark?
Either.
I believe I discussed it. I told her what happened with Mark. But as far as sending a letter, I believe it went through my lawyer.
Your letter that was marked as States Exhibit 69 on Friday
Hey.
said, I would like to know if you can work a deal with the DA in my cases for the information I have in this case, exclamation point. Right?
I'm not looking at it, but okay, yes.
Do you need to see it?
No, but go ahead.
I would like to know if I can get my record cleaned up and get out of jail,
Yeah, at that point I was using it to try to get out of jail.
or at least be released and have my supervision reinstated, but up in Milwaukee at minimum, exclamation point.
Oh,
Also, I would refuse to testify if I were to be in jail, as I will have fears for my well-being, exclamation point.
Yes.
Your letter mentioned Mr. Jamboys by name.
Yes.
Did you know him by that point?
I knew he was the DA on his case through Mark.
You testified on Friday that you were Mark's protector in jail.
I didn't say it was his protector at all.
that's
You
what he
disagreed
said.
with that suggestion
Yeah, I agreed that Jay didn't mess with him when I was there.
for the 2 days that you knew him?
Yes.
You met with the prosecution in October 2007. That's the recorded interview.
Okay.
From the time you had written that letter to the meeting in October, you had already made some adjustments to your story.
Objection. It's argumentative. Assumes the existence of fact, not evidence. If there's inconsistencies, you should point to them.
Sustained.
Well, I'll point to them now.
Go ahead.
In the letter to your lawyer, you wrote that on the day after Julie Jensen had drank a few glasses of juice with antifreeze in it, that he gave her some more juice with antifreeze and she was throwing it up a little. Do you remember writing that?
Yes.
In October 2007, page 15, counselor, you said he gave her 1/3 antifreeze, 2/3 juice, and the next day gave her another glass of it. And that whole day, she was throwing up and really out of it. She would stay in bed a lot, wouldn't get out of bed, really just vomiting. Do you remember telling the prosecutor that?
Yes, but it came in bits and pieces and there were different times. So she was vomiting a little bit in the morning and more in the evening. I don't know how, it's all time. They go back, times throughout the day.
In your letter, she was sleeping on her back for a bit, and he rolled her over a bit, and she didn't wake up. Then he rolled her on her face and left her for a bit. Do you remember writing that in your letter?
Yes.
In your interview, she was laying on her side,
Which page, counsel?
26. She was laying on her side, and she was, sleeping, and she was breathing good. And he said he just rolled over and then sat on her back and pushed on her face because he said he wanted her lungs to be closed.
Yes.
What's your version today?
It's the same version. She did make it to her side and then went to her stomach.
So he rolled her on her side and then left her for a bit?
Yeah.
And then came back?
Yes.
And then rolled her on her face?
Yeah, but she started out on her back. I mean, it was that morning when he took the kids to school and went and picked up the check. She was on her back and then he rolled her on her side and went and did something and came back and rolled her onto her face.
In exchange for your story,
Objection. That's argumentative. And
Sustained.
Oh,
in
thank
exchange
you.
for what you told the prosecution, you got a time served recommendation from the DA on the reconfinement case.
Correct.
The previous recommendation from the agent was 4.5 years,
From the agent, yes.
and that got turned into 0, correct?
Correct.
You got a recommendation of no time on the theft by contractor and home improvement fraud case,
Oh,
Correct.
facing 7 years, and you got 0 time, correct?
Facing 3.5 and then got a probation.
huh.
You were told by the state at that interview if there was a way we could get the agent to get the department to change its recommendation to time served so that then there wouldn't even be a sentencing after revocation, correct?
I believe that's in there.
And you got a letter to the prosecutor in Waukesha that would say whether or not you testified truthfully in that case, correct?
Correct.
I
And
knew
you
they were
ultimately
going to
got
chew
a
him
fine
up
only
on
in that case,
cross.
correct?
I believe so.
No jail time.
Correct.
Testifying truthfully was determined by Mr. Jamboys in this case, correct?
Sure.
Whether or not he would write a letter on your behalf.
Yes.
Tom Kaiser is your cousin. We talked about him with the Las Vegas trip, right?
Yes.
You've acknowledged to him that you've lied in this case.
That is incorrect.
Oh,
There was more discussed about the deal going forward in that jail interview in October. Do you remember other conditions of it?
That I don't violate any crimes.
You were told by the prosecutor, and you understand that part of the agreement is that in addition to telling the truth, the other thing that you're going to do is not commit any crimes. If I'm responsible for getting you out of prison, you said, yeah. And you commit any more crimes? You said, oh, I know. And Mr. Jamboys then told you, you go right to the top of my list. You understand that? And you said, oh, I know, and I understand that completely.
And I've served every day on those sentences. Every day that was supposed to be having that I didn't get, I got. So
And Mr. Jamboys said, and you've probably heard about me in prison, right?
yes.
And then he told you, and I'll come back just to take care of you if you victimize any more people because I got you out of prison. I will make it a point to come after you. correct?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
And despite that, the victimizations continued after Mr. Jamboys got you out of prison.
Yes.
On May 10th, 2011, you broke into Carol Willick's home and stole jewelry from her bedroom.
Yes.
She was a single mom.
I don't know.
You took over
Wow.
$17,000 of jewelry from her home.
Yes.
Did Mr. Jamboys involve himself in that prosecution of you?
I don't believe so.
Now, as you sit here today,
And I agree with you on this. If I was a jury, and it would make me think, the prosecution is pulling some really shady stuff. 'Cause that's what it sounds like to me, that the prosecution, that he was using the prosecution to get time off, and he's using it again. You're going to see. He's going to do it again. Oh, nice. Nice.
you have even more problems, don't you?
Yes.
You've got a pending burglary case.
Yes, it's pending.
That's right. It's just charged and it's ongoing, right?
Yes.
And you're facing 18 and a half years in that case.
Yes.
Oh,
And it's alleged that once again, you broke into a home and stole several pieces of jewelry.
I haven't seen the discovery yet, so I don't know what's alleged I've supposed to stole, so I can't answer that.
What was alleged is that they plotted your cell phone that was registered to Michael Kaiser, which is an alias of yours.
Okay.
okay.
You've got another case of fraud against financial institutions of over $10,000 and fraud against financial institutions $500 to $10,000. Correct?
Yes.
And in that case, between the two counts, you're facing 16 years in prison.
15.
And it's alleged in that case that in May of 2019, you opened a bank account with the Waukesha State Bank, and over the next 4 days deposited 3 checks from your girlfriend's account and 1 from a different account of yours, totaling over $15,000.
Is this the charges you just discussed?
Yes.
Yeah, then yes.
And then within days of that, you did 8 cash withdrawals from that new account.
Objection, Your Honor. This pertains to matters for which this defendant has not been convicted. He's still
That's sustained. He has a right.
I'm not asking him to
You're
admit.
asking him very sensitive questions.
I am. I'm trying to outline what he's
I would
facing.
not go there.
You've got one other pending case.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
That's an obstructing an officer charge, right?
Yes.
And for that, you're facing 9 months in jail.
Correct.
Mike Kaiser, Kyle Rezick, Aaron Galvin, and Aaron Dillard. Those are all names that you've gone by, right?
Correct.
Have I missed any other aliases?
None that I can recall.
He ain't going to admit to any if he do. If
Now,
he
there's
could.
another deal for you for your testimony today, isn't there?
I don't know if it's a deal or not. It's just their prosecution's going to write a letter saying I testified truthfully.
Fully as determined by Mr. Jamboys as it was in 2008.
The truth is the truth.
That's the deal you had in 2008 for the Waukesha obstructing charge, right?
Yes.
And in that case, you got no
Oh.
jail
Correct.
after getting that letter.
Correct.
Not looking good for this guy. Hmm. I'd be a good criminal if I didn't get caught.
No further questions.
Any redirect, Mr. Jamboys?
Yes, Your Honor. Go ahead. So first of all, I move Exhibit D71 into evidence. That's the recorded statement or interview that was done with Aaron Dillard on October 10th.
All right, 71 is received.
And I'd also move S69, which is the letter that the defendant wrote to his attorney, Gretchen Rosinski.
69 is received.
I'm sorry, it's the letter that Aaron Dillard wrote to Gretchen Rosinski. So you wrote a letter to Gretchen Rosinski, and that letter was 7 pages long.
Correct.
And then there was an interview that you were part of, and the transcript of that is 35 pages long.
Correct.
So there's a little bit more detail in the 35-page interview than there is in the 6-page letter.
Correct.
But let's go through the points that you made in the letter and the points that you made in the interview. Well, let's talk about your history and your experience as a con man. The direct and the cross-examination pretty accurately laid out your prior history as a con man.
Yes.
Is that something you're proud of?
No, I'm ashamed of it.
No, he's
You're
not.
embarrassed by it?
I'm very embarrassed by it.
No, he's just
And yet,
embarrassed he got caught.
When you got out the last time, you continue to engage in fraudulent conduct.
Correct.
In your interview, you indicated that you had a gambling addiction.
Yes.
Did you ever get treatment for your gambling addiction?
Yes, I have.
When was the last time you gambled?
Probably 2 years ago.
So in order to feed your gambling addiction, you would befriend people and then defraud money from them?
Yes.
And so we're talking about a particular skill set. In order to get people to give you money, you have to earn their trust?
Yes.
And so did you use that skill set when you first were locked up with Mark Jensen?
Yes.
You gained his trust?
Yes, I did.
So tell the jury what sort of things you did to gain Mark Jensen's trust?
I gave him information he could use in his defense, like with the toxicology reports and the skin samples or the samples that were lost. To ask for a new test on them. If they can provide the samples, then you could get that evidence thrown out. Things like that. I'd give him ways to just combat what the defense was going to come at him with, or what the prosecution would come at him with.
So Mark Jensen told you that some things were lost at the St. Louis Forensic Toxicology Lab?
Yes.
Now, you wouldn't have known about documents missing from the St. Louis Forensic Toxicology Lab unless Mark Jensen told you about it.
Correct.
There's nothing about that in Ed Klug's transcript, is there?
No.
And for that matter, there's nothing about that. Even if you'd read the interview, well, of course, you never read the interview transcript between Mark Jensen and Paul Ratzberg.
No.
The best lie
So the only way you know that there was anything
always
missing
contains
from the
some bit
records
of
of the St. Louis
truth
Forensic
in it.
Toxicology Lab is if Mark Jensen told you that.
Correct.
And that's what Mark Jensen told you.
Correct.
And then after he told you that, you suggested that he should ask that those samples be retested,
Correct.
with the expectation that if they were lost, then his case could get kicked out.
Yes.
Did Mark Jensen seem to be interested in that information?
Very interested. He got on the phone and called somebody to talk to him about it.
Almost immediately after you gave him this information, he got on the phone?
Yes.
You heard him talking to this person on the phone?
Yes.
You know who that person was?
No, I don't know who it was.
So after you provide this information, could you discern whether or not it appeared that Mark Jensen was trusting you more after you gave him that valuable information?
Yes, he was trusting me more.
And did he start to divulge more information to you?
Yes.
Oh no. I'm not good at noticing all liars. Some of them are really good.
Now, when you first started talking with Mark Jensen about his case, what aspect of his case was it that Mark Jensen seemed most upset about?
The Edward Klug testimony.
Were you aware that this was after Ed Klug testified that Mr. Jensen's bond was substantially increased, and at that point he was incarcerated?
Yes.
And how did you become aware of that?
I actually saw that in the newspaper.
So that's what was really uppermost in Mark Jensen's mind at that point, was this guy Ed Klug testifies and suddenly his bond gets jacked up and he's put in jail.
Yes.
And that's why he was upset about Ed Klug's testimony.
Yes, that everybody was out to get him.
Yeah, sounds like it. God. Sounds like there's a lot of people out to get him. I'd be feeling the same way he does.
Now, what did he tell you about Ed Klug?
He told me he was an attention getter, that he's just looking for the limelight, and basically that's mostly it, besides what he did.
Now, at some point he came around and he told you that he wished he hadn't opened his stupid mouth around his coworker about him wanting to kill his wife.
That's correct.
And that's on page 3 of the letter that you wrote to your attorney.
Correct.
Mm-hmm. So what do you think? They'll rest here.
Now, when he started talking to you, did Mark Jensen just spill everything all at once, or did it come out in stages?
Everything kind of came out in stages throughout the conversation on the 16th. On the 15th, we just, talked, and then on the 16th, he started telling me, and then it came out, and then I would get somebody to try to listen to the conversation that we had, and then it would stop, when the person was trying to listen.
So when was it that you told him about having his attorney or somebody asked to have the samples retested?
On the 15th.
Do you remember when on the 15th? Was it in the morning or the afternoon?
I believe it was the mid-evening, like around 6 o'clock or so, 5, 6 o'clock.
Ooh.
So it was on the evening of the 16th that you
Yes,
suggested
if
to
you
him that
did.
he should have these toxicology samples retested.
Of the 15th.
On the evening of the 15th.
On the evening of the 15th.
So that was the second day that you were in the.
Correct.
And so during the day on the 15th, what had you been doing insofar with regard to Mark Jensen?
Just talking to him about his case and getting him to open up about it and just speaking to him.
At some point, you read. He allowed you to read the transcript of Ed Klug's testimony from the forfeiture hearing.
Yes.
Yes.
Did you read anything else?
Nothing else.
That's the only thing that you read.
Correct.
So you may have obtained some information from Ed Klug's transcript, or you did receive information from Ed Klug's transcript. Correct.
Possibly.
Did he talk to you about the conference that he and Ed Klug had been at about a month before Julie died?
Yes.
What did he tell you about this conference?
He said that he shouldn't have mouthed off to his colleague because he was getting drunk, and he mouthed off to his colleague and shouldn't have done that because he had poisoned his wife on the way during that trip.
So he told you that he poisoned his wife before he left on that trip?
Correct.
Did he say anything else about poisoning his wife before he went on that trip?
No.
Do you recall reading anything in Ed Klug's transcript, in the transcript of his testimony, about Mark Jensen telling Ed Klug that he'd already poisoned his wife?
No, I don't believe that was in there. I don't think that was in his transcript.
So the only source of information about Mark Jensen poisoning his wife before he went on that trip was Mark Jensen.
Correct.
Or he just made that up to make it sound better.
He also told you that when he got home from the trip, his wife had thrown up all over the carpet?
That is correct.
Now, that also was not in the transcript of Ed Klug's testimony, was it?
No.
I mean, so the only way you find that out is from Mark Jensen telling you that.
That's correct.
Did he make any other statement about his attempt to poison his wife or his attempt to murder his wife before he left for that conference a month earlier?
Just that he shouldn't have opened his stupid mouth to Edward Klug about it. That would have really screwed him up if he died on that weekend or that trip.
Did he tell you anything about whether he was lucky that she didn't die when?
Yeah, that's what he said. He said he was lucky that she didn't die on that trip, or he'd really been screwed.
Yep.
And he also told you that on. What did he tell you about Julie going to the doctor, if you can recall?
He told me that she got prescribed Paxil and that he was trying to get her to go because she was depressed, things like that.
So in your
Little
letter,
bit of
page
truth.
4, you wrote, on a Tuesday, he took her to a doctor, and that doctor gave her a prescription for Paxil. That's what you wrote, correct?
Correct.
And then your interview on page 15, on page 14, I don't know what days they were. I don't know exactly what day, but he said they went to the doctor, and she said she was just feeling just down and this and that, and they got a prescription of Paxil. And so that's what you indicated in the interview.
Correct.
And in the letter, you indicated later that day, he gave her the Paxil as well as Benadryl, St. John's wort, Literol, which was actually Librium,
Librium, yes.
and other drugs to make her woozy. That's what you wrote in your letter?
Yes.
And then in the statement, you said, and at that time, you told me they went home and she took the Paxil and she took more medications. It was, the St. John's wort. He kept saying about the St. John's wort. He kept saying about the Librium and then the Benadryl. And he said she took the Benadryl and the Librium and all that. And that's the first night when he gave her the antifreeze. That's what you indicated in the interview on page 15?
I believe so, yes.
And in the letter, you wrote later that day, he gave her the Paxil as well as Benadryl, St. John's wort, Literol, and other drugs to make her woozy. He then gave her a few glasses of juice with antifreeze in it. Correct?
Correct.
And when you were asked, and this is again on page 15, did he tell you how he got her to drink the antifreeze?
I'm not seeing anything like
he
that.
said she was so loopy and everything. He says he mixed it with juice and he said, here, this will make you feel better, and he gave it to her because she was really, really out of it, really loopy and tired and more. I don't know what the word he used was, but just sleepy, really out of it. And so he'd give her stuff to drink. And that's consistent with what you wrote in your letter. Correct?
Yes.
And then in your letter you wrote later that evening, he said she was up jumping around on the bed and saying she was drunk. He said he took her to the computer to comfort her and show her it was a side effect of the Paxil. That's what you wrote in the letter, correct?
Correct.
That could be true.
And you wrote, and you said in your statement, and again, this is on page 15, and so then he gave her the antifreeze that day, and then at nighttime, he said she was acting like a nutcase. She was up in the bed, dancing around, saying, oh, I'm so drunk, I feel so drunk. He was telling me all that. And he told me about how he went to the internet to show her that Paxil was a side effect of drunkenness, He said, oh, look, it's just the Paxil, don't worry about it, blah, blah, blah. So they said everything calmed down, and she ended up going to bed, and the next day, he went to the doctor and told him she was acting drunk. She's, all crazy, wouldn't sleep at all at night. And he got her sleeping medication, which is the Ambien. He got her Ambien. And he said he came home after the doctor and gave her the Ambien, and she was sleeping. That's what you said in your statement on October 10th, 2007?
Yes.
And in your letter, you wrote, the next day he said he went to the doctor to talk to him about her, and that doctor gave him medicine Ambien. He went home and gave her that. He said that way she would sleep through all the effects of the antifreeze. He said that he gave her some more juice with the antifreeze, and he intoned when he said juice. So he said it was like juice, meaning that it was not just juice.
Yes.
Gave her juice.
And in your statement, he said he came home after the doctor and gave her the Ambien and she was sleeping. And when she woke up, he gave her more of the antifreeze, another glass of it. And at that point, he said that whole day she was throwing up and she was just really out of it.
Correct.
I wonder
And you wrote in the letter that night, he said the kids were worried about her, so they sat with her a bit and watched TV. He said he gave her more Ambien to sleep. That's what you wrote in your letter, correct?
Correct.
And in the statement, you indicated on page 16. And then that night, he sat with TV and watched TV with the kids and something like that. And she would just ask for a lot of water, and she was drinking a lot of water and throwing up. So he told you about the TV, both in, and
Yes.
both you indicated that in the letter and also in the statement that you gave to myself and the other people assembled in that interview, correct?
Correct.
And in the letter, you said that night he said the kids were worried about her, so they sat with her a bit and watched TV. And he said he gave her more Ambien to sleep. He said the next day was so hard for him, was kind of teary. He said she was really sick in the morning, and the kids wanted to call the ambulance. Correct?
Correct.
And in your statement on October 10th, you wrote, so that night he gave her more of the Ambien. Then he said the next day when she woke up, she was really bad. It was that she was breathing real hard, breathing just really nauseous, and she couldn't get out of bed. She wouldn't lift her head, and she wouldn't do anything. And at that point, that's when he told the kids wanted to call an ambulance, and he got real nervous about it. He said he didn't know what to do at that point because, I can't send her to the hospital. So he said that he told the kids that if mom isn't better by the time we get home from school, we'll call the ambulance or we'll take her to the hospital. That's what you indicated in your statement,
Yes.
in your interview. And in the letter you wrote, he said the next day was so hard for him. It was kind of teary. He said she was really sick in the morning and the kids wanted to call an ambulance. He calmed them. He said he gave her another sleeping pill so she would just sleep, and said to me he thought she would be dead by the time he got home from running around. And in your statement, you wrote, it said, so he took her to school, which you meant to say is he took the kids to school?
Correct.
He said he took her to school, but he took the kids to school. And at that point, he came back, and then that's when he told me about him. He said he was worried because she wasn't breathing hard anymore. Is that what you wrote? And that's what you said in your statement on October 10th, 2007?
Yes.
And in your letter, you wrote, he said he gave her the sleeping pill so she would sleep. Said to me he thought she would be dead by the time he got home from running around. He said he went out, kids school, came back, some check thing, and came home. He said she was breathing better. And he was scared. She was not going to die before the kids got home. Correct?
That's
what
correct.
you wrote in the statement?
Oh, he's writing some stuff down that they're going to call this guy out on. It's coming. They're just figuring out a way to word it. That's why he's got that smug look.
So in your statement, in your letter to your attorney, after indicating she was breathing better, he was scared she was not going to die before the kids got home, they would force him to call an ambulance. He said she was sound asleep and very non-responsive. He said she was sleeping on her back, and he rolled her over a bit, and she did not wake up. So he rolled her over on her face with her face in the pillow. He thought that would make it hard for her to breathe. He left her for a bit and came back, and she was still alive.
See, he keeps
And he got on
repeating
top
this
of her,
over and over
pushed her
again
head
like
in
it's
the
going to
pillow,
make it
and
true.
sat on her back so she could not breathe, and she died, and he went to work. That's what you indicated in your statement, in your letter to Gretchen Rosenke. Is that true?
That's correct.
And in your statement, you indicated, he said he said she wasn't raspy breathing. He didn't know what was going to happen at that point. And he said he got nervous. He said he got real nervous at that point. And he sat on her. He sat on her back, and he said, I couldn't have the kids come home because I couldn't have an excuse. So he said he sat on her back and then pushed her face into the pillow, and then he killed her. And then at that point, he left for work or whatever.
Correct.
What page is that?
Page 16. Now, all this information I just told you, that was not in Ed Klug's transcript, was it?
No, it was not.
The only possible source of this information would be Mark Jensen.
Yes.
And you hadn't seen the
Oh.
crime scene photos showing Julie in such a position that it appeared as though she'd been rolled on her side.
No, I'm not.
And you had not seen the autopsy photos that indicate that there was bruising along the rib cage, right, that would line up with where her arm was underneath her.
No, I'm not.
So you had no idea that the physical evidence in this case would correspond perfectly to the description that Mark Jensen gave you about the manner in which he murdered Julie Jensen.
No.
Now,
So that's, you can infer stuff because all he has to do is ask some questions. Well, how was she laying? Well, she was laying on her stomach. Oh, let me go ahead and just throw this little thing in here. So what was she doing all night? Oh, she was drinking some juice. So I can say he was feeding her some juice. He can be making up all of this stuff just by asking a few directed questions. If you've ever run across a good con man and you're not paying attention, what they'll do is they will basically repeat your story back to you. It's a nice little trick that con men use, and all of a sudden it's like they know me. They know everything about me. They're just repeating the same story that you told them, or you gave them parts of the story. So it's it's an easy scam to pull on people. In my younger days, it was pretty easy to follow along with it, but for me, I'm old. I can't keep up with hell. I have the worst memory, so it's really hard for me to keep up with a lot of people. They can tell, like, people can tell me their name 10 minutes later. I've totally forgotten their name. It's horrible. Yeah, my wife knows this. She's the maintainer of memory. So, but anyway,
You knew as Mark Jensen was telling you this information that this could be valuable to you.
Correct.
So you wanted to make a point to ensure that the information that you obtained from him, you accurately related to law enforcement or to the prosecutor.
Yes.
mhm.
And you hope to use that in order to get yourself out of jail.
Yes.
And it worked out just the way you hoped.
Yes.
Just kind of like when you got the money from the people that you defrauded money out of, you felt this success that you got some money, right?
Yes.
And you felt some success because you got what you wanted in this case.
Well, I mean, yes.
But you got it in this case by telling the truth about what happened.
Correct.
And you knew that telling the truth was an essential component of every aspect of getting any kind of a deal from the prosecution.
Yes.
And in this case, now you're testifying, and the only thing you're going to get is a letter from the prosecutor to the current prosecutor indicating that you've testified truthfully in this case.
Correct.
You wanted us to write a letter requesting leniency on your behalf.
Yes, I did. I didn't want to be in prison again and be under all this.
And we categorically rejected that proposition, didn't we?
That's correct.
You're not getting any kind of a request or recommendation of leniency from this prosecutor, are you?
No.
Nor from the prosecutor seated to my left.
No, but you're getting a letter of
The only thing you're going to get is a letter
recommendation.
indicating that you testified truthfully in this case.
Correct.
Now,
But they determine
among the
what
skill sets that
truthfully
you
is.
developed over the years as you get
That's
to
it.
defraud people out of their money, and you got Mark Jensen to tell you what happened in this case. Among the skill sets you got, you never learned to talk to the dead, did you?
No, I have not.
You're a con man, but you're not a seer.
Correct.
So the only way you could have gotten the information that you described to this jury about the manner in which Mark Jensen murdered his wife, you got it from Mark Jensen, isn't that true?
See, that's the problem. There is no proof that he actually sat on his wife and held her face down to the pillow. There's no proof of that. That's all some made up BS that the prosecutor has made, that the police made. That's an assertion that they've made, but they've never proven it. The way that they said that she had died was from poison. See what the official autopsy report is. They can debunk this like that. Defense can really debunk this really quick.
That is correct.
Now, Thomas Kaiser is your cousin,
That is correct.
and Thomas Kaiser got tagged with the charge. What was it, 2007 or 2006, something like that?
Sure, yes.
And you gave information to law enforcement at that time
Yes.
against Thomas Kaiser.
Yes, I did.
And did that leave Mr. Kaiser kind of peevish toward you?
I think it may have.
So you may have an axe to grind with you.
Yes.
So this right here is where they're trying to cut off at the pass about the person that signed an affidavit saying that he made all of this up and he admitted to making it up. So they're trying to cut that off at the pass right now.
You indicated that in the jail you invited somebody to come over and listen.
Yes.
And who was the person that you invited to come over and listen?
Dion Hardison.
And why did you make that special invitation to Dion Hardison?
Because I wanted somebody else to hear what Mark was saying.
And Dion Hardison, is he white or is he African American?
African American.
So when
With a
Dion
name like
did Dion
Dion?
Hardison try to come over and listen in on your conversations with Mark Jensen?
Yes.
And that was in response to your invitation to Dion Hardison?
Correct.
And when Dion Hardison would come over to try to listen, what would Mark Jensen do?
He was shut down.
So he wouldn't talk about it in front of Dion Hardison.
Correct.
While you were there, did he talk to anybody else about his case besides you?
Yes.
Who else did he talk to?
I don't know his name, but I think he was in cell 5 or 6.
Describe him if you can.
Oh gosh, I think he was about 6 foot, 220, white guy.
And you remember what he said? Were you present when he talked to that other guy?
I was near, so I could hear things, but it was kind of the similar things we were talking about how the Klug statement, how he was a attention getter and all that.
Did he confess to that other guy about killing Julie?
That I do not know.
So is there any other person that was in the cell block that he confessed to besides you that you are aware of?
No.
Was it hard to get Mark Jensen to talk about the case?
Not really. He seemed like he wanted to talk about it.
But when he was talking to other people, he wasn't telling that he murdered his wife.
What I believe, yeah, he did not.
You never heard him say that to any other person.
Correct.
But you're the only person that provided him information about checking on this tax stuff from St. Louis Forensic Toxicology Lab.
Objection beyond the scope of what this witness has testified that he knows.
Well, you attacked this
Exactly.
pretty good. So I'm going to give the state a little leeway. Go ahead, Mr. Jim.
Could you read that last question back, please?
You're kidding me. It's beyond the scope. Oh, I'm going to give him the leeway. Judge.
Nothing further on redirect, Your Honor.
Recross?
Yes.
Go ahead.
You just got done testifying that in your letter or in your interview that Mark Jensen told you he mixed 1/3 antifreeze, 2/3 juice, correct?
Correct.
We've talked about how you testified in this case previously, right?
Correct.
On January 18th, Counselor, I'll direct your attention to page 109, lines 19 through 22. You were asked, did he tell you how much antifreeze and how much in the juice? Answer, no, not exactly the amount. He didn't go into detail about that.
Yeah, he said roughly 1/3 to 2/3, so that wasn't exact amounts.
Oh.
How many people were in the cell block with you in 2007?
7 others.
7 others. And how big is the common area?
About, I don't know, about 12 feet by 25 feet.
And when you were having this discussion, was everyone else in their cells?
Sometimes they were, sometimes they weren't.
In all your experience that we went through with the different frauds you've committed, do you think that if you said that you read Detective Ratsberg's interrogation transcript, that it would be convincing that you got your information from the mouth of Mark Jensen?
I've never read Detective Ratsberg's information, so I couldn't answer that question.
Do you think you would have gotten a deal from the state if you had told the state that Mark Jensen denied killing his wife?
Yeah, why would I? There's, yeah.
You would have gotten the same consideration if you had said that he denied killing his wife.
No.
Nothing else.
All right, we are done with this.
Uh-huh. Oh, that's not what I meant. Yeah, he's.
For the record, is our next witness.
The next witness is Lindley Kapelish, number 30.
And how long is the direct going to take?
So this witness and the next one are quite short.
All right, let's call this witness then. Number 30.
Yeah, so the state for the record is calling Lindley Kapelish.
All right. Just remain stand, raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the testimony is meant to be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Try to get as close as you can to that microphone. And then if you could spell your first and last name for the court reporter.
Sure. Lindley, Lynley. Kapelish, Kapellusch.
Go ahead, Ms. McNeil.
How are you currently employed?
I work for the Kenosha County Sheriff's Department in the Jail Division.
Now I want you to think back to the 1990s, particularly starting in 1996. During that time period, where were you employed?
Robert W. Baird and Company.
And what kind of company is that?
It was an investment firm.
And what was your job there?
Sales assistant.
And so what were your job duties?
I would assist the brokers as well as answering the phone.
And how long did you work there?
From August of 96 to August of 2002.
And did your time working there overlap with Mark Jensen working there?
Yes.
And what was his job there?
He was a financial advisor.
Now, were you in that job? Were you the primary person answering the phone?
Correct. I would be the first one to answer the phone, and then if I was on the phone, it would bounce back to two other women that I worked with.
So during the time period when you worked there and Mark Jensen worked there, so August of 1996 until about June of 1998, did you ever receive any harassing phone calls?
No, not to my knowledge.
So as the receptionist, you don't recall any phone calls where anyone yelled at you or swore at you?
No.
Were there any phone calls that Mark Jensen complained about that were harassing in nature?
No.
Were you told as the receptionist, hey, be on the lookout, there might be harassing phone calls for Mark Jensen?
No.
And how was the mail handled in this office when incoming mail would arrive?
Our office manager, Joan, would open the mail.
Is that Joan Scully?
Yes, correct.
And if Joan Scully was not available, would other assistants like yourself open the mail?
Yes, I would open the mail if she was absent.
But mostly it was Joan Scully's
Yes,
job?
she was primary.
And same thing with the phone calls, if you weren't available, another assistant would help?
Correct.
Now, do you ever recall a time period when you worked with Mark Jensen at Baird where there was pornographic images coming in the mail?
No.
Do you ever recall him complaining about pornographic images being left on his vehicle?
No.
And were you ever warned, you or any of the other employees that you're aware of, were you ever warned that there might be pornographic images coming in the mail for Mark Jensen?
No.
Now, during the time period that Mark Jensen worked with you, did you have occasion to meet Julie Jensen at all?
Yes. Yes.
And what were those circumstances?
She would come into the office with the boys.
And so on occasion, Julie would visit her husband?
Yes, they would bring him McDonald's or come in and see him.
And occasionally the children would be there too?
Yes.
I have nothing further for this.
Across.
That would be me, Ms. Renner.
Go ahead.
Can you remind me one more time how to say your last name?
Sure, Kapelish.
Kapelish. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So I understand you worked with Mr. Jensen at Baird.
Correct.
And that would have been starting around August 1996
Correct.
until he left the office.
Correct.
You did not make the transfer to Stifel Nicholas with him, did you?
No, I did not.
Now, you indicated that your job was a sales assistant, right?
Yes. Yes.
And as part of that job, you would answer telephone calls.
Yes.
And occasionally then you would transfer those to the brokers.
Yes.
Now, you were first talked to about this case in 2007, right?
Yes,
And at the time, where were you working?
for the Kenosha County Jail, Kenosha County.
All right. So at that point, you were being asked to remember back a decade.
Yes,
And is it fair to say that you wouldn't necessarily remember hang-up calls that happened in the office 10 years ago?
no, I wouldn't remember them if people call the wrong number and they hang up without saying anything. I mean, it wouldn't stand out, no.
And additionally, did the brokers have direct phone lines?
No.
They did not have the ability, like people couldn't call Mr. Jensen directly without going through you?
Not that I know of, no. I had to transfer calls.
Okay. If there was a private line or a direct line, would you have known about it?
I would assume so. I don't know of any direct lines.
Come on.
So you would have to remain on the call with Mr. Jensen or any of the other brokers?
No, I would transfer the call.
Okay, so you would transfer the call to a different phone number where the broker would pick up?
Right.
So there was a separate phone number for the for each of the individual brokers?
And that, yes.
Otherwise, you would have to have remained on every single call with every
Correct.
single broker?
Right, correct. No, I transferred it to their phone.
So there were private lines? You're just not aware if anybody outside of the business had them?
I'm not aware of people calling into them, I guess is what I'm saying.
Okay. Now, did you, as part of your duties, keep a log of everyone who called for each of the brokers?
No.
So you would receive calls from people who are not current clients, is that correct?
Correct,
And those, even though you didn't know who the person was, you would transfer them to the brokers?
correct.
And Mark would take those calls, correct?
If it was his day, yes.
And you didn't stay on the line after a call was transferred?
No,
So you don't know what actually was said on any phone call that was transferred after you transferred it?
no,
Now, did you have a personal social relationship with Mr. Jensen?
no,
So you didn't hang out with him outside of work?
No.
Didn't talk about your personal problems?
no,
Didn't talk about his personal problems?
no.
This is the lady from the other day. The only reason that they brought the prisoner in sort of ahead of time before they could finish crossing her was so they could basically get him back in jail.
Go ahead.
Take as little time
I'm going to be
or
showing you here what is marked
a
as
little,
Exhibit
as little of the
G68.
state's time using him.
Can you tell what that is?
Looks like a copy of a postcard.
And that postcard is addressed to Mr. Jensen at Baird.
Yes, it's addressed to Baird and Company and attention Mr. Jensen on the bottom.
And have you seen this postcard as while you were working at Baird?
No,
So you didn't have interaction with this postcard and it was not brought to your attention?
no,
So you've never seen that before?
nope, not
Not as part of your employment?
the first time I testified is the first time I saw it, but no.
Now, when you were employed at Baird, you were aware that Mr. Jensen had hired a private investigator? Were you aware of that?
No,
Were you aware that this private investigator staked out Mr. Jensen's car at the office for a day?
no,
Redirect.
So just to be clear, when you answered the phone and someone asked to speak with a broker, would you have that person identify themselves?
I would have them identify themselves if that was their client. A lot of times if they were call-ins or walk-ins and the broker of the day was the term, then I would just forward the call to them saying it's a call-in or potential.
But you would want to give the broker the name of the person calling, regardless who it was.
Yes, they like that.
And your understanding of how the lines worked at Baird was all the incoming calls would be essentially sorted through you.
Correct.
That's all. Thank you.
Anything on those two questions?
But again, you didn't keep a log of who was calling, right?
No,
And you didn't do any investigation to determine if the name they were giving you was their real name?
no.
Nothing further.
All right, you're excused. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I didn't think it was going to be very important
Witness.
right there.
What number?
So this is number 43, Ann Lynch.
All right, come on. So,
Self you got? Please go speak into that microphone. Spell your first and last name for the reporter.
Ann Lynch,
And if you could just spell both your first and last name.
ANNELYNCH.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. McHugh.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So, Ms. Lynch, can you tell us, did you know a person by the name of Julie Jensen?
I did.
And how did you get to know Julie Jensen?
Her son, younger son Douglas, was in my class at preschool.
And so, about
What kind of
year, what
person
time
was
period
she? Oh,
Douglas
she
at
was
that
this
class?
wonderful,
In
caring.
98.
And what was the name of this preschool?
Mm.
Kids Castle.
And what was the time period that this class was held? Was it every day? Was it half a day? Can you tell us about that?
The school itself was every day, Monday through Friday. He was part-time, I believe, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday.
And would that be part of the day as well?
He was probably until lunch break, maybe 11:30, 11.
So during 1998, during what would have been that school year, you would have seen Douglas 3 days a week,
Yes,
and it's about for half a day each day.
yes.
And who was the person who would pick up and drop off and pick up Douglas?
Julie.
And through that, did you meet Julie Jensen then?
Yes.
Now, I'd like you to think of the time period shortly before Julie Jensen died. During that time period, did Julie Jensen have a discussion with you about Douglas going into the kids' castle full time?
Yes, she did.
And can you tell us about that discussion?
She came to pick up Douglas and was very upset. She was crying, said that her marriage was over, and she was afraid that Douglas would have to be in preschool for full time. She was worried about him.
And so was that connected with her saying her marriage was over, that Douglas would have to go full time?
Yes, she'd have to get a full-time job and was worried about Douglas going to school, being free at full time.
And so she expressed that concern to you?
Yes.
Now, she indicated to you that her marriage was over. So was it your understanding that she was looking into divorce
Yes,
and then getting a full-time job?
correct.
And therefore, at the kids' castle, Douglas would have to be there all day.
Yes,
And she seemed distressed about the situation.
she did. She was crying and shaking.
And about how long after that conversation did you learn that Julie Jensen had died?
It might have been the last conversation I had with her. I couldn't tell you for sure.
After Julie Jensen's death, did you go to the funeral?
I did.
And was there anything at the funeral that was that happened that you recall?
I had
Oh,
went over to
that's just
Douglas. He
5
was
days
coloring a
ago.
book, and his father came over and talked to me, explaining that Julie had multiple doctors and multiple medications, and that it was the mixture of this that caused her death.
And so you mean by Douglas's father, are you referring to Mark Jensen?
Yes.
Did you ask him about how Julie had died?
No.
So he just came up to you and started talking about this?
Yes.
What was his demeanor like when he talked to you?
Just a matter of fact, he didn't seem upset or distraught or anything.
And so after Julie Jensen had died, did Mark Jensen continue to bring Douglas to the kids' castle?
He did.
And did Douglas's schedule change at that point?
It was all Monday through Friday, full time.
I have no further questions.
Doing
Thank you.
across?
Attorney Krause.
Go ahead.
Ms. Lynch, prior to the funeral, you had limited contact with Mr. Jensen?
Yes,
Most of your contact was with Julie.
correct.
She was the primary pickup and drop-off person.
Yes.
You didn't have any contact with Mr. Jensen prior to this visitation or funeral?
He had dropped off.
And in the hours leading up to it, I'm sorry, that was a bad
Oh.
question.
No, I did not.
You don't know if he had grieved privately with his family or his pastor?
I do not.
The limited contact you had with Mr. Jensen prior to the funeral, did he talk a lot about his personal life?
No.
You weren't friends with him?
No.
You had testified that Douglas went full-time. Was that after Ms. Jensen's passing?
Correct.
And before that, it was 11 to 11:30.
About that, yes.
After he went full-time, what time was Douglas done with daycare?
I was gone when he would be picked up, so I'm not sure what the hour was.
What time did you generally leave?
1.
When you talked to Julie Jensen shortly before her passing, you had testified that she was crying
Yes.
and shaking
Yes.
because she was upset that her son had to go into full-time daycare.
That and
The fact that you might be getting a divorce.
correct.
The conversation that you had with Ms. Jensen, do you know what the time period was between that conversation and her passing?
I do not.
Was it a month earlier?
I'd have to say it was a little bit less than that.
When you talked to Ms. Jensen on that day, she never expressed any concerns about being afraid of her husband.
No.
She expressed concerns because her marriage was ending
Correct.
and she had to put her son in daycare.
Yes.
Nothing further. Thank you, ma'am.
Redirect.
Just to clarify the timing of that conversation,
Mhm.
did you testify that this particular conversation about marriage ending, that might have been the last conversation you had with Julie Jensen?
It might have been, yes. I don't remember for sure.
And so do you know how long before her death that was?
Not for sure, no.
Okay, and you're just trying to remember back to 1998.
Right. Yes.
I have nothing further.
Any questions? Thank you. All right, you're excused. Thank you. All right, I think it's a good time to take our morning break, folks. Again, please don't talk about the case. Take your break. Thank you.
It's about time they take a little bit of a break. It is about time they take a little bit of a break. Because what I may do, a little bit of a stream snipe and see what happens.
I did give copies to each side, so the attorney. I did.
'Cause I'm interested in seeing what's going on with the Crowder man. So I might snipe a little bit off of that.
Jury,
We'll see.
Mark D. Jensen, 2002 CF 314. The appearances are the same. The jury is not in the courtroom. I just want to put on the record the court did
Might
receive a letter
happen
from a defense witness.
at the lunch.
It was emailed to the clerk, but it's addressed to the court. I did give copies to each side, so the attorneys for the prosecution and the defense have a copy of that letter. And then, Ms. McNeil, do we have a number for prior convictions for Mr. Thompson?
So we have the same debate as we had for Mr. Dillard. We are agreeing on the number just based on the years, how far back the court goes. So if the court went simply back 10 years from today, it would be 4. If the court went 10 years back with 2007, when David Thompson initially became a witness in this case, then the total number would become 10.
Well, to be consistent, I'm going to say 10. That's what we did for Mr. Dillard. So, okay,
There you
so
go.
Whoever's going to talk to him, tell him.
Another
number is
criminal.
10. Okay, are we ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. All right, bring the jury out. Standing, raise your right hand, sir. You solemnly swear the testimony is to be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes. Get as close as you can to the microphone. Spell your first and last name for the reporter.
Mm-hmm.
My name is Paul Griffin, Paulgriffin.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Janwich.
And Mr. Griffin, could you please pull the microphone that looks like this, pull it as close to your mouth as possible? And Mr. Griffin, do you know Julie Jensen?
Yes, Julie was my sister,
And is she your younger sister or your older sister?
my older sister. She was 4 years older than I am.
Did you have any other siblings?
Yes, I have 3 brothers.
So why don't you tell me the ages of your siblings, and starting with the oldest and working your way down?
Okay, my oldest brother Larry, he's 10 years older than I am.
Oh,
then there was
no, this isn't
another brother named
criminal.
Richard,
This is just
and then Julie, and my brother Michael, who was 2 years older than I am, then me, then my brother Patrick, which was 5 years younger than I am. So in total, we had five children in our family, ranging 15-year range.
And you mentioned a brother Richard, and can you tell us about Richard, if you know?
Richard was older than I, so he unfortunately died at a young age before I was born.
So you never met Richard?
No.
Now, tell me about your parents.
I wish you all could have met my family, could know my family.
No. Oh,
Worked with power
Air.
that weren't designed in, like the air conditioning units and things like that, and provided. But my mom was always there to say,
yeah,
our
this is
driveway
all
for, like,
solid. This
had
is
a stove
how
and
is this
refrigerator,
relevant?
a dining room table, and I think he kept two of the original bus seats in it as the dining room table.
And did you often use that?
Okay, don't care.
Yearly we would go to the proving grounds, and I think it was in East Roy, Wisconsin, where we would camp there for
Okay, story.
We a cornfield, and if you walked,
Right,
like,
so this
it seemed
isn't
like a mile,
doing
it was maybe like a
anything.
quarter mile. But if you walked into that cornfield, you found a pond, and so in the
Or
winter when it was cold enough, in that pond,
Talking.
At some point, you came to suspect that Mark was responsible for Julie's death. Is that true?
yes, I suspected him immediately.
After Julie's death, did you try to find out what had happened from the authorities?
Yes, I did. I tried contacting the medical examiner's office.
Authorities aren't going to tell
And
you anything.
because my wife and I were interested in helping with David and Douglas in trying to maintain a relationship with them. I talked to Mark, and he urged me to call the medical examiner's office.
Did Mark tell you why he wanted you to call the medical examiner's office?
Well, for the same reason he was wanting to know what they determined as the cause of death for Julie.
Oh,
At some
interesting.
point, did you speak with Detective Paul Ratzberg?
Yes, this was after I told my wife about my suspicions of Mark, and we got in a huge argument about it because she was not.
It appears this is going to go into hearsay.
Sustained.
Yes.
So quite aside from the reaction that your wife had, did you talk to Paul Ratzberg?
Yes, I went and saw him.
And did Paul Ratzberg suggest to you that it might be a good idea to record some conversations with Mark Jensen?
Not after the first visit. It wasn't until after the second visit.
So after the second visit, at that time, has Paul Ratzberg suggested that you record phone conversations with Mark Jensen?
Yes,
And what was the purpose that you had in mind for agreeing to this, to record those phone conversations?
to determine exactly Julie's condition on the day before and the day of her death.
So your purpose in having these conversations was to elicit information from Mark Jensen, what he would say about those things?
Yes, I just wanted the truth.
Mm-hmm. Sure you did. Sure you did.
And we have played some of those recordings for you, and you just heard some of them recently. Is that true?
Yes.
And you heard your voice and Mark Jensen's voice on that phone call?
Yes.
I request that that I be allowed to play these portions of these phone calls in the presence of the jury, and it's the CD containing this information is State's Exhibit 73, and I move it into evidence, Your Honor.
All right, 73 will be played.
Now, as we're playing this, the transcript is going to be on the television, so I request you look at and read along as you're hearing this conversation.
Is the transcript marked as a separate exhibit?
It's all on something.
It's all in 73. The transcript and the recordings are in 73. But we provided you with the transcripts, counsel.
I understand that. I just wanted to know if there was another number.
It's all in one.
she's like, oh, this guy's horrible. Oh.
So for the record, this is 0828, the time.
Yeah, I didn't hear her talk Thursday. I mean, she was moving, but she was, man, it's hard to describe it. Yeah, it makes sense to you. Pretty much like kind of wheezy. She was cognizant of what you're telling her. And you try to figure out what's going on with her, so that's your thought too. And she could have sat in bed, but she needed support to do it. And I kind of sat behind her on the bed. The police when the kids came in and said, you know, good morning, everything's going on. Anyway, go to school. Yeah, she was waking up like Thursday. I doubt she would have been, you know, she would have gotten up there with him okay. You know, I just, she was asleep, I came back and checked on her, and that was, she had to move from one trainer in the morning till we got home. Yeah, basically same position. Yeah.
Okay, so stopping at 10:09.
So that was your
Yeah.
voice and Mark Jensen's voice on the phone?
Yes.
And Mark Jensen was telling you that by Thursday, she was
Yeah, we know what he said.
May I ask which date this is?
So the date of the first one was January 9th, 2000, and this one is February 24th, 2000. And so this one is starting at 6:47.
Hey, how you doing, buddy? Good to
That's
see you.
why I
Good
was
to see
wondering
you.
if, you know, that was something that affected me there, or, you know. Yeah. I'm not sure. I mean, I kind of doubt there would have. I don't think so because that was a Thursday. I mean, she was barely able to even speak the other morning. Yeah, that's right. It was just, you know, I mean, she was sitting in bed and I was supporting her. You know, it was, yeah. And then he got on the bus and took Doug, and I took Doug. Yeah, that's right. You had said she couldn't. Yeah, so I don't do anything. Right. The night before, that was, yeah, the night before was when I think, I remember it all. You know, we had macaroni and cheese. We made that and I watched that real good. And she wasn't even awake much. I mean, she was in bed the whole time. I don't think, well, she was sleeping most of the time. The kids were being quiet and not wake her. I mean, there was some conversation that night, but she was pretty much out of it. Yeah. I don't think so. Okay. Yeah, I don't think so, but, you know, yeah, it just occurred to me and I thought, yeah, oh, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So stopping that at 0827.
And that was your voice and Mark Jensen's voice on the
How's it
phone.
going, indoors man bun? Good
Get
to
back
see
to
you.
your family history again.
Of course.
Do you recall going to your mother's funeral or the circumstance surrounding your mother's death?
Yes.
So can you tell us about when did your mother die, if you can recall?
My mother died, if I remember right, was 1991
And where was she when she died?
in Lake Placid, Florida.
And you know how she died?
She died from complications from a swimming pool accident.
She basically drowned in a swimming pool. Is that?
Yes.
And when you attended her funeral, do you recall seeing Julie there?
Yes.
And who did you go to the funeral with? Yourself?
I went with my wife, Jill.
And had you and your wife Jill suffered a loss earlier?
Yes.
Objection relevance.
Where are we going on this, Mr. Jimwich?
There was a conversation at the funeral, and I want to hear his version of the conversation.
We'll allow it. Go ahead.
So Julie just had a miscarriage.
Man.
Yes.
And did you talk with Julie about that?
Yes.
So Julie learned about the miscarriage?
Yes. It was fresh news because it had just happened recently, and so we were very excited about having children, and so we had to break the news to my family that Jill had miscarried.
And this was very upsetting, a difficult time for you.
Objection leading and relevance.
Why don't you just I said it was relevant. Why
Yeah,
don't you
it's
rephrase it?
completely relevant.
So you just lost a
Jeez.
baby and you just lost your mother.
Yes.
How were you feeling at that time?
I was very shocked first of all about my mother's death, and
Shocked,
sad because
vulnerable,
we had very high
dirty,
hopes in having children.
old. My forehead
and
was
Julie had a
growing
conversation
by
at
the
your mother's
day.
funeral?
Yes.
And what did Julie say or offer at the funeral?
There's nothing wrong with that.
Julie offered to be a surrogate mother for us.
Well, that's nice. That's nice of her.
And other people were present when she made that offer?
Yes.
It was very touching.
It was extremely touching for my sister to offer that.
But weird, but okay.
Do you remember when your father died?
Yes.
And when did your father die?
It was 1997.
And what was it that caused your father's death, if you can recall?
He had brain cancer.
Where was he living when this diagnosis occurred?
He was living in Florida by himself at the time he was diagnosed, but then he was in Eau Claire at the time of his death. He was being cared for by my oldest brother.
And do you recall, before going to stay with your brother, do you know where he was staying in Wisconsin?
He stayed with Julie for a while.
And after staying with Julie for a while, then he went to stay with your brother?
Yes.
And then your father died from the brain cancer a short while later?
Yes.
Rough. Yes, people live, people die. I don't like seeing people die.
Do you recall a time when Patrick was a teenager that he got upset about something?
Yes.
It's rough.
Tell the jury what you can remember about that incident.
My brother Patrick was, I believe he was 15 at the time. He, being a 15-year-old, had taken the car without permission, had driven, I think he was going to get a pizza from Pizza Hut, and it was a snowy night, and he
Why is it always Pizza
slid on
Hut's
the curve of Cooper Road and slid the car off the road, and was found there by the police. He wasn't hurt, but he was in big trouble with my father, so he got grounded.
Yeah.
And Patrick did not respond well to being grounded for taking the car without permission and sliding into a ditch.
No, and as an act of rebellion, Patrick.
Objection, Your Honor. I believe the statement as an act of rebellion calls for speculation on what the thought process of his brother was.
Why don't you just rephrase or ask another question?
Well, did Patrick ever talk to you about this incident?
Afterward, yes.
So at the time, after he'd been grounded by his father, what did Patrick do?
He supposedly tried to slit his wrist.
And what did he do after he cut his wrist?
I don't really recall.
Did he seek medical attention or tell somebody about it?
Objection. If he doesn't recall, he doesn't recall.
Overall, let's answer the question.
I don't know exactly how he was found or what happened at that point.
That was something he did in response to being grounded at the age of 15.
Yes, it was. As Patrick told me, it was a way of.
Objection, hearsay.
Sustain.
So tell me this. Did anybody else in your
Yes.
family ever talk about
There are more
suicide?
objections here.
Did you ever hear Julie say anything about suicide?
No.
Julie never talked to you about committing suicide.
Never.
Tell me about the kind of relationship that existed between your sister Julie and your wife Jill.
They talked about a lot of girl stuff a lot. They talked about kids a lot.
Objection calls for hearsay.
Your Honor, the statements that Julie made are all admissible. There's no hearsay objection because of the Jensen 2 decision. It said all of her statements are admissible. There's no hearsay objection that applies because of the forfeiture doctrine that exists in the state of
Your
Wisconsin.
Honor,
The
I
non-testimonial
believe you have a
statements.
speaking objection here. If the court would like to take further argument, we can do that outside the presence of the jury.
I'll overrule the objection. Let's just get to the question, Mr. Chairman.
Could you
Exactly.
read the last question back, please?
Come on. Get to it.
So what else did they talk about, if you can recall?
And again, objection hearsay, as this is not a conversation that Mr. Griffin had with Ms. Jensen. It is a conversation relayed to him by his wife, which makes it hearsay.
We don't know that. He didn't say that.
Why don't you ask the question?
So did you ever listen or hear your wife Jill talking with your sister Julie?
Yes.
And what kind of things did you hear them talking about?
They talked about a lot of things. They did talk about Julie's unhappiness with Mark and some of his behavior because he was traveling a lot. He was staying overnight, like in Chicago, when he could be home with the family, and he was always out, always gone, and drinking a lot. Talking about getting drunk on business trips.
So Julie was complaining to Jill.
Hearsay
about Mark in
again.
her Conversations.
Yes, and Julie did tell me some of this to me as well.
At some point, you learned that your mother was an alcoholic. Is that true?
Yes,
And when did you first learn that your mother was an alcoholic?
I didn't know that my mom had a drinking problem until Julie's wedding. It was the rehearsal dinner before Julie's wedding.
And what happened at the rehearsal dinner?
My mother passed out, like just unexpectedly, and had to be taken away by ambulance.
So how old were you at your sister's wedding?
I was probably 22 or so.
Now, and when did you leave home?
I left home at 18.
So from the time of birth through the age of 18, you lived in your mother's home.
Yes.
You had contact with her on a daily basis.
Yes.
And do you recall now, as an adult looking back, ever witnessing any incident where your mother appeared to be intoxicated?
No.
So you never had any inkling as you were growing up that your mother had a problem with alcohol?
No.
And you learned about this until Julie's wedding?
Correct.
Did you and Julie ever talk about your mom's alcoholism?
We did, yes. After her wedding, Julie would attend Alcohol Anonymous meetings and learn so that she wanted to help our mother to overcome the problem. So Julie would attend and learn things and learn
Yes.
to
Julie
do
was
to
a
help my mom.
saint.
To support her, but not enable her?
Yes.
Julie was a saint.
Did you ever visit the residence of Mark and Julie Jensen?
Yes.
Did you ever see an office or a den in that residence?
Yes.
And who showed you that office or den?
I remember Mark showing us after they had done some remodeling and they had done some wallpapering. Julie and Mark were, they did a lot of house projects, and Julie was always good with decorating and organizing.
Now, during the time that you and Julie, did you ever know her to be a smoker?
No.
She did not smoke?
No, never.
What about Mark? Was he a smoker?
Yes.
What did he smoke?
He smoked cigarettes and cigars, I believe.
Did you see any cigars or evidence of cigar smoking when you were at their residence?
Yes, he had a humidor in his office.
That was his office?
Yes.
What else was in his office that you can recall?
A computer, other than bookshelves and decorations, a desk.
Now, where were you employed in, where were you employed in the 1990s?
I was employed by Snap-on Tools.
And what did you do for Snap-on Tools?
I was a mechanical design engineer.
What sort of things did you design at Snap-on Tools?
Power tools. I worked for the power tool division. I think from 1994, I moved from the manufacturing engineering offices to the product design offices.
So in your course of work at Snap-on, did you have a computer at your office?
Yes.
And you knew how to use computers?
Yes.
Did you send and receive emails when you were at Snap-on Tools?
Yes. I don't remember the exact time when email became the mode of communication rather than office memos, but yeah, it happened sometime around then.
Did you ever send an email to Julie?
No.
Did you ever receive an email from Julie?
No.
Did you know if Julie had an email address?
No. Julie was a letter writer. She wrote beautiful letters by hand.
But she didn't know how to use a computer. Sounds sus to me.
Were you aware of, or did you ever see the license plate that Julie had in her car?
Yes.
What was the license plate?
It says my 3Ds.
That's, and Your Honor, that for purposes of marking exhibit, that's part of State's Exhibit S73. We're going to display the license plate and ask you to identify it.
Yes, I still have it.
That's the license plate that Julie had on her car?
Yes.
And it's My 3Ds. What does My 3Ds stand for?
My 3Ds stands for David, Douglas, and Daddy, which was Mark. And those were the things that Julie was proud of.
The centers of her universe.
Yes.
She might have been proud of
After
something
Julie's
else.
death, did you continue to have contact with Mark Jensen?
Yes.
Do you know when David's birthday is?
Yes, January 21st.
And you said that you get together as a family for birthdays.
Yes.
Did you get together? Did you as a family get together with Mark Jensen and David on David's birthday?
Yes, it was at the Jensen house.
And this is January of 1999?
Yes.
His birthday was January 21st?
Mhm.
Yes?
Yes.
So on or around January 21st, 1999, you got together with Mark Jensen at Mark Jensen's residence.
Yes.
And who'd you go to the house with?
Jill and I went to the house.
So your children didn't come with you?
Yes, I believe they did. Yes.
So it was Jill, yourself, and your 3 children?
At the time, it was probably my 2 children. Yeah.
2 children.
Yeah.
Okay. And who was at Mark Jensen's residence?
Well, there were a lot of kids there, friends of David's, of course. And there was a babysitter, I don't recall her name, who we knew because we were in contact with them and tried to maintain contact with David and Douglas as much as possible. And Kelly Labonte was also there.
So on January 21st, 1999, or thereabouts, within a day or two of January 21st, 1999, Kelly Labonte was introduced to you?
Yes.
Had you ever seen her or met her before?
No, that was the first time.
And who introduced you to Kelly Labonte?
Mark.
And how did he describe Kelly Labonte when he introduced you to her?
He said she was a friend from work.
Did you make any observations about Kelly
Not a
Labonte
lot.
while you were at the residence on
Yes.
January 21st? What observations did you make about Kelly Labonte?
She was very familiar and very comfortable with the house, including the master bedroom. And she was also very bossy to the kids. And I remember I was irritated by that, just feeling like someone has replaced my sister.
I move State's Exhibit 73 into evidence, subject to cross-examination.
All right, subject to the cross 73 will come in.
Okay.
I have no further questions of Mr.
Who's
Griffin.
doing the cross?
That would be me, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
I have no questions.
All right, you're excused. Thank you.
Yeah, there you go. No questions.
Thompson to the stand.
All right.
Get this guy out of there. I mean, sorry for his loss, but I mean, especially if he has to come and relive it all over again. The loss of a sister, be rough. It would be rough. Come on.
Is number 70 on the witness list?
Yep. Let's get the next guy in here.
About a few minutes. Are you in? Good. Raise close you can to the microphone. Spell your first and last name for the reporter.
David Thompson, David Thompson.
All right, who's doing the
I am.
Go ahead, Mr. Jones.
Good morning, Mr. Thompson.
Morning.
Do you recall there was a time that you were locked up in the county jail with a guy by the name of Mark Jensen?
Yes.
Do you see Mark Jensen anywhere in this courtroom today?
Yes.
Could you point to him, describe what he's wearing?
He has on a gray or black suit, a blue shirt, and a mixed color tie.
I
Glasses.
request the record show the witness identified the defendant.
Mr. Thompson has identified Mr. Jensen in open court.
So was there a time that you were locked up with Mr. Thompson or with Mr. Jensen in the same jail?
Yes.
And do you remember when that was?
2007.
And when you first arrived at the jail, was Mr. Jensen already there, or were you there first?
He was there first.
And what were you doing in the county jail?
I was in the county jail at that time for bank robbery.
And were you charged state or federal?
Federal.
So can you tell the jury why federal prisoners in the county jail?
He's got
They
10
had a contract
charges
with the state
also.
jail
on
to
him.
house federal inmates.
And so I guess we're going to run this. Have you been convicted of a crime, sir?
Yes.
How many times have you been convicted?
10.
And this was one of those episodes in your prior criminal history.
Yes.
And So tell me, when you first saw Mark Jensen, what kind of contact, if any, that you can recall having with him?
When I first met Mark, he was kind of standoffish, I guess because according to what was going on with his case at the time. But after about 2 or 3 days, I started talking to him, and he, finally warmed up to me. And we carried on conversations on a daily basis. He made phone calls for me. I made phone calls for him.
So he made phone calls for you. How did you get him to make phone calls for you?
Well, I asked him the first couple times that I asked him, he wouldn't do it. Then, like the third time, he relented and made a call for me.
So what happened between the first, second, and third time that caused him to change his mind?
We had a little altercation, and afterwards I apologized to him about it, and from therefore we just became, kind of cool.
So tell me about this little altercation that you had with him.
He had promised to make a phone call for me, and then I'm kind of like was mad because he didn't do it, and I ended up shoving him, and then I felt like, okay, well, I should have shoved him because he didn't make the phone call for me, so I wouldn't apologize to him.
And after that, he then made a phone call for you.
Yes.
Now tell me, did anything else change about your relationship after he made the phone call for you?
Yes, like he opened up more. We became kind of close. We would talk every day, drink coffee together every morning. Read the newspaper and talk in the corner, and just off to ourselves, just indulge in regular everyday conversation.
Now, there's kind of a hierarchy in a prison and a jail, isn't there, among the inmates?
Yeah, to some degree, yes.
And where do bank robbers fit in that hierarchy?
That's a good question. I would guess somewhere in the middle, I would assume.
So, I mean, if you're going to be in for a kind of a crime, bank robbery is better than, say, retail theft, right?
Absolutely.
But where does murder fit in the hierarchy of things?
Murder puts you right at the top.
So Mr. Jensen was kind of higher than you in the hierarchy of things because he was in for murder at the time.
Total celebrity.
So at the time that you were there as a federal inmate, you were looking at a potentially pretty serious time for a bank robbery, right?
Yes.
And at some point, did you come to think that, well, gee, maybe I can use Mr. Jensen to benefit me some way in my case?
To some degree, sort of.
So when did that first come to your mind?
Mark had approached me about his co-defendant. And
the co-defendant, did you tell the person? Mark doesn't actually have a
co-defendant. Mr. Klug. He had approached. He said that Mr. Klug was going to testify against him, and he asked me. He said, "Well, I don't really want him to come to court, And he approached me with the idea, like, man, what can I do to keep him from coming to court? And it kind of, piqued my interest because I wanted to see, was he really serious about this, or was he just blowing off some hot air? So as he kept talking about it, I said, well,
let's stop for a moment. So let's start at the beginning of this conversation about Ed Klug. When he was talking with you about Ed Klug, where were you and he located?
We were here in the Kenosha County Jail on J Unit.
Did you say J Unit?
Yeah, Kenosha County Jail here, yeah.
Okay. And when he was talking to you about Ed Klug, where were you inside that unit? Where in relation to the other inmates? Were you two off by yourself?
Yeah, we would be back by himself because he had a corner cell in the back, so we would most times be back there.
By his corner cell?
Yes.
Would you go inside his cell, or would you?
I have gone inside his cell before and looked at some of his newspaper articles and through some of the paperwork that he showed me.
So you go into a cell for him to show you things.
Yeah.
And what are the things that you remember him showing you?
Just some of the newspaper articles where it said that he had killed his wife, and some court papers that he said, he was really adamant about that he hadn't done it at first, and he really wouldn't talk too much to go into great detail about it, just the fact that he was discharged with it and had been fighting for a while.
And when did he first start talking to you about Ed Klug?
It was about the 5th or 6th day that I was there, because he was it seemed to be the only thing that troubled him was the fact that this guy was going to come testify against him.
So during the whole time that you were there, this 5 or 6 days that you've been there with him, was there anything else he complained about with respect to his case aside from Ed Klug?
No, mostly just Ed, though. He said that was going to be the thorn in his side.
He said Ed Klug would be the thorn in his side.
Yes.
And that's when he started talking to you about Ed Klug. So what did he say about Ed Klug?
He said that he didn't want him to come to court, and that there was some way that he could keep him from showing up.
He was asking you that, if there was some way to keep him from showing up.
Right. And at that point, I said, well, let me really see how far he's willing to go with this. So I asked him, I said, well, probably can make it happen for you for the right price.
Now, at the time that you were making this offer, you didn't really actually have any intention of trying to do anything to make Ed Klug disappear.
No, not at all. I was too busy focusing on my own case, but I just really was piqued by what he was saying.
So when you said, you can make it happen for the right price, what did Mr. Jensen say to you?
Oh, well, how much?
And when he asked you how much, what did you say to him?
I just gave him a roundabout answer. I said, well, man, $1,000. Just to see what he would say, see what he was, if he would bite that, if he was really serious.
So when you said $1,000, what did he say?
He said, that's kind of low, but I can do that.
And then what happened?
So I got on the phone and I called my girlfriend at the time, and I told her, I said, I'm going to have Mark call you, and when he gets on the phone, I want you to tell me that everything is as planned.
Now, before you had that conversation with your wife, tell us more about the conversation that you had with Mark Jensen. I mean, did you tell him how you were going to make Ed Klug disappear for $1,000?
Well, he first of all, he gave me the information on where Mr. Klug's business was at the time, which was up by Alberton, somewhere like in Kimberly, maybe, and gave me his name. Yeah.
So let me ask the question then. So tell the jury what Mr. Jensen told you about the whereabouts of Ed Klug.
He told me that he lived in Alberton, that he wanted him to disappear.
And did he tell you specifically where he lived in the Appleton area?
Well, I had my fiance look up the address where he was at, and it was precisely what Mark said it was.
And did he tell you where it was?
Well, I can't recall exactly, but I knew it was in Appleton.
Okay. And then after he gave you that information, did you give any information about how you could make Ed Klug disappear?
Yeah, I told him I could have someone kidnap him and sell him until the court days were over with.
And did you tell him who you need to talk to on the outside in order to facilitate that?
Well, I told him I would have to call Kim so that we could get the money transaction taken care of first, and then I didn't specifically tell him who I would have do it though.
Okay. So did you tell him how this money was to transfer hands and exactly what the payment agreement would be?
Yeah. I told him that Kim would talk to his mom, and they would make the transaction outside there, and he would give me half of the money first, and then half of it once it was over, once the court proceedings were over with.
So he's going to give you $500 down and $500 upon completion.
Yeah. Well, like $575, $425. Yeah.
Okay, so it was actually not an even number, 5 and 5. It was,
Well, yeah, that's kind of like what he said she was able to get at that time.
was how much that she could get at that time?
The 575.
$575 is what he told you his mother could get at that time?
Right.
So it's 575 up front, then 425 later?
Yes.
And that's the conversation that you had with Mark Jensen in the cell.
Yes.
And then how did you facilitate talking to your wife about that? Was Kim your wife at that time?
No, she was just my daughter's mom.
So she was your daughter's mother.
Yeah.
And so she was one of those prominents or connected to you in your life at that time.
Yes.
Your significant other, as I say.
Yes.
And so did you tell Mark that you would need to talk to Kim about this?
Yes.
And did he tell you how Kim would be able to get the money?
Yes, he told me that she would have to go pick it up from his mom's house.
And so what's the next thing that happened after you and Mark had this conversation?
Well, I got on the phone and I called Kim and I explained to her what was going on. And she was kind of bewildered by it all. And I said, well, just go along with what I'm telling you to do. And when he gets on the phone, tell him exactly what I told you. And he goes and see what his response is. So I told her to tell him that everything would be as planned.
And she didn't really know what you're talking about, did she?
No, she didn't have a clue as to what I was talking about.
And these phone calls from the jail, were you aware they were subject to monitoring and recording?
I was aware of it, but for what I was in there charged with, I didn't think that they would still be listening for me to be talking about this market stuff.
Yeah.
I thought they were just concerned about the bank robberies.
Yeah. That you learned later that.
Yeah, I know better now. Yeah.
You know better now. Do you recall these calls being preceded by a recorded message saying this phone call is subject to monitoring and recording?
When you have greed on your mind, sometimes you overlook those things.
Okay. But when you talked to Kim, you didn't tell her exactly what the plan was.
No.
What you told her is what she needed to know in order to fill out her part of it.
Absolutely. Yeah. Just enough for her to do what was necessary.
And so she was supposed to say something to Mark?
Yeah, she was supposed to. The only thing she was supposed to say was, when he got on the phone, he said his name. She said, yes, I'm Kim, and everything's as planned. And he passed the phone back to me.
And would you recognize your voice and Mark Jensen's voice? You heard that phone call again?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
I request that.
Oh, yeah.
It's exhibit S74.
This doesn't bode well for him.
Cross-examination.
This could be a good nail in the
So I'm going to ask you to
coffin.
listen. There's going to be a transcript displayed on the screen, so you can look at the screen, whichever one is easier for you to read.
Mana. Do 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 do. Mana. Do 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 do. Mana. Do 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 do.
It's from 9/11/07 and starting at 3 minutes and 23 seconds.
Yeah, that's Edward. You hear me? Edward. Glue. K-L-U-G. Sniper Nicholas. S-T-I. F-E-L. N-I-C-O. L-A-N-D. 740 4th Street. Kimberly, Wisconsin. What street? 4th. Your car? Yeah. Kimberly, Wisconsin. Okay, so I'm confused now. Just keep that. It all makes sense once you get it out. Are these two? No, it's the same person. It's the name of the company. It's Sniper Nicholas. And I keep spelling the name again. N-I-C-O. L-A-N-D. It's Nicholas, right? Oh, Nicholas. N-I-C-O-L-A-U-S. Nicholas. N-I-C-A-L-O-S. N-I-C-O-L-A-U-S.
That's place after that. Okay. The first name I gave you. See if you can go online. So imagine how they're saying, a lot of people didn't use a computer. Now, we're talking about a bank robber. Doesn't sound like he is the richest man. He's a felon. And what is the first thing he says? Go online, get that address and phone number. That song is an earworm. Oh, yes, it is. So he tells her to go online.
Okay. All right. I'll try to bring it on and see what happens with that.
Whose voices that you heard, that the jury just heard now?
Yeah, we got that. It was Kim.
544.
Buffering.
And this is also from 9/11/07. And starting this one at 32 seconds.
Hi. Excuse me, you with Kim?
Yeah, I know that.
Oh, okay.
What do you mean I'll do?
I'm gonna just turn on.
Listen. Hey, you the only way to call you the other day?
Yeah.
She gonna call you, I'll pick up this money.
Come pick up some money?
Yeah,
Excuse me?
yeah,
For?
Of course, I'll tell you no lie.
You there?
You there?
I'm here.
Oh, okay. So, I just want to get you right. You?
Yes.
Put somebody on the phone, right? Amy?
Yes, David.
You never say yes. Everything is as planned. You?
Say it again.
Everything is as planned. You there?
That's what I say to her?
Oh, to him.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay.
Hello?
Hello. Hey, everything is planned.
Okay.
Okay?
Oh, good. That's good.
Yeah.
Thank you. Sounds good.
Alrighty.
Okay, appreciate it.
Okay.
Okay, thanks.
Yep.
Here's it.
Thanks.
Yeah, so, we'll probably get a call sometime today to go do this.
Okay, don't care.
So, but then Mark got on the phone.
Yeah.
And you were right there when Mark got on the phone.
Yes.
And when he got on the phone, did he seem excited about it?
Absolutely, very excited.
So what's the next conversation that you had then? I'm actually going to play for you now, and I'll ask you some questions about it.
Criminal behavior.
Morning.
So you have the money now, do you?
Little. What you need?
I don't even know, this guy got me one call up on the phone. But, we're going to be trying to, once that way, whatever we make the call, you guys got to pick that up. That'll be, 500.
Yeah, again, confusing to me.
He one of the
People.
So in this conversation, you're again talking to Kim, and she really has no idea what you're talking about.
No.
Except that at some point she's supposed to pick up $500 from somebody.
Absolutely, yes.
So what's the next phone?
1107.
Wouldn't she already know that?
No, because he just said I'll tell him. What, did you,
I said, I'm not exactly sure. So I'm expecting a phone call from my husband later. I said, let me call you back.
Right.
So,
Yes, he's having an
By
argument
that time,
with
Kim told you that
girlfriend.
Mark Jensen's mother had called her.
Yes.
And she had asked what it was that Kim wanted.
Yes.
And Kim didn't know what she was supposed to say in response to that question.
No, she didn't know. She seems to have forgotten what she was supposed to do.
Well, because you're being kind of mysterious with Kim, aren't you?
Absolutely. I was trying to be mysterious with Kim and with the recording of the phone call.
Okay, could you please start speaking to the microphone,
So I
sir?
was trying to be mysterious with Kim and with the recording of the phone call. I was trying to like crack some type of code where everything wouldn't all be blurted out at once, you know?
Because by this time you figured out somebody was listening.
Yeah, they still was listening, talking about for more bank robberies there, but no, never happened.
So now on September 12th, this conversation just occurred. And did you and Mark have further conversations after that call?
Oh yeah, we definitely had a lot of conversations after that.
So tell us about the conversations that were going on between you and Mark Jensen.
This information that this guy was plotting to have this guy kidnapped.
So you were asking Kim to reach out to your lawyer?
Yeah, I sent her a letter in the mail.
Oh, so you mailed it to her. You didn't
explaining everything to her, yeah.
You didn't talk about over the phone about it. You sent her a letter.
Yes.
And what did you write in your letter to Kim?
I told her to contact the proper authorities, you know, about this Mark Jensen guy and see how far he's willing to take this, what he's talking about. And she did so. Well, actually, they did so from here. They contacted my attorney themselves from the jail here.
So then you talked to your attorney about it.
Yeah, I talked to my attorney. My attorney asked him, "What are you doing? You're going to get yourself hooked up on some other stuff. You need to stop it."
And then you explained to your attorney what you were doing and why you were doing it.
Yes.
Now, at some point, you left the jail. You were taken out of the jail and moved for another court appearance, correct?
Yeah. Yes, go ahead.
When you came back from the court appearance, you were put in a different cell block. Is that true?
Yes.
And where was that cell block in relation to the cell block that you had previously shared with Mark Jensen?
Right next door.
And what separated the new cell block from the previous cell block?
Just a glass window.
And what was on the other side of the glass window? Was it like a hallway or a guard booth or what
Yeah,
was
there was a guard booth in between the two cell blocks.
So the two cell blocks were separated by 2 panes of glass with a guard booth in between?
Yes.
So when you got back from your court appearance, how were you able to communicate with Mark Jensen?
Well, once you go to the back of the cell block, the room kind of curves into a point, so the windows get closer and closer together. And we wrote notes. We wrote on paper, and we pressed them against the glass, and I would read his and he would read mine.
Is that unusual for inmates to communicate with
Sounds
each other between the two cell blocks?
sounds a
Yeah, if
little
you don't want to
dirty.
be on the screen, have everyone knowing what you're talking about. Absolutely.
So this is a common thing.
Yeah.
Okay. So you didn't want to yell and scream to Mark Jensen. You wanted to communicate to him in a quieter fashion.
Yes.
And so you held up some notes,
Mhm.
and he held up some notes.
Yes.
I'm going to show you a note, and you tell me what it is. All from part of Exhibit 74, Your Honor.
Oh,
Okay, so whose note is this? Is this your note or his note?
That's his note.
And I'm going to move up closer so I can read this better. So he wrote, talked to my dad this AM, hadn't been able to get them all day. Question mark, question mark, question mark. That's what Mark wrote to you?
Yes.
And then you wrote something back?
Yes.
And then he wrote to you, my dad said, I got to move closer, I can't read. Oh, I'll read on your screen, that's what I'll do here. My dad's. My dad said they got a call this AM, question mark. And question calls from Kim's number. Don't know who it, don't know who, question mark. And then if I understood right, that's why I was trying to get them to clarify if they knew more. They seemed upset. So those are Mark's messages to you?
Yes.
And you couldn't ask him to clarify any because he was in that other cell block.
Yes.
And then he wrote, could somebody be watching that phone? So he was talking about the phone in the jail?
Yes.
And when he asked that question, could somebody watching that phone? Did you put up a message for him in response?
I believe I did. I'm not quite sure. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I did.
But you don't remember what the message was?
No.
Now, this is your message to him? Is that your handwriting?
Yes, it is.
And you wrote, when I call Kim, we'll say all is as it should be. So that's what Kim was supposed to say?
Yes.
That's what Kim was supposed to say to their parents? To his parents?
She was supposed to say that to Mark.
Okay. And then you write, they called Kim down to the station asking her if I did any more crimes. They think I've done more banks and some other bullshit. That's what you wrote to Mark?
Yes.
But then you write, but I came clean when they first questioned me. There isn't anything else. Correct?
Yes.
And you were talking about what you told the authorities when they first arrested you for your bank robbery.
Yes.
Then you wrote, but handling things okay for a change. Do you know what that was about?
Yeah, I was just getting comfortable in my situation because I had a pretty hard time with accepting that I was going to be away from my daughter for a while.
But then you write, but it is a must. What was that about?
That was in reference to what Mark had said on the phone about Mr. Klug.
So, but it is a must. That is a must to get. You must get rid of Ed Klug.
No, a must that we must turn this in.
Oh, okay. Okay. This note was to Mark Jensen.
Hold on, wait. Oh yeah. That's to Mark. I'm sorry.
So this note's to Mark Jensen, but it is a must. What were you talking about? If you can recall.
I can't really recall what that statement right there was on. What is a must? So I can't really recall what that statement there is about, but
Okay, so then we'll go to the next statement.
Okay.
Let me know after your visit, son. I'm going to call Kim now. So what you were asking Mark to let you know about his visit on Sunday, and I'm going to call Kim now?
Right, yeah, he was supposed to talk to his parents about the money.
On Sunday.
Yeah.
And then there's a question, can't mom drop it off? And that was your message to Mark?
Yeah, I was asking him could his mother drop the money off to Kim.
And how did he reply, if you can recall?
I think he said she'd be unable to do that.
And then you replied, that's all good. Who drops it off doesn't matter.
Right.
And then you asked, can Kim come pick up the $575 from mom tomorrow?
Yes.
And do you recall how Mark responded to that?
Well, he said he had to call her and talk to him first.
So then you
So
wrote,
it'll be okay.
can Kim call her now for the money, $575? Correct?
Yes.
That's your note to Mark.
Yes.
And you recall how Mark responded to that?
I'm not sure. I'd have to see the message in the timeline.
Okay. And then there's this message. Don't forget to tell mom to leave me the $30.
Yeah, I had asked Mark to borrow me some money, and he said he was going to visit Sunday and ask his mom.
So you wrote to him, I hate to burden you, but you think mom could leave me $30 for stamps, soap, toothpaste, and deodorant lotion?
Yes.
And then you indicate David Thompson, 4199 K5, can leave it tomorrow?
Yes.
This looks pretty damning.
I would say maybe 10 minutes, 10 to 15 minutes, Your Honor.
Can we last another 10, 15 minutes? All right. And then we'll take our lunch break.
Oh, please do.
Do you see this note? It says, after lunch, let's work on this guide sheet, work on guide sheet after lunch. You know, was that your note? And who was it being sent to or directed at?
That was directed at another federal inmate because at the time that I came in, I wasn't aware of how they did their sentencing. So I had a federal guideline sentencing sheet that I wanted to go over with this other young man.
And he was in the same cell block as Mark Jensen?
Yes.
So you had to communicate also with him via the glass, using a notes on the glass. And then the question, how long will it take or how long he be kept? That's your call. I mean, he's asking how long will it take or how long he be kept? Question mark. Was that the question mark?
Yes.
The question that Mark had posed to you?
Yes, it is.
And you replied, that's your call?
Yes.
And then you write 2 weeks is cool, but he can be made to leave town or made to sign an affidavit saying he totally lied on you. And so those were options that you were giving him?
Yes.
And how did Mark respond to that?
He was very open to that.
And then you write, this is all for you. So whatever you want done will be done. Is
Yes.
that what you wrote to him?
Yes.
And did he reply to that?
Yes, he was okay with that.
And then you wrote, it's all good. No tongue will keep him from ever saying anything. Oh, it's all good. No tongue will keep him from saying anything. You know, this case has no statute of limitations. That's what you wrote to him?
Yes.
And then you write, getting the job done is what he does best.
Yes.
So you're referring to this outside person.
Yeah, this fictitious person. Yeah, he never existed. Yeah.
So when you're talking about removing Ed Klug's tongue in that preceding statement, you weren't actually contemplating having somebody take out Ed Klug's tongue.
No, I just wanted to make it sound good for Mark. That's all.
So when you talked about him, no tongue will keep him from ever saying anything. How did Mark respond to that, if you can recall?
Oh, he was happy about that. He didn't want this guy to testify at all. He didn't want him anywhere in the picture.
So then you write, trust me, Mark, come October 8th, you'll just have about your old life back. Correct?
Yes.
Or you'll just about have your old life back. Now, what was going on October 8th, if you knew?
I'm not sure what was going on that day, but I think it was pretty close to one of his court appearances, and I was just trying to reassure him that this guy wouldn't be showing up.
And then you write, I'll be
Sure.
here for at least 2 months, but I know this process won't have to be done again. That's what you wrote?
Yes.
And how did Mark respond to that?
Again, he was very ecstatic about that as well.
Then you wrote, he won't, exclamation point. So what does he won't mean? Were you responding to something that Mark Jensen had written?
Yeah, I was saying that he absolutely won't be around to testify.
And then you write, his life depends on it. But like said, to eliminate that possibility, there's always plan B. Correct?
Yes.
And what was plan B?
Plan B was to totally get him out of the picture, just get rid of him.
Just kill Ed Klug.
Yeah.
And how did Mark respond to that?
Again, he was okay with that. He was happy about that as well.
He just didn't want Ed Klug to testify. He didn't care how that happened.
Yeah, he didn't care. He just didn't want him to come to court. Yeah.
Now, were you present when Mark Jensen made phone calls to other persons in order to help carry out this plan?
I'm not sure because I didn't really overhear any of his phone calls.
So you don't know whether he called his wife to ask her to give $500 to his parents twice?
Well, he was supposed to do that. We had agreed that he would somehow get the money, right? And he said that his wife would be upset with the idea of being involved in anything like that, but it was more sufficient for his mom to do it.
So he thought his wife would be upset about participating in this, but he thought his mom would be okay with it?
Yeah.
But he never told his wife, to your knowledge, he never told his wife what the $500 twice was for?
No, I don't know. I'm not sure.
You didn't overhear that phone conversation?
No.
But when you talked to him, he talked to you about getting his wife to get the money to his parents?
Yeah, he talked about getting the money, yeah, because he absolutely wanted Ed not to show up, and he figured that if he got that money, that would be a solid way for him not to come.
I'll address it at the break.
No further questions, Your Honor. All right, thank you, Mr. Thompson.
You're going to have to come back for cross at 1:30, so we're going to take our lunch till 1:30. Again, don't talk about it.
All right. So what it was is because they were in separate cell blocks. Apparently they were, one would write on a note, put it up to the wall, the window. The other guy would write on a note, put it up to the wall, the window. And so that's how they were communicating, just asking questions through writing a note. So they wouldn't have to yell it. How did they actually get the notes? And if they didn't destroy it, or if they just balled it up and threw it away, guard will come over there and pull that stuff out. You've got no rights or privacy in prison. I mean, you have some basic human rights, but they can listen in on your phone calls. They can basically take everything that you have and go through it. So that's probably how it happened. You don't, just that they got it. That's all that matters. But yeah, sort of does not look well for Mark Jensen on this one. So they're stupid enough not to destroy them. Yeah. Well, criminals generally are not real smart. So who all is interested in hearing what Crowder has to say? I'm sort of interested. I think I'll do it. I'm going to stream snipe Timcast because I want to see what he says.
Itself. You don't like it? No, my problem isn't so much with papers, but
it's what's printed on the paper.
Right. That's the issue. No, I remember I was with Maker, and then it kind of morphed into something where the whole idea, right, was they were going to help protect you, get better advertising rates, and then I said something like, we can't be repping you anymore. They turned into Studio something. I think it got purchased by Disney. Was that what it was? There were a couple of them, right? That were out there. There was like Collab Studios. Was that the one that was called? I don't know.
We'll get into that. I want to make sure everybody else Kellen's here.
What's up, everybody? It's Kellen filling in for Serge. Let's get started, guys.
Yeah, so Serge misses flight, I guess, but we're all here and we're
all the same as what I have a problem with. And I mean, we can go back to a few things. Look, it really comes down to what's right. It really comes down to what the truth is. And this isn't a long time coming. Gerald actually came on as CEO because we're being batted around so long. This is years and years in the making. I get the point with corporate media. The issue that I have with many in the conservative side of this sphere is the fundamental misleading and dishonesty. That's what a problem with. And you see that here as a story took place. Kind of it started right where we released this video. We didn't, and it was just by design, didn't name names because there could be a litany of contracts that are similar to this.
Which I give kudos that he didn't. Very big kudos that he never named anything. Name the person. Daily Wire, they're the ones that called themselves on it.
Often verbal offers.
We mentioned It could have been Fox News for all anyone knew, and they're the corporate monolith.
There's about 4 or 5. So we have 4 or 5 offers, and then there are other investors who come to the space who just want to dump in a whole bunch of money. Daily Wire here out of themselves, and I understand people saying, well, people knew who it was. Well, that's because some of the people who run those contracts said, yeah, I recognize those contracts. And Candace said on the show, I recognize the terms from my contract. Here's the thing. I said this is wrong. Penalizing conservatives, and I believe this to my absolute core, penalizing conservatives on behalf of big tech while taking money from people who are paying you, investing in you to fight big tech. That is what they're investing in. That is what Mug Club is investing in. That's what subscribers are investing in. Well, simultaneously penalizing conservatives is fundamentally wrong. I had that conversation and said, look, just please give me your word. You're not going to be doing this with other people who, as you well know, when you start in this industry, don't know better. Immediately after that, the conversation was, Crowder is making a big deal as a dick about money, right? Basketball money. $50 million a year was the implication, which you know is not true. People aren't saying that now. That's not what people have a problem with. What people have a problem with, I understand, is the idea of a phone call. And now the narrative has shifted to betrayal of a friend. That's what people want to say. I say less straw. I say this is something I've watched, experienced for years, tried to give every possible out to do the right thing, and have tried to do the right thing in the way that we run our own business. Saw the gaslighting, the bully tactic.
Come on.
Tactics that take place behind the scenes of other creators, and knew it wouldn't be myself. So now the narrative shifts to how could you record a phone call, betray a friend? Hold on a second. It was just about money. This is just business. And now it's, hey, we're really good friends. Well, which is it? I mean, you kind of have to pick a lane, right? Are we good friends? Or are you sending out a boilerplate contract that you demand of everybody according to what they say? They have 110% penalties on behalf of big tech. And the issue with that is it's dishonest. It's a tactic of the left. It's a tactic, the same kind of tactic that you see from like the gaslighting, where if you, let me ask you this.
Real quick.
Yeah.
I just want to clarify, you said 110% penalty?
Yeah, you can see the contract right there. If you add them all up.
So you will
because there's
the money or what?
Yeah. That's a fair point. Yeah. And this is the issue. I mean, it wasn't about me. It's about other people. It's about this being the fundamental practice. And by the way, it's not just Daily Wire, to be clear. This happens in this incestuous sphere across the board. What would you do? This is my question.
Real quick, let me ask, just because my concern is if people aren't familiar with the whole context, you leave the Blaze, or in the process of, you're fielding offers, you receive a contract.
A term sheet, not a contract.
Which people are semantically
predecessor to a contract.
Which is basically the terms they're offering for contracts. Some people have argued it. But the point is, they basically said, you will be penalized 25% if you get a strike.
No, if you're demonetized.
If you're demonetized.
Then another 20% if there's a strike. Then another 20%, I don't remember the numbers for Facebook, for Spotify, but there's also another penalty if your sponsors get boycotted. There's also another penalty if you don't agree to 10%, if you deny 10% of the sponsors, which is probably like you, we probably accept 1 out of 5 sponsors. But let me just kind of go through this timeline really quickly.
For people who are trying to understand what's going on, it's basically the contract you received, specifically outlined
term sheet you
received.
I don't know if it matters.
Said YouTube.
You don't put something in a term sheet that you don't want in a contract.
Right. Nope. Said YouTube, Apple, Spotify, and Facebook.
Yeah.
Specifically, if these big tech companies are upset with you, we dock your pay.
Yes.
That's an important
Well, it's not
know
even dock his pay. I want to be very clear here. This is a production house. This is our budget that gets docked. Steven is not just taking, this is not basketball where you pay Kyrie Irving to go out and shoot hoops, right?
Sure.
You're paying an entire team of people to produce.
Before we get to like the finance stuff, let me ask you this. If someone publicly was going, and by the way, I'm not going to be doing the personal stuff. I'm not going to be coming in here calling anybody a bitch, right? Sending out hatchet people. I understand why Candace was mad. Honestly, I understand why she was. I'd probably be mad too. So I don't think it's an excuse to go and talk about like every girl does who gets their husband into a fight at a bar. But I understand why she was upset. If you had the ability, if someone's going out saying, hey, you're a difficult person who only cares about the money, and that you're a bitch, and you had the opportunity to clear it in because it was verifiably untrue, which now no one is arguing, would you do it? How else would people switch from it was about a $50 million salary to recording a phone call? Do we like when James O'Keefe does it? Is it only when corruption is on the side of the left? And here's the issue: is I'll tell you who this hurts. The dishonesty. I'm not just saying this is about the entire movement as a whole. There are a lot of practices that go on, and it hurts the sponsors, hurts the creators, hurts the viewers, hurts the investors. And by investors with us, it's entirely Mug Club. It's people who pay to subscribe. We don't make a dime off of YouTube. We haven't for many years, and it hurts. If you believe what we say we believe, the movement in the country as a whole. So that right there, is fundamentally just. And the gaslighting still keeps taking place. Candace Owens on this show said, "Hey, we all follow the same guidelines. Right? We all follow. Carter does too. That's verifiably false." Now, so you can publicly audit this. We've had 4 strikes. Right in the last since May, I think 2021 to October 2022. One was the Mackay Bryant. One was a sketch with Alex Jones. That one's guilty. One was one was him quoting the CDC. By the way, none of this will get you in trouble because you can say this now. Him quoting the CDC, bringing up the CDC numbers on flu deaths for children versus COVID. This is interesting science, right? That COVID kills more senior citizens, but for some reason it's significantly less lethal to young people, to infants. That science accepted now, so you won't get a strike. But that was one of the strikes. The other was when we had Carrie Lake on in a gubernatorial election. 4. How many have taken place from the other way? Yes, 0. Now, here's the thing. I'm not saying it's a badge of honor. I'm not saying it's a badge of honor to be suspended. If they came out and said, look, we demand, as Jeremy said in his 55-minute video, we demand that all of our creators follow these rules that YouTube and Facebook set through punitive practices in mandating of our creators to do so. And Crowder's a little bit more of a rebel. You know what? He's been banned for 4 times. And that's not the same kind of, that's not a problem. The problem is saying that we all follow the same rules because so that's all publicly verifiable. Now, I could tell you guys behind the scenes, had many conversations with senior YouTube executives who say, you monetize if you kind of play ball like these guys, Daily Wire, and insert other people here. I could tell you that, but would you believe me? I would have to provide receipts.
He brought receipts. So I'm with him on this. I'm with him so far. Let me slow this down just a scotch. Both him and Tim Pool talk really fast. So
I can tell you that takes place. That hurts the creators out there who end up, hitting a glass ceiling that is set the sandbox that is mandated their creators. The same thing happens with sponsors.
Let me ask you a quick. What does that mean? Play ball. Obviously, you're paraphrasing, but
paraphrasing. Titles, subjects, not talk about this subject or not talk about it in this way.
Yeah.
Maybe soften. Don't use these words. Maybe change this a little bit. This happens a lot, right behind the scenes, and that makes it impossible for independent content creators. The same thing happens, by the way. So that's gaslighting that you see right there. We all follow the same rules. It was about money, then it's about a phone call with sponsors. Look.
But if I could ask you, did YouTube reach out to you and say, hey, do you want to play ball with us?
We have conversations all the time with YouTube.
Got it.
Matter of fact, I can tell you that, yes, here's the thing. I'm not going to be providing receipts to people who don't want to be involved, right? There's a difference between single party consent state and wiretapping. You don't rope people in who are victims
But if it's an entity that you believe is predatory, that's the difference. There are good people at YouTube. There are some good people there who want, but their hands are tied. And guess what? Everyone else's hands are tied. If you say, hey, we're all trying to fight this system that exists, but you're not. You're mandating that you exist within the system. Only one person is saying, hey, you know what? If you want to be monetized and you don't, that's fine. And one is saying, you have to fit into this box.
Very important context to this is, obviously, after you put out the first video, I've talked with a bunch of my friends, and they said, look, you know, Daily Wire's trying to run a business. If he gets banned off YouTube, how are they going to sell ads? How are they going to do the sponsorships where his views are gone?
Yeah.
And I've seen people tweet, all of Crowder's views come from YouTube anyway, so he'd basically be unmonetizable if he was banned. And then I point out, first of all, that's just categorically false.
Yes, not true.
Because Rumble exists. And
Ben streamed there for the first time today.
And this is an important context. The contract you were offered says Facebook, Apple, I said YouTube, Apple, Facebook, Spotify, but it didn't mention any of your views from any other platforms. And there's Google Podcasts. They get views. I know the numbers. Obviously, it's not the same as Apple, but it's interesting to me that for a lot of people, like Dan Bongino, for instance, had more subscribers on Rumble than YouTube.
Yeah.
It's interesting then that their attitude is, if you're banned from YouTube, it's a 20% fee reduction, which you mentioned includes your staff
25.
salary, 25.
And then it's 25 for and then another 20. It's 45.
Demonetization.
In other words, for us, right off the bat. And this is the thing. I said, like, is this an accident? Like, you know, in other words, okay, we're good.
But let me
but hold on a second. Does anyone have a problem? Do you not believe me when I say we haven't been monetized on YouTube for 3 years? You all know that, right?
Of course.
Literally, we're not that close.
0 days, or did you have?
So what happened is we were demonetized. How many years ago? Then someone accidentally demonetized us for like 4 months, and then demonetized. We were like, yeah, and then demonetized again. We're like, what happened? And they're like, yeah, actually, no, sorry, you're demonetized again. I was like, well, skunked again.
So what did we do to get monetized? Basically,
of course, they got an answer, right?
I want to make sure this point is made clear for everybody, because this is a very important part of the argument. When I heard it, if the point is you can't sell ads or build an audience because YouTube banned you and that's it, but you're getting 85% or more views on Rumble, the question is, why no penalty for getting banned from Rumble? Why is Rumble not a consideration in the contract at all? And why don't they simply say comparable views instead of the platform? Like, if for every 1 million views per day you lose, we dock you X%.
I can answer you that question exactly. Because
So what happens?
It's fundamental to the business model. And I was informed of that. It is fundamental. In other words, there are plenty of options out there, right? He can tell you. I get excited when I walk out and I go, hey, how many people are tuning in live on YouTube? How many on Rumble? They go, oh, it's tips. There are more people on Rumble. Sure, I've been on YouTube for a long time, since 2006, but it doesn't mean that they don't change, right? And the issue is, I think it's a great thing to use these platforms. There's a huge difference, by the way, between being monetized and being on the platform.
Yeah.
But ultimately, if we believe what we say, we have to be trying to get to the point where we know that fast forward 5 years, you can't speak the truth on YouTube, certainly not if you want to be monetized. But there's this jockeying for position with people who they see as competition. And the issue here that I've always made clear is the locking in of these punitive contracts that mandate and enforce big tech policies and guidelines as a matter of business. And that hurts creators. And the same thing, by the way, when we're talking about misleading practices with sponsors, there's no problem. Right? And this is all publicly verifiable. I want you guys to be able to audit this so that there don't have to be as many receipts provided. You market your channel, right? I think we probably have some ads running right now, like Spotify, like, hey, if you like the show, tune on Spotify. Yeah. But there's a big difference. We know that there's a huge problem in our industry of pay to play. Now, you can do that. That's fine if you want to grow your numbers. But
what is that?
So pay to play.
I will say, in California, there is a pay to play. Now, if you've never been in a pay to play situation, basically you're walking into the situation going, I can guarantee that I'm going to put butts in the seats. And to guarantee that I'm going to put butts in those seats, you're going to give me the tickets to the show. But before I get up on stage, before I actually even plug in my instrument, before you even open the door to let me in, I'm going to hand you a certain amount of money, and that guarantees that I'm going to get my slot in this particular show. Now, a lot of times what will happen is they give you $1,500 worth of tickets. Just an example, that might have been the amount that it cost. They give you $1,500 worth of tickets, and you've got to basically go out and sell those things. $10, $5, whatever you've got to do. You're trying to get butts in the seats. Listen, give me $1. I got a ticket for you. Come to this show. It'll be great. The bad part is $1,500 worth of tickets. Unless you're selling 2 tickets for $1,500, you're not going to make any money, and you're going to be out of pocket. You're basically going to be handing over cash just to play that particular show. I don't know if he's going that way with it, but I've been in those pay-to-play situations, and there's a reason why they do it. You're guaranteeing that you're going to bring butts in there. They want to make sure that you do. So it's in this way, the club doesn't lose money because they're in it to make money.
it means that you can buy views, right? You can pay to play. You can run your video as a pre-roll ad and people see that number, but really a lot of them are 14-second views, 8-second views, but it still clicks that counter. The closest apples to apples comparison that you could do right now is you could go out and take, like, let's say, not this controversy because there's cross-pollination, but Benchmark's a huge show. Of course he is. But go take some videos there right now that have 1 million plays. Go month after month. Take a bunch of them. Look at the likes. Look at the comments. Take videos from my channel. It's comparable plays. Take them with 800,000, 600,000 plays because we converted them a lot to Rumble. Look at the likes, look at the comments. It's startling because it's a lot easier to buy plays than it is to buy likes and comments. That's not a problem.
Wait, are you saying that the Daily Wire is buying views for their content?
I'm saying that they run the videos. This happens not just Daily Wire, to be clear. It's not BigCon is designed because it's an entire industry. And what happens is, yes, these views get inflated. There's nothing wrong with running ads to increase the video count. The problem is this. When that is used to then go out and set sponsorship rates. And then this is what happens with creators. When you sit down with sponsors, and these are hard-earned dollars, right? A lot of them are mid-sized companies. You run them on the show and they say, yeah, but you know what? We didn't get our money's worth, and this person is the #1 show, because they go out and they say that they have these numbers, and they set what happens? They drop those rates across the board, which hurts everybody, or they pull out altogether. Now, you can publicly verify that information. Now, I could tell you guys that I've had conversations with sponsors that say, we're not going to be running in the conservative space because it's just not as effective as we thought it was, or, you know, we're going to be pulling out. And content creators will say, why am I getting these low advertising rates? Here's the issue. If you're some kid, and by kid, I mean, you know, you can be a 40-year-old with a smaller podcast. Let's say you get 250,000 plays. Not as big, but good numbers. Let's say you get 500,000 plays. They're good numbers, but they're real. And you are a conservative and you're trying to grow this. And then all of a sudden, your content, YouTube is saying, can't say that, can't do that because of the box that's being created by all of these companies in big conservatism. And then you're trying to make it, right? You're trying to make it something that's financially solvent. And you can't because sponsors no longer have faith in this side of the industry. That is something that hurts those creators. And this is something that, so the creators are hurt, the sponsors are hurt, the viewers are hurt because I just want to finish this one. And then any questions you have, the viewers are hurt because they feel isolated. They feel like their views are not represented, right? They go, hold on a second, I'm conservative. Why are none of the top people saying whatever it is? X, Y, Z. And the investors are hurt. And I don't mean billionaires. In our case, it's people who invest when they sign up for Mug Club. They are paying us because they say, we know that you're demonetized. We know that you don't run nearly as many sponsors. You're very selective. And we think we are giving you our dollar in faith because we think that you are fighting for us. Imagine, let me give you one final parallel world there. Imagine if we left the blaze, okay? And this, again, the issue is that everyone is demanded to sign these exact same contracts. That's what they said. They've been very, very clear about that. It's just business. Imagine if Mug Club leaves the blaze. And let's say we come back 2-3 months, okay? And we come back, and all of a sudden, I don't talk about vaccines in the way that I used to. All of a sudden, I don't talk about election integrity like I used to. All of a sudden, I don't host Carrie Lake in the same way that I used to, or host her at all. And all of a sudden, all the parodies, the sketches, you know, the sweeping epic, like a parody of Saving Private Ryan, or There Will Be Blood, or Schindler's List, whatever it is. You don't see any, change my mind. You don't see any of those anymore, but you see 4 or 5 live reads. I'd be the definition of a sellout. And I would be selling out the people who paid for something different. Only one group of people here is saying, you have to fit into this box. I'm saying, you got to let some people let the freak flag fly. I don't care if you want to be monetized or not. Don't lock people and punish them on behalf of big tech when you claim that you are fighting them. And it is everywhere. And it's disheartening.
I'll tell you a story. I think the people who have watched my content consistently know about this. It was called some of it was to a premium network. The premium network.
Thinking about this for a long time, trying to work behind the scenes, trying to work within the system until I realized there's just no interest in doing it that way. And then you say, okay, is our move, this is why we lose. Conservatives wonder, what the hell, what the midterms, what the hell happened? Why do you think? Why do you think people like Lindsey Graham, like Mitch McConnell, nothing personal against them? Why do you think that there are people out there and you go, how do they not get voted out? Why do you think these are our decisions for speaker? These are our choices. Why do you think you constantly lose? Because the people who really do want to be the vanguard at the cutting edge, they burn out and they leave because they can't compete against it. And that's the issue.
I got to tell you, man, I make this point all the time where I just say, for all the people who are claiming I'm a grifter or I only want money and that I don't really believe the things I'm fighting for, I'm like, it would be so much easier to sell everything, shut it all down, and just buy some properties, rent them out, and not have to worry about any of this.
Take money and shut up.
Yeah. Take money and shut up. But it's not about what's easy. Yeah. It's about what matters.
Yeah. And by the way, we want you guys to make money. We want every conservative in this space to run a profitable business. That's what I run. I want Manuka honey back there. We want people to make as much money as humanly possible, but do it honestly. Yeah. And just be honest with people about how you're going to spend that money as well.
Well, there's the issue too. You know, we're talking about honesty. Is it just friends or is it just business? You kind of have to pick one. Is it a lash out or is it premeditated? You kind of have to pick one. Look, let's
yeah,
go ahead.
I do want to talk about the friend versus business thing, but I do want to first jump into a segment where we can talk about $50 million. The big narrative that let's do the context here. Yeah. You put out a video, you mentioned, look at these fees. It's, you know,
I never mentioned money outside of what I believe were immoral penalty fees. I never talked, you've never heard me say, hey, not enough money was offered. That's not what it's about.
So when we first were watching the show and we talked about it, I said, what's the fee? We don't know. And then the Daily Wire's response, of course, was we offered this guy $50 million.
Basketball money.
Basketball money. The response then from detractors and most people was, holy crap. And they're imagining Steven Crowder in a big private bank vault diving into a bunch of gold coins. When in reality, the $50 million included the entire budget for your whole staff, your whole production facility, every production you would have done. Meaning you've got to pay, how many employees do you have?
About 25, soon to be 30 something.
Soon to be 30 something. Now, if you want to do production on a skit, we're talking maybe 30 to 50K, depending on the size of the skit.
Yeah. Every time we show up to do a change my mind, it's $50,000.
50,
millions in legal each year,
work.
millions of
Payroll
dollars in
every
equipment, payroll, millions of dollars in taxes. It's the merging of, what was that?
It's theft.
Yes, I completely
But
agree.
let me just say,
Wheelhouse.
I'm on your side on this one. Everybody can know my bias. The reason that really bothered me is because I run a company. I know how much money we make. And there are people who assume that revenue equals money in your pocket profit. And it's like, no. If they're giving them $50 million, it sounds so wonderful.
They're assuming you're dumb. They're treating the audience like they're dumb again.
Well, no. A lot of people don't.
But
don't
here's the
understand
thing.
this.
People don't understand because they're assuming that you won't go into research. Look, $50 million basketball money versus $12 million. If let's say Marvel says, I don't know, the new Thor movie is $200 million. Is that Hemsworth's salary? It's that simple of an analogy.
Yeah.
But the issue here, and I'll let Joe kind of talk about that more. The issue here is like, I think that these people at Daily Wire, they've said that they're very business savvy. They're running a business. So are they very business savvy? And no, are they dumb and don't know that $12.5 million a year for an entire production house is what we're actually looking at?
That's not much.
Are they lying when they say it's basketball money and $50 million salary? I think Candace Owens at one point got up to like 140 or something. And I don't
So you said you wanted 30 million a year or 140.
And the only reason people know that's not true, and you've seen the transcript, you ever see me once say, hey, it's about more money? There was never an offer sent after I said, look, it's a non-starter if you don't change these terms, and please tell me that you're not doing this with other people.
He's correct. He wasn't talking about money, and that was not what I think a lot of people should have gotten out of that whole discussion. The whole thing was about being demonetized, that they were working against monetization. Like they would kowtow to big tech companies like YouTube and Rumble or Twitter or any other place where they got removed. So what's to say someone just doesn't come along and get them removed? Hurts their bottom line. Now they're out. They're out money.
There was never anything after that where it was, of course, the non-starter is, I can't do 5 libraries because we do commercials.
I just want to ask one specific question because a lot of people are bringing this up and they're accusing you guys of only exposing them after they turned down your counteroffer. Is that true, or can you add more information to that?
Yeah, I don't know why they're saying the timeline that he kind of gave was completely inaccurate.
Yeah, there was never any counter offer from us. What Steven said was basically, look, guys, these are the terms that we have a problem with.
Right.
And if I don't care what the contract says dollar wise. If these terms are in there, that's bad, and you need to start again. This has to be pulled out.
So there was no counteroffer because I'm seeing a lot of you guys say
there was the agent. I think my agent, they sent this term sheet. The agent said, well, if you're talking about 100% ownership, by the way, in perpetuity forever, meaning it's a 6-year contract with no option to negotiate. They have an option to extend for 2 years, 6 years, locked in at that rate. And again, how do you penalize someone for money that they don't make? They're not going to lose money on you being demonetized. Now, I get that I'm a special situation, but they said this is demanded of everybody. The big con issue is something that I've been running up against, and everyone in this industry knows for many, many years. They just were arrogant enough to out themselves and to put it in writing and to say, we know how to run this business. We figured it out. You don't know what you're talking about. And of course, after that, another last
you run your business,
then going and trying to take our social media director. And I only showed you that email because he's willing for me to show you. Like, we have people poach all the time. When you have your ideas stolen and they put more money behind it, not just mine, when you build someone up and someone else comes in and says, hey, we'll offer you more money, they use them for 6 months and burn them out. I'm sure that's an accident. I'm sure the people at the top of Daily Wire didn't know when they reached out to someone who was not looking for a job, who loudly and proudly advertises himself as social media director for Light with Crowder. But I could tell you that on that phone call, they said, we have an entire social media department. And I said, I have one guy, Gary, and he's awesome. A few days later.
I do want to dedicate more time.
Gary joined Daily Wire? Well, no, they came and tried to hire him.
I want to dedicate some more time to starting from the beginning of the context of that story. But I wanted to address something before Luke jumped in. How
dare you, Luke?
How dare you, Luke?
I got to Florida.
No.
Go to Florida.
I'm sitting here. That was a good question. I'm not saying I'm. I want to put a tag on this. And one of the big things we're hearing is a friend. That you guys were friends. And we're going to the phone call and stuff. And I just thinking about the contract. Four-year contract with option to renew for 2. Lock. Yeah. I hear that it's not
cost to have a lawyer mark up a term sheet. It ends up being thousands of dollars, especially when it's like, hey, look, hit select all, delete. None of this makes sense. This isn't for someone who's been demonetized. But the problem, and that's when it came down to, well, you heard in that phone call, is I said, take me out of it. Right? This is not the right fit period. I knew that. Please tell me that these are not the terms that are demanded. Penalties that you are monetized on YouTube, that you remain on Facebook, that you stay in. Please tell me these are not the terms that are demanded of everybody. And I said, those were the last words. He said, yeah, maybe I'll take it under advisement. And then you go, okay, all right, this is where we are. There's no hope for the movement if we claim to be fighting big tech and we sell out the people who are paying us to do so and fighting on behalf of big tech. I'm sorry, it is something, it's wrong.
Earlier in the show, you mentioned that, I think you mentioned this in the show, that you were in Hollywood, you were doing the standard talent route, and then you decided to come out on YouTube as a conservative, and it basically cost you a lot. You lost your manager. you don't come off to me as a lot of, Candace was on the show and she said he's doing it for money. It's so obvious. Why can't people see it? And I'm thinking about that and I'm like,
of course he's doing it for money. We're all doing it for money. Pay me. No, you have to understand, Steven Crowder's not going to be around forever. There's people that are going to follow up behind him. And, Steven Crowder's also a comedian. He's doing some stand-up. He's got people like Dave Landau that's also a comedian. And Dave Landau has also said this many, many times of, it's so disappointing whenever a comedian comes along and they pull up the carpet behind them. They pull up that rope and they don't let anybody else get up there with them. He's been very adamant that, you help each other out. And I think that's exactly what Crowder is doing, is helping out the future of whatever may be coming. That he doesn't want to see it happen. He doesn't want to see people get screwed over, that it's bad language to have, and calling them out on it. So that's where he's at with it. I admire.
Believe that?
No, I don't.
Well, they're accusing you of counter-offering.
But I understand that. But the first thing I thought was, I'm like, Crowder's already rich. You know what I mean? Like, I understand people are looking at contracts and
Not
money.
really like you think. I mean, if they want to do personal tax returns and business tax returns and the charitable givings, we can do that.
This is
we can do that. We
again.
can do it through a third party and seal them because I get private information. We can do that. Gerald will tell you.
This is again, people like why I care about the subject matter so much.
Yeah.
Running this business and making lots of money. I often say, for a guy like me, who growing up in Chicago and being close to the bottom of the totem pole as an American, which is great for the rest of the world. I mean, for the rest of America's awesome.
Right.
The poorest person is wealthy compared to everybody else.
Right.
But there's a certain point in terms of having things that I could have ever wanted, and it's a very, very low bar.
Right.
I'm making it once I got hired by Disney.
Yeah.
I'm going to change the world. I'm going to do everything I can.
This is wrong. Money. This is just a business. Look, it's not just a business. And by the way, when you're talking about business, find out what motivates the people you're in business with. I'm not motivated by money. That's not what motivates me. If you look back at the track record in 2009, it was because I wanted to see the system burn, meaning as far as the system that kept conservatives in line. And I mean the liberal system. But then when you realize that it's on your own side, not motivated by money. And by the way, don't leave someone with nothing to lose. The easiest situation is take the money, shut up. Second easiest is go bet on yourselves. You've seen the numbers that we've given you there. And guess what? You make more money, you shut up. The option of say no and say, look, this is wrong, and speak out is significantly harder than any of the other paths.
The two things I want to say is my point on the money was I view you in a similar way, that you're ideologically driven. That if you have the resources to do what you want to do and you're living comfortably and taking care of your family, beyond that, I don't see you as the kind of guy who's like, I don't have an infinity pool and 3 Ferraris in my garage. So when they say Crowder is just...
What's the infinity pool? Is that the edge?
It's where the edge goes off, like, and so, yeah.
It looks like a horizon.
No idea.
That sounds nice.
Right, but the question is, if you had the choice between an infinity pool and...
I'll be finishing up the rest of the trial tonight. I'll hit that thing probably here in about another 10 minutes or so. I don't see that this is going to go much longer. I understand the point that Crowder is making. And, to me, whether he's right or wrong, it doesn't matter. It does not matter. Because, he basically showed what your dark underpinnings of what people are like. That's what he showed. So whether he's right or wrong doesn't matter to me. I mean, I don't ever expect to be approached with big money like that. No. If someone came and offered me something that I've got to sign up for a 6-year deal, you're going to have to come with a hell of a lot more money than that. A hell of a lot more money than that. And I don't have the numbers that Crowder does, but that doesn't matter. Does not matter to me. Not all about it. I see where he's coming from. He's trying to make sure that the guys coming up behind him have a fighting chance to continue on. I'm not into whole movements, conservative movements and blah, blah, blah. I don't care. I mean, I don't like seeing, people that are out there saying something being quieted or silenced, I guess is the best way to put it. So whenever you get these, people like Eliza Blue, they're grifters. Laura Southern, Ian Miles Chung. These are people that they've built their following off of stealing other people's stuff, their ideas, their thoughts, and they'll spew that trope. They will spew that trope, but do they really believe it? My trope is live fast, die young. Kidding. I'm kidding. Just don't die. Dying would be bad. Dying would be bad. Okay, well, let's get back to this silly trial.
So you're telling me he was facing other charges he wasn't convicted of?
At that time, yeah. And he was at that time still facing charges for bank robbery. So those weren't convictions. I'm not asking him, and then you were convicted of it. It's in terms of what was happening.
Well, looky here. Looky here. Hello, Rabbit. I hope you had a wonderful time with the grandson. Really. I hope that you had an absolute blast. Chat, say hi to Rabbit. Give a big thumbs up to Rabbit, because Rabbit's back here just hopefully high on the hog. Good to see you, Rabbit. Really good to see you.
At the time that he decided to help himself, that he came up with this plan, at the time that he reached out to the prosecution, and at the time that he then testified and what it was in exchange for, and then the benefit he got for his testimony. And so because of that, that's the motive evidence. So it really falls outside of 90609, despite the fact that with that, he didn't limit himself to just an answer. He said what two of them were for, or one, he said, for bank robbery, when in fact, it was for things, bank robbery plus other things.
So you're saying other charges that he was not convicted for were dismissed?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And that was part of the agreement that he got based on for his testimony.
He got a letter, and as a result of the letter, things got dismissed.
I will say this. First of all, he was facing federal bank charges. There was no state pending disposition. There was nothing that I could do directly. I did write a letter on his behalf. If he wants to ask questions about the letter that the state wrote on his behalf, go for it. But what's that got to do with the specific crime, about the specifics, the specific facts about a particular bank robbery, or about any other particular crime? Now, if he wants to ask him, in addition to a bank robbery, were you facing other charges? If he was facing other charges, he can ask him about that. But he can't ask him about the facts of each one of those charges. Just, you're facing other charges. And what happened as a consequence of you assisting the state? And I wrote a letter. And that's all I could do. I didn't.
Dude looks so panicked over basically cutting deals with criminals to put this guy in jail. I mean, do I think Jensen did this shit? Yes. Do I think that this guy right here built his case on false pretenses? Abso-freaking-lutely. And yeah, this guy's rotten. This guy is rotten.
Range for any charges to be dismissed. And if charges were dismissed, I guess that's news to me. I didn't know the charges were dismissed. But if they were dismissed and he knows about it, but that's got nothing to do with the individual facts of what he, going in and robbing a bank or whatever.
My letter had nothing to do with this guy getting off. No, not a bit. It had nothing to do with it. I mean, come on. Could have had nothing to do with it. No. Oh, brr. I'm so offended that you would even think such a thing.
The other charges what he's talking about.
If I could respond just once more to that.
Go ahead.
With the bank robberies, he's testified before, and I believe he testified consistent with it. Those were acts of desperation. All that he had on the line when he committed those, and we compare that to what he had on the line when he saw Mr. Jensen and decided to help himself with this. And
I just want to say, this lady back here, she's cute. Cute. Very cute.
That goes also to whether or not some of these details of him being able to be considered an armed career criminal, which enhanced the amount of sentence that he was facing in the federal system of, I think, on one of them, 30 years to life. And so those details go to motive.
Well, you were getting not details of this crime, and there's not details of the state inquiry into, because I don't know anything about that stuff. I'm not a federal prosecutor. I will say this, Your Honor, his attorney reached out to me, and I wasn't interested in what he had to say because there's more, jail inmates wanting to talk about Mark Jensen. But then I heard the phone recordings.
Of course, all of them wanted to.
His attorney approached me. Then I heard these phone recordings that the court's going to be hearing next, not the ones the court's already heard, where he's talking about family members about this. Then I wanted to talk with David Thompson. So the only deal that was made with David Thompson was, you come forward, you testify truthfully, the state's going to write a nice letter on your behalf. I'm not a federal prosecutor. I couldn't promise him anything with regard to the federal charges. Now, he was clearly hoping to get something out of it. But the specific facts of those particular charges have nothing to do with his testimony, nothing to do with his credibility. What does have something to do with his credibility that he can inquire into without violating section 906.09 is, okay, you were facing federal bank robbery charges, and then there was also apparently some other charges. As I'm sitting here, I don't even know what they were. And as a consequence of your participation in coming forward, you got a deal on that. And what was the deal? And you can ask what the deal is. I think we've got a letter here somewhere that we wrote on Mr. Thompson's behalf.
I'm not interested in Mr. Jamboy's motivation.
Yeah, let's
I'm
see
interested
that
in Mr. Thompson's
letter.
motivation.
Let's see
And that's
that
what I
letter.
wanna
Call him
inquire
out.
in terms of what he knew, what he was facing at the time, and the reason for why he wrote to his mom, "It's time to help myself." And in the 90609 thing, I argue it's wide open when on direct it was elicited not just have you ever been convicted of things, how many times. He went into specifics, and it was an incomplete specific that he went into in terms of what he was there for. And so it's what he was actually there for and the seriousness of why he was there and all that was over him, motivating him to have to help himself.
Well, I agree with both of you.
Yeah.
Kind of a strange ruling, but here, 90609, it's pretty specific. It says you can't get into it once the defendant says, I have my prior convictions, and there's case law on it. I'm not going to say 90609 doesn't apply. I don't have that authority. I'm not the Supreme Court. But the defendant already said he was in for a bank robbery. We know that, but he didn't get into the actual specifics of his case or the facts. And that's where I think the defense is walking on in a ground where I'm not going to let them go. You can get into this deal that you think that he got. I'm not going to stop you from doing that. But you can't just get into the charges and start going into the factual basis of the charge. And that's what the state is objecting to. You're going to go and say, well, this is what he did. This is how the armed robbery happened. And basically tell the jury what I can't let you do. Now, you have an obligation to talk about credibility in the deal that he got. I'm not going to stop you there. But I'm going to stop you if you start saying, yeah, well, this is the armed robbery. Just like the question you asked before the objection came out. Well, I don't know the exact facts that you mentioned, but you started to get into specific facts of the armed robbery. And that's not where you're going to go.
I will just to complete my record on this.
Uh-huh.
I'd object to this limitation on a couple of ways. And in that November motion hearing that we talked about earlier in this jury trial, and the state talked about its motions in limine in particular. They said at that hearing, we don't have any problem with Judge Schrader's prior rulings except for these enumerated things. Okay, and all of this that I was about to ask him, all of this came in 2008. All of these
facts of the armed robbery.
Yes.
Yes.
John, here's the thing.
I have page citations
Yes.
for everything that I'm about to ask Mr. Thompson.
And was there an objection, and did the court actually have to rule on it? The fact is, in August 14th of 2017, the defense filed a motion to compel discovery of documents related to prosecution informant witnesses, and this witness is one of them. And with respect to David Thompson, their representation was at the time of the trial, David Thompson was awaiting sentencing on 2 federal bank robbery charges following a guilty plea, which he entered on January 14th, 2008. At the time, he was facing 68 years to life imprisonment, and Mr. Thompson testified that he did not believe that Mr. Jamboys had jurisdiction over his federal cases, which were in Illinois, but he'd already signed his plea agreement, and he'd not been offered anything in exchange for his testimony in the Jensen case. He did not receive any concessions from the U.S. attorney as a result of his cooperation. However, during an October 10th, 2007 interview with Mr. Thompson, Mr. Jamboys told Mr. Thompson he would be happy to write a letter to the judge describing Mr. Thompson's cooperation, participation, and his agreement to testify. Mr. Thompson also told his fiancée over the phone that he expected credit for his cooperation in the Jensen case. All of those things are appropriate to talk to him about on cross-examination. So he was apparently, at the time he was incarcerated, he had already pled to 2 bank robbery charges that had occurred in the state of Illinois. They were federal bank robbery charges. And at that time that he was being interviewed, or the time he was testifying in 2008, I was a special prosecutor in the state case of State versus Mark Jensen. So I would have no direct ability to influence that beyond doing what I promised to do, which is write him a letter and write a letter on his behalf, and which I did, and he's probably got a copy of that letter. And in that letter, I indicated that Mr. Thompson testified truthfully and that his testimony was important and that it benefited the state.
Let me look at that November 21st hearing again, just for a second here.
Yeah, pull it up. Come on.
I told you could get into anything in that hearing where I said you can get into the actual facts of the bank robbery. I told you could get into the convictions and the consideration that he got.
Well, I'm combining that with the representation from the state that the only things that they would be objecting to from prior rulings from Judge Schrader were enumerated in their motions in limine. And I believe you said there's plenty of impeachment with these bank robberies and all that he was facing. So I don't have it right in front of me.
I have it in front of me. I just read it.
I mean, this is motive. It's honestly with these the details of the bank robbery. There's later where he's lying to the FBI. That's 90608 sub 2 specific acts of untruthfulness that I'm allowed to ask about. It's all the details of what he was facing when that motivated him. I'm not asking. I'm not going through. We settled on 10, right, for prior convictions. The details I want to ask about are the ones that he was facing at the time that he reached out, that he wrote this letter to his kid's mom.
And like I said, I'm not going to deny it, but I don't think you can get into the facts of the conviction under 90609. Unless you got a case that says that the judge doesn't have to abide by that statute anymore.
Well, if I could have just a couple of minutes, because when the answer wasn't limited to just 10, it was a specific answer about what some of them were for. I believe that opens that
He
up.
didn't deny the 10. He didn't say 9 or 8 or 12.
Agreed. But then it was, what is it you were in the jail for? And he said bank robberies, or you were in the jail for bank robberies, and that's an incomplete answer. And it's it's the question that was asked, but it's
you can get him.
It's a misleading impression when he was actually there for bank robberies, for being felon in possession of a firearm, for marijuana possession, for theft of a firearm, for receiving stolen property, and for another theft in Wauwatosa in Milwaukee County.
Okay, Your Honor.
All of those things he was facing when he got to the Kenosha jail on September 6, 2007.
One more response, and then we're going to go. Go ahead.
My understanding is that he was in the Kenosha County Jail as a federal inmate, as part of a contract that we have with the federal government, and that on January 14th, 2008, he had pled guilty or no contest or whatever he pled to 2 bank robberies in the state of Illinois. And he was awaiting sentencing on those charges. And that's why he was in the county jail. Whatever Waukesha had nothing to do with his custodial status at the time that he was involved in his conversations with Mark Jensen. He was awaiting charges on bank robbery, and he was a federal inmate. So if there were charges in Waukesha County, that wasn't why he was in the Kenosha County Jail. He was in the Kenosha County Jail as a federal inmate, and he pled to that. He pled to 2 bank robberies on January 14, 2008, without any agreement from the state of Wisconsin, and without any agreement from the federal authorities. Apparently, he just pled to those 2 bank robberies. So,
all right. So what he's saying makes really, really good sense. So, and I could be wrong on this, and an attorney could probably tell you much better because they know how the system works. But from what I can understand, what the prosecutor is saying is basically he was just transferred in there. He was basically in holding for federal charges. That's it, holding for federal charges, which means that Waukesha, basically, he was being held. That's it. That's what the prosecutor is saying, is he's just being held as a federal prisoner. Although he's locked up in county, it's just a holdover period. It's sort of like if you're making a flight to Europe and you're supposed to be landing in England, but your flight gets held over in Chicago. That's basically what he is saying. Is, you know, it's just he wouldn't have to be here under normal circumstances. The only reason that he's here is because he's awaiting federal.
that's what he's being held for at the time that he was being interviewed that he was involved in this conversation with Mark Jensen. And and if it's about his motive, if it's about his credibility, his motive to assist the state, what he wanted from the state was a letter to the federal authorities describing his participation. That's all he got.
That's not a bad thing to ask for if you can do it. Just saying.
And so these other charges, first of all, apparently they were dismissed. He wasn't convicted of those charges, and if he was convicted of those charges, it's part of the 10 that he's already testified to. So he can't go into those things. He can go into the reasons that this witness may have wanted to assist the state.
I think that Mr. Jamboys is understating the influence a letter from a prosecutor in a homicide trial has on other cases in terms of its benefit, and that was
good call, defense.
Understated. I think this morning when Mr. Dillard was testifying in terms of it was just a letter or whatever it's going to be right now, and I think it's understated right now because it resulted in the Washington County thing where he was facing several years being just simply dismissed.
But did Mr. Jamboys write a letter to that prosecutor?
Yes, I believe so.
Your Honor, I wrote the 2 letters that I wrote are right here. I was chief legal counsel at the Wisconsin Department of Transportation. I wrote a letter on March 11, 2008, one to Attorney Clifford Green, who was, I believe, Mr. Thompson's defense attorney. And I wrote, and I'll file these as exhibits. Dear Attorney Green, I've been informed that you are the attorney representing David Thompson. I prepared this letter and would appreciate if you provided Judge Wayne Anderson prior to Mr. Thompson's sentencing. Thank you. Sincerely, Robert Jamboys. Then here's the letter that I attached. And this is a letter to the Honorable Wayne A. Anderson, Bloomberg Federal Courthouse in Chicago, Illinois. Dear Judge Anderson, it is my understanding that David Thompson will soon be standing before you to be sentenced for his role in 2 bank robberies. I don't know anything about the circumstances surrounding those 2 incidents. However, I do think you should know that David Thompson recently testified in the case of State of Wisconsin, State versus Mark Jensen, 02 CF 312 I have here, and it's actually 314. During the course of his incarceration in the Kenosha County Jail, Mr. Thompson became acquainted with Mark Jensen, who stood accused of the murder of his wife, Julie Jensen. Mr. Thompson testified in the Jensen case that Mark Jensen had solicited him to arrange to have a witness named Ed Klug, quote, sat on, unquote, or kidnapped in order to prevent Mr. Klug from testifying. The state had intercepted and recorded telephone conversations between Mark Jensen and various family members, which corroborated Mr. Thompson's testimony. I stress that Mr. Thompson never actually intended to participate in a kidnapping scheme. Rather, it was his intent to induce Mark Jensen to participate in such a scheme so that he could testify on behalf of the state in this matter. I believe that David Thompson testified truthfully in this matter. Furthermore, he was of substantial assistance to the state in the successful investigation and prosecution of this murder case. I do hope that you will consider this as a mitigating factor when deciding upon an appropriate sentence for Mr. Thompson. Now,
that is a nice letter to get.
And at that time, as I said, I was chief legal counsel at the Wisconsin Department of Transportation. I wasn't even a prosecutor anymore.
Damn,
but I had
that's
been
a good
a special
letter.
prosecutor in the Mark Jensen case. As you recall, I left to go off to be chief counsel at the DOT. Now, in terms of, he can ask Mr. Thompson what sentence he was expecting to get when he entered the plea, and then what sentence he got, and whether or not this letter was of benefit. But it really would be purely speculative for Mr. Thompson to try to anticipate the impact that this letter had on the judge. And it would also be purely speculative for this court to try to assess what impact this letter had on the judge. But I would move the first letter to the defense attorney in as an exhibit, and the second letter to Judge Anderson as an exhibit. I don't know what the exhibit numbers are, but I'll provide them to the clerk right now. And I'll
Is that the attorney that represented him on the federal charges?
Yes, sir. Attorney Clifford Green. I presume that it was. I don't know, but I wrote it to him, so I imagine I was told he was a defense attorney.
So we don't have any other letters that you wrote regarding Mr. Thompson for consideration. So why are you telling me there's another letter?
Well, it was my understanding that there was another letter detailing cooperation. Mr. Thompson is aware of that he received a benefit from it. The Washington County stuff all got dismissed.
Where's the letter?
Well, I don't have it in front of me. I don't have it. I believe that we are looking too far
We
down the road.
can't go on
The
speculation.
motive that makes this relevant is the information, the knowledge that Mr. Thompson had on September 6th, 2007, when he decided he would help himself by proposing this suggestion to Mark Jensen, and then by reaching out to the prosecutors. And all of that is his motive. I'm not suggesting that Mr. Jamboys contacted him in
There
advance
is
and
no
said,
honor
if you come up with a
amongst
plan, if you talk to Mark
thieves.
Jensen, this is what I'll do for you. I'm saying it's the other way around, that Mr. Thompson had storm clouds had gathered in terms of everything that he was facing, and he made a decision, and then whatever he got out of it with the state he got out of it, but the things that he was facing at the time that he made that decision is motive evidence, and that's always relevant.
I don't disagree with, he's getting a
He
deal, whatever
agrees,
legal term
yeah.
you want to use. Like I said, I'm not going to stop you from going there, but you're talking about some letter to a Waukesha court or judge that doesn't exist. It's not in evidence. We do have the 2 letters that Mr. Jamboys wrote. Obviously, that's all relevant.
You should have had that letter ahead of time, their defense.
Dismissed or not conviction. So everything you tell me is the opposite of 90609. If it's not a conviction, it's not coming in.
Because it's not 90609 evidence, because it's motive evidence.
I'm not stopping you as to motive that he got the consideration. So you can go there, but you're not going to get specific.
So if I just want to be clear, I understand where the court's drawing the line. Okay.
Please.
So I can get into what he was facing, not specific factual allegations of what he was
I
facing.
want you reading the criminal complaints is what I'm getting at. And that's what you started to do.
Well, actually, I mean, I
Yes.
said that he had robbed a bank
Come on.
during Illinois in the date. But if I,
That's what's in a criminal complaint.
yeah, it usually is.
Yes.
It ought to be. If it was a bank robbery from June of 2007, and this is the maximum penalty we're facing,
That's fine.
all okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
The things that he didn't testify
Yeah.
about that he was facing, maximum penalties, all fine?
If it's part of the deal, it's fine.
Wait, the things that he didn't testify about. What are you talking about? I don't understand what you're saying. I mean, my understanding is this: you can ask him what his motivation. He was facing significant imprisonment on 2 bank robbery charges at the time of his trial. At the time of the trial, where he testified in this case, he'd already entered pleas.
Now, just for you guys out there, arguing with this prosecutor is what it's like having an argument with my wife. Just put that in the back of your mind. So if you ever hear me railing about my wife, that would be why. My wife, being an attorney, she will argue. She will argue. It's not in a mean-spirited way, but she has a way of doing it. Man, oh man. Got to check out Tug. Be right back. Go check out Tug. Definitely. Come report back. Gosh, I love Tug. I hope Tug's doing good. Really, I do. That is a very flawed man, but so damned honest about it too. So I hope that Tug is doing well. And hell, maybe tell Tug, give me 1,000 subscribers. Get me monetized. I won't wear a red dress. Trust me, I won't wear a red dress. Would I wear a red dress on stream? No, I wouldn't do it. Would I wear a red dress? No. Sorry. This man doesn't wear dresses. Although I must say I have some very nice legs, but no, I would look like horrible. Maybe if you would have caught me like 30, 40 years ago, I might have looked pretty smoking for a chick, but no, that's not, that's not in the cards. Good to see you, Daisy girl. Really good. Yeah. Let us know what's going on with Tug, please.
Entered pleas to 2 bank robberies without any agreement from the state at all. It was an agreement between him and the federal authorities. And then, so he was facing sentencing at the time of this trial that he testified at in 2008. He hadn't entered the pleas at the time that he reached out to the state and was talking to us about his conversations with Mark Jensen. But he negotiated apparently some kind of an agreement with the federal authorities without utilizing anything from this office. And so at the time that he was testifying, he'd already pled to 2 bank robbery charges.
I don't care what he had pled to at the time of testifying. I care about what he was facing on September 6, 2007, when he put this plan into motion and came up with it to help himself.
We're done talking. You can get into the charges that he was facing. You can't get into the actual facts according to 90609.
Okay. So with the clarification that I asked for earlier,
I'm afraid to listen to you because we're going to continue.
It's all okay. I don't want to.
Yeah, don't harp on it. You won.
Like I said, you can't.
Shut
say,
up.
By the way, you were in a bank robbery. You're
good.
The state knew that.
Can't they?
You can. But in terms of other rulings in this case, especially when the state had represented at that hearing, that all fine with rulings from Judge Schrader. The ones we're not. We've got this enumerated list of motions in limine.
So, Your Honor, I just want to say this.
I'm sure
First
you'll
of all,
rely on that.
he's talking about these Washington County cases. The complaint in the Washington County case was filed on October 11th, 2007. So it was a month after he'd already been having these conversations with Mark Jensen. So there's no possible way that his ultimate whatever happened to him in Washington had anything to do with this. He didn't even know about the charges in Washington in September of 2007 because the charges weren't filed until October 11th, 2007.
It was to me. Nobody told me that.
So now, well, we just started looking it up because I had not thought he was going to be asked questions about this Washington because
Oh,
the
he
only
is
charges
pissed.
he was facing at that time were these charges, these federal bank robbery charges. He was there because
does
he was a
not
federal
wanna
inmate on these
lose.
2 bank robbery charges, which has nothing
Take
to
a
do with
picture.
Washington. And that's why
Hey,
this is
Nate.
so unfair. You know, we did have these rulings. We did have these arguments in advance. We're not supposed to be having this conversation now. And we're having the conversation because he ignored the court's ruling.
I'm shocked to find out the complaints were filed after.
They weren't. I mean, well,
Well, now you're telling me they weren't. It's got to be one or the other.
the filing
Come
date,
on.
the date of offense predates when he got there in terms of what he had been arrested
Where they
for.
filed. You guys got to have CCAP records.
The offense date was August 26,
I'm talking
2007.
about the offense date. I'm talking about when the complaint was filed.
The complaint was filed in October of 2007. His knowledge of what he'd been arrested for, what he was facing, and all predating
The complaints weren't even filed
his
yet.
testimony.
They weren't even filed. You're acting like he's on the Supreme Court of the United States. All this legal. If they were filed afterward, we're not going to get into them.
See,
if I could have
you
just a
should
minute
have
to-
shut the hell
I'm going
up.
to give you a minute to get ready and I'll bring out the jury. I'll let you make your record. I think that was patient enough.
Gary, you
Okay,
there.
bring out the jury.
Ah, go on. Bring out the jury.
Appearances are the same.
Yes.
You testified on direct that when you got to the Kenosha County Jail on September 6, 2007, you were there because of federal bank robberies, correct?
Look at this smile. Oh, he knows. He knows. Oh, I am going to be able to just ching, write this stuff off for future reference.
Yes.
Do you know what you were facing in those federal bank robberies?
Well, the maximum penalty was 20 years apiece, but I was only facing like 5 years.
You only thought you would get like 5 years.
Well, I figured it out through the sentencing guideline sheet that according to all my convictions, I was only looking at the maximum of 60 months.
Okay. You were facing 20 years for each bank robbery, correct?
Well, that's what the charge carries, yeah. But when you do your federal guidelines timesheet, it tells you exactly how much time you'll be getting for whatever charge you have.
When you were in the Kenosha jail, facing years in prison on these bank robberies, you had a child at home with your fiance, correct?
Yes.
That's who Kim was, your
Yes.
fiance?
Well, no, she wasn't my fiance. She was just my girlfriend. We weren't engaged or anything.
How long have you been in custody as of September 6, 2007?
September 6th, I had just got into custody then.
Fair to say that money was tight at home?
Yeah, somewhat.
Mm-hmm.
You know, actually, yeah, somewhat. I think more so I was just being greedy. That's all.
You were being considered an armed career criminal.
It was in consideration.
An armed career criminal would make you face 30 years to life.
In feds, yes, absolutely.
You got there on September 6th, and we heard these phone calls that were dated September 11th and September 12th, right?
Oh, rabbit. That is a very good question. So let me address this full screen here. Did I find a place out in the country this weekend? No. So the place that we looked at that was out in the country was so remote and so far removed from civilization. My wife was, hell no. This is too far out here, which is fine. I'm cool with being really remote. But she also did make some eyelash in the eye. Ouch, ouch, ouch. She did make a very good point. And her point was this. We're far enough away that just to get basic supplies, I mean, we're talking just like a gallon of milk, something like that, that you're going to be looking at going at least an hour and a half round trip, just simple, getting a gallon of milk. And because she has a law firm that she operates, that's something as remote as what we had looked at. Now we hit sort of an arc, like here's the top part of it, here's the bottom part of it, and then everything in between. Just sort of getting drive times. It was so far out that for us just to get set up and situated would have been so expensive. And that's one of the things that we had to consider is this an area that's going to build up enough where you're going to maybe even just get like a convenience store that's, a few miles away where you can, just mom and pop convenience store. You can pull up over there. You can grab, some milk, some eggs, and you're off to the races or something like that. Maybe you just need to get some toilet paper. But because it was so far out there that it wouldn't be worthwhile. Takes an hour round trip, so I go every 4 to 6 weeks. Exactly. And that was sort of her point. It makes it difficult for her because being a practicing attorney, there is a possibility that she would have to get to Atlanta on a regular basis, and the amount of time that it would take for her just to get, for example, to an airport to catch a quick flight to fly into Atlanta, the drive time would have been not worth it. It was very, very remote. We're talking very remote. So it wouldn't have worked well for her. So we looked at some property that was a little bit more closer to a city center. And it's very helpful because we've got a few sections that we're looking at on the coast, like in Georgia and South Carolina area, because she is licensed in South Carolina also. So we had to, we're sort of working our way. She also wants to be closer to her niece and nephew, which are 3, 4, and 3, something like that. They're really, they're still little ones. But as they get older, she wants to spend more time, be there for birthdays and, dance recitals, all that kind of stuff. So, because we don't have kids of our own. So she wants to be closer to them. And this is as far as she wanted to look for now. She's going to look at some because she has a conference coming up like in May or something like that. Then she's actually going to look at some places while she's there. Unless I go with her, which I don't know if I'm going to be able to. But her concern is she doesn't want to be driving hours just to go visit nephews. She wants to be able to just jump in the car, go for a couple hours, and maybe spend the night and then head back home. So she's not looking to do long drives. She's keen to that. Not that Atlanta is bad where we live in Atlanta. It's still considered Atlanta, but it's on the outskirts of Atlanta. It's like unincorporated DeKalb County, but they still, my address is still, has Atlanta in the address. It's easy for us because she has an office that she uses it for conference rooms, and I think she has a deposition next week that, it's just one of the perks that she gets. We've got somebody that will actually intake the mail, pick it up from the post box. It's the because we share a space with somebody else, so they can actually toss. She tosses them a few $100s. She has like a small office. I have like a cubicle that I go into whenever we have to be in the office. But that would be something we'd be giving up if we had to do that, if we had to move. So our concern was basically just finding something that we could relocate the whole firm to another location, get our mail there, still continue on with the same business that we're doing. So yeah, took you 4 years to find your farm? I imagine so. It is hard. It is really hard, but we've gotten narrowed down quite a bit. She and after this trip, I think she decided she likes being a little bit closer to a city, not so close that, you've got like a 1/4 acre lot and you're stacked up on top of one another. She doesn't want to be that close. But she wants to have a little room to plant and to grow. Probably, she says she wants to do homestead, and I'm like, okay, well, are you able to do this stuff on your own? And she goes, well, yeah, I guess not. I don't really have that kind of talent. I'm sure she would learn it if she needed to. She keeps talking about wanting to do like a goat farm. I'm like, oh, well, that's up to you. That's interesting, but I've worked a farm before. It's not fun. It is up at the crack of dawn. There is not a whole lot of time to be on your own. Yeah, you have some downtime, But, if you're working a farm, you're actually working constantly. And, if you're trying to run a law firm and work a farm, forget that. That's not going to happen. It is. Because if your work is giving you 8 hours, 10, 12 hours of work that you've got to complete in a day, you've just eliminated almost your entire day, doing, your law firm work. When are you going to find time to do, the actual farm work? You've got to feed, you've got to milk, you've got, breeding, you've got all that kind of stuff. Routines are hard to keep up. Yes. It's not easy. I mean, God bless my grandmother. She was so spot on. I mean, we're talking, my grandfather raised hogs, and he had land that he would basically rent out to local farmers because he didn't take care of the land unless they asked him to. Like, they would pay him a certain amount of money. He would go out there and plow their fields. But I think he had something like 30, 40 acres in various spots. It might be a couple acres here and like 5 acres there and 10 acres over there. And so he would go and he would plow it, mow it. If they wanted him to seed it, he would seed it. And he got basically paid for doing that kind of work. But on top of that, he would basically lease his land out for keeping it busy. But his stuff was, he raised hogs. You'd fatten them up, take them to the slaughterhouse, and, sell off the meat, sell them, Yeah, I think there was a picture somewhere of my mother whenever she was a child with a big hog. And we're talking, you got a 10, 11-year-old child and you've got a hog. The hog is like almost, 4 times the height of that child. Damn, hogs are big. Whenever they're big, they're big. So he raised hogs, and then at some point, I think it was after my grandmother got her legs snapped in two by just a hog just brushing up against her, that he was like, yeah, maybe I should stop doing this. But they raised chickens all the time. I mean, my grandmother, I can remember as a young child, my grandmother going, well, let's go get some dinner. And she'd walk over there and she'd, grab a hen and just snap the neck, take the head off, let it do its little number in the yard, which is quite freaky for a kid. But, and then as she's walking back, she's, plucking it. She'd have that thing like completely plucked. And by the time that she got back, that thing, its feet were gone. It's ready to be basically washed, cleaned up. She'd, gut it all out. Guts would go into, a bin to feed the hogs, and, you'd have fried chicken for the evening. She was quick. We're talking like, 5-minute walk from where she was at. She's walking along, just plucking the chicken, getting it ready, prepping it. I was like, wow, there was nothing better than grandma's fried chicken. Fried chicken, collard greens, meat, grow veggies and meat. Yes. My wife grows veggies really well, but I don't know if she can bring herself to actually, she probably could. She was raised around hunters, so she would be fine, field stripping a deer. That wouldn't bother her. My grandparents, they had a cellar, and they would, strip out the deer, and my grandmother would be over there with a big old meat grinder, just all the stuff that was going to be put into nice big fat packages, and that would last them, through the winter. She'd give it away. There was nothing like getting some of my grandmother's venison burgers, and she would do, venison steaks, and yeah, venison was awesome. It was a joy to have that kind of meat. Whitetails around Indiana where my grandparents were. But let's continue on with this. We ain't got that much longer.
Yes.
On September 8th, 3 days before that first phone call, you wrote a letter to Kim, right?
Yes.
In that letter, you said, it's time to help myself.
Yes.
And by the time you wrote that letter, you had already put together a plan.
Somewhat of a plan, not a solid plan.
Because on the second or third day that you were in the jail, you learned that Mark Jensen was a defendant in a high-profile case.
Boom.
Yes.
Busted.
And you knew people had been beating up Mark Jensen.
Yes.
Oh.
You knew he was getting beaten up and that people were taking his canteen money.
Yes.
And I don't know if everyone knows what canteen money is, but that's money for coffee, sandwiches, toothbrush, soap, really anything you might want to buy at the jail, right?
Yes.
And you knew that people were just kind of taking this stuff from him.
Yes.
You knew he had been beaten up for not giving people his food.
Yes.
You approached him and you wanted him to make a phone call for you.
Yes.
And he didn't, right?
Yes.
And you hit him.
No, I didn't hit him.
You said you had a little altercation with him?
Yeah, he promised me on three separate occasions that he would make this phone call to me, and I told him either you're going to do it or don't do it. Don't keep lying to me. And that's what.
Oh, so imagine this. You get your ass thrown in prison. I don't ever suggest doing something that we get your ass thrown in prison, but you're not a fighting person. You do basically, you know, you are accused of eating somebody. You get thrown in prison, but you're just a banker. I mean, the most workout that you've done is push a lawnmower across your lawn. And these are guys that, you know, they've been scrapping their entire life. Who do you think is going to win in this fight? Brains do not always beat bronze, especially whenever you've got brawn like this guy. This is a big old boy right here. I'll tell you, one of the guys I worked with at Honda, he was, oh, Jesus Christ, 6'5", 6'7". I mean, just enormous weight. And he played, I think he played college football for a short period of time until he blew out his knee. This is a big boy, and he could hit hard. Oh my God, he was so big. But the nicest person you ever met. I actually ran into him the other day. He's dropped quite a bit of weight. He slimmed up, and you know, we made jokes about it. But yeah, you do not want to mess with one of these big old boys. They'll scrap with you just to scrap with you. They're criminals, for God's sakes.
It's your testimony that you did not hit him.
No, I shoved him. I didn't hit him.
You wanted him to call your fiance for you.
Yes.
And by the third time after the altercation, he made the call?
Yeah, I think a couple days later he made the phone call for me, yeah.
You asked again. You shoved him, and then he made the call?
No, not in that fashion. No, he didn't make the call until after I apologized to him and we became somewhat closer.
You told him, don't play with me?
I told him stop lying to me.
You stole his commissary too.
No, I never stole anything from him. You didn't have to steal anything from him. He would give it away freely.
He made a phone call.
Yeah,
took the phone
keep
from
his
him,
ass from getting kicked.
No.
God. Jeez.
You didn't take the phone from him?
No, I didn't take the phone from him. He gave me the phone. I didn't take it from him.
You decided to try to suggest a plan to Mark Jensen and then report it to the prosecutor.
No.
So what defense is trying to do is make it out like basically all these people are taking advantage of the situation. That's how they're trying to make it sound. It's working, maybe.
You were going to try to convince Mark Jensen to get involved in a plot, right?
No. I was just trying to trick Mark Jensen out of some money. That was my only plan.
That was how you're going to help yourself?
No, if you let me finish it, I'll explain to you how I was going to help myself. I wanted to trick Mark out of the money. That was the initial plan. Once everything got recorded on the telephone, my lawyer told me that that they recorded all the phone calls, and he told me to come forth and be truthful before I end up getting a different charge. And that's why I came forth and told everything that happened as it did. I wasn't gaining anything from telling the truth other than preventing myself from getting another charge.
Oh, that is motivation.
This plan about Ed Klug to him.
No. I didn't even know Ed Klug, so how could I suggest a plan to him?
After you remember testifying in this case before?
Yes.
January 14th, 2008, counselor directing you to 107. Question, well, you're the one who suggested that. Answer, okay. Question, true. Answer, if that's, yeah. Is that your testimony?
Could you repeat that, please?
Question, well, you're the one who suggested that. Answer, okay. Question, true. Answer, if that's, yeah.
Well, I mean, suggested what? What are you saying I suggested?
Uh-huh.
The question
He's looking at defense right now.
Question, well, it was your idea from what you've testified to that you were going to talk to him about getting rid of a witness, right? Answer, I wouldn't say I really initiated that plan. I just went along with what he was talking about and fed it to him.
Absolutely, I did that.
Yeah.
You fed him the details.
No, I didn't feed him details. He asked me a series of questions, and I gave him the answers that I thought he would accept in order for me to get the payment.
Mark Jensen had told you that Ed Klug was lying, right?
He said he was lying, but if he was lying, why do you want to get rid of him?
You tried to get Mark to put money in your commissary.
I asked him. Yes, I didn't force him. I asked him.
Uh-huh.
You tried to get Mark to give you $500.
Sure. Come on. Come on. You know you want to take care of me. You take care of me, I'll take care of you. Let's see how this works out, son.
Yeah, I tried to trick him out of $500. Absolutely.
You tried to get Mark to involve himself so you could help yourself with your pending charges.
No, Mark involved himself when he mentioned to me that he needed something to happen to the guy that was testifying against him. That's when he involved himself. I didn't mention that to him.
You testified on direct about what your lawyer told you to keep doing, right?
My lawyer told me to shut up before I got myself in trouble.
Yeah.
Your lawyer told you just keep talking to Mark about your plan.
No, well, where'd you read that at? You see my lawyer with that statement?
It's hard to trust criminals because criminals
Recorded interview with the prosecutors on
lie.
October 10th,
They're
2007.
professional liars.
Yes.
At the top.
Let me get to it here, please. Oh, here we go, page 4. Starting with what?
Starting with probably the fourth sentence. So I go to court and I mentioned it to my lawyer, Mr. Green. And he said, well, just keep talking to him. And if something comes up, just let me know.
Right. There you go. That's what happened. Right. Wasn't like you said.
And so what you did is you just kept talking to him and finally he agreed he would pay.
Well, no, he did all that before I even talked to my lawyer. All that occurred prior to that.
Well, the sentence after what I just read from October 10th, 2007.
Oh, he's
says,
nervous
so I kept
now.
talking to him, and finally he agreed he would pay to have the dude held or push come to shove, completely taken out of the picture.
Yeah, those were his words. Yes.
So you just kept talking to him.
Jimmy.
No, he agreed long before that. He brought the idea to me. He said he needed something done to him, which was guy that was testifying against him.
Somebody is a good witness. Was watching this earlier.
Did you see those words in there, right? Where I said I might be able to help you with that, right? You do see that in there, right?
Yeah.
Your plan was you were going to keep Mr. Klug.
He is a good witness, but defense is doing a pretty good job on calling him out. He's sweating. He is sweating right now because the way the defense is framing this, if you're watching, the way that he's framing this is that everybody was using this guy as basically he has money. We can get shit out of him because he does not know. He couldn't fight his way out of a wet paper bag. So yeah, they're going hard on this guy. Don't know how it'll turn out, but I mean,
In his house until any trial was over.
Absolutely.
A 6-week trial.
Jimmy, I like the logo. I really like that logo. That's good. I like that. That's pretty. That's new. I like that. Nice. Very good.
It was all fictitious. It never was going to happen. I just wanted the money.
Your plan was this would all happen for $1,000.
Yeah, that's what I told him.
You're gonna kill somebody for $1,000.
No, I was locked up. How was I going to do anything to anyone?
No money ever exchanged hands, did it?
Nope.
So you never got your canteen money?
The deal was that Mr. Jamboys was going to write a letter to the federal sentencing court, right?
Yeah, there was no deal.
That's not a deal.
That was not a deal. It was a deal when you put your signature on something and the judge and you accept it. That's a deal. I didn't do any of that.
On October 10th, 2007, you met with Mr. Jamboys, right?
Yes.
And in that discussion, he said he'd be happy to write a letter to the judge describing your participation and agreement to testify, right?
No, not in agreement to testify, but in agreement for my cooperation during the process of the trial.
Uh-huh.
The agreement was for me to be truthful about what happened on the telephone calls. That's what the agreement was. That's what kept me out of further trouble. Is testifying to the telephone calls.
Wait a second. What further trouble?
Page 72 of...
It's screets, man. It's screets.
Starting at the bottom line, going into the top of page 73. Question. And at that time, Mr. Jamboys told you that he had told your attorney, and he's telling you this, that he had told your attorney he'd be happy to write a letter to the judge describing your participation in the case, your cooperation with the authorities in the case, and your agreement to testify. Answer, yes. Question, right? Answer, yes, yes.
Worst part is it probably says something really dirty. That's okay. I don't care.
Well, as you said, he told my attorney that, not me.
And you were part of this October 10th, 2007 recorded interrogation.
With my lawyer and Mr. Jamboys? No.
That's when this
all
was,
three of us?
That's
No.
when this was said.
That probably was just me and my lawyer.
You were required to be truthful to any question posed by Mr. Jamboys, right?
So any question posed by anyone in the court?
In order to get this letter from Mr. Jamboys, you had to be truthful, correct?
Of course.
Truthful was as determined by Mr. Jamboys.
No, truthful as in determined by my phone calls. Because if I had attested to anything other than what was on those phone calls, I would have got charged with perjury.
That's good.
The federal sentencing
Good
court had the
response.
ability to sentence you up to 40 years, correct?
They had the ability, but they never do.
They were considering, at the time that you came up with this plan, considering you an armed career criminal, correct?
Yes.
Where you'd be facing 30 years to life.
Absolutely.
30 years to life. That's a long time.
All of this testimony and this plot was part of the plan to help yourself.
No, and I'll tell you why. I was never in possession of a firearm. I never used a firearm in the commission of my crime. The firearm was found at my house, which was later on determined to be in possession owned by Kim Nicholas, my girlfriend. It was her gun. Only thing I was charged with was having a half a pound of weed and a bank robbery.
Should we have a brief sidebar?
Ooh, plot. Yep. Look at the judge. Look at the judge is just like, yeah, they found me with a half a pound of weed. Dude, a half a pound of weed, that's a lot of freaking weed. Half a pound. Dude, half a pound. Let me put this into perspective, okay? New Year's Eve, I won't say where this actually happened, but there was just a local person that we knew that might have like had some really good drugs. So a friend of mine, won't name any names here, calls me up, says, hey, we're going to go hang out at X's house. X happens to be a dealer. So we got this invite. We're going to go hang out. You know, it'll be cool. They got some spiked punch. We'll probably get just completely wasted. So my friend's friend and his girlfriend at the time later became his wife. We all go to this nice little party. And I get invited to the back room. It's like, come on, let's go check this out. Dude opens up a garbage bag. One of those big black construction grade garbage bags. And it is loaded with weed. And that's not all. He's got 4 different types of weed. We're talking big, fat, honking butts. Okay. And if you pick up one of these bags, it probably weighed, I don't know, maybe half a pound. Maybe. Because weed is nice, fluffy stuff. It's not really heavy until you pack it down. Yeah. And then, of course, X's girlfriend, which was a meth head, I believe, at the time or something. She was on something. She started flipping her shit. And, of course, that meant that the cops were going to be called. Yeah, we left pretty soon thereafter because this guy had been pulled over. Interesting story about this guy. He was he would go to a methadone clinic to make sure, because he was a heroin addict also. He would go and get his methadone, make sure that his girlfriend would have his fix set up for him. So as soon as he got out of the methadone clinic, he would go and do his little, yeah. He actually ran into somebody, rear-ended them, and his girlfriend's son was in the car with him at the time. So he sits his drink up on top, which was, I believe, a scotch, and he just unloads all of the pills and tablets and weed and everything that he's got and gives it to his girlfriend's son, says, go take these home to your mother. Oh, and finishes off his drink and hands it to him and says, and make sure you take that too. Dude spent 1 day in jail. 1 day in jail. That's it. Did I say that he might have had a very influential father? Just imagine this judge, if his son was into that kind of stuff. How much time do you think that boy would spend? Just saying. Powerful people's sons get away with a lot of shit. Anyhow, let's continue on with it. Not always. Not always in the hood. I know it wasn't in California. Of course, California is pretty much all hood anyway.
All right, there are the courtroom. Go ahead, Mr. Perry.
I didn't ask, but we just got incomplete details about what he was facing in terms of the felon in possession of a firearm and the possession of marijuana charge that I was not supposed to go into details on. And because he's gone into it, I believe I'm entitled to ask details about that.
Yes.
State want to say anything?
Your Honor, this was in response to the question about whether he was going to be charged as an armed offender in the federal charges, in the federal case against him. And he was responding that he had not used a gun in the federal charge against him, in the federal case against him. So there was no possibility of him being an armed offender in the federal. Now, Mr. Thompson apparently isn't.
Come on.
He's not aware that the stuff in Waukesha is off limits, so he made some reference to a gun in his residence. That's got nothing to do with the federal charges.
He's been sitting right here this entire time.
Well, he did mention the firearm. So
yes.
If it's connected to the robbery charge, you can get into that.
It's not connected to the robbery charge, Your Honor, except that it's connected to whether he'd be deemed a federal armed criminal. Because if it's under the federal guidelines, and I don't even know what they are because I don't do federal cases, apparently if you're an armed career criminal, then suddenly you're looking at 30 years to life in prison.
I don't know,
But
maybe.
remember, at the time that Mr. Thompson testified in 2008, he'd already entered a plea on January 14th, 2008 to 2 charges of bank robbery without any armed criminal career offender status.
But I understand where you're going. The problem I got, the genie's out of the box now when he talked about weed and the firearm to the jury.
The weed and the firearm is from Washington County.
And that's what I'm saying.
He hadn't even been charged yet. When he was talking with Mark Jensen and he was on the phone about this stuff, he hadn't been charged with anything in Washington.
I understand, but he just mentioned it to the jury.
Yes.
So I'll give you
There you
little
go.
bit. We're not going to get into 2 hours of questioning
Well, I
about
hope not. It's part of the federal sentencing guidelines. That's all part of it. So.
just a little bit. I'll let you go because he mentioned it. So let's bring back the jury.
Come on, get the jury back in here. Make it go. Make it go fast. Judge is not happy. Get Judge. Sit. Judge has to take a little pee break.
That's from an offense dated 9 days before you got. My math is bad. 11 days before you got to the Kenosha County Jail, isn't it?
No, actually, when I got arrested on a Friday, they went to my house that Monday and conducted a search, which is when they found the marijuana and the pistol at my home. As I said, the pistol belonged to my girlfriend at the time, and the marijuana was mine. So they charged me with the marijuana and threw out the pistol case.
You told the FBI in that case that you stole that gun from a drug dealer.
Yeah, I told the FBI quite a few things.
Absolutely. You lied to protect your family?
Yes.
You didn't want your fiance to be charged with any of that.
Well, well, not just that, but she really had nothing to do with what happened. It was all me.
Now, that case, the disposition of it would have affected your federal sentencing guidelines, correct?
It would have, yes.
That would have drastically increased it.
Yes.
In that case alone, you were facing 14 years for the felon in possession charge of a firearm.
Yes.
7 years for the marijuana.
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor. There's no evidence that the Washington case has anything to do with this case.
By ruling, and so we're going to continue limited in this area, I said.
All of that was known to you when you wrote to your fiance, Kim, recognizing Mark Jensen in the jail, learning who he was, that it was time to help yourself. Isn't that true?
To some degree, not totally true. Some of it. Because prior to I had those charges when I arrived here, and I had those charges resolved before this Mark Jensen case even took place. I had already pled to that in January.
Right. I'm talking about September 6, 2007.
Well, like I said, September is the only reason I agreed then is because of what was on the telephone. I couldn't beat that. I mean, you can't deny what's recorded. So I had to tell the truth about that. I was bound to tell the truth on that.
So you'll lie when you can, but not when you can't get away with it?
Objection, argumentative.
Ouch.
Known to you on September 8th.
Ouch.
That's when you wrote the letter. It's time to help myself, right?
Somewhere around there, yeah, I guess, yeah.
No further questions.
Any further redirect, Mr. Jemwick?
So, Mr. Thompson, what are you facing right now?
Oh, nothing. I've been out of jail a long time now. I've had several businesses and doing quite well.
So where were you supposed to? You're here today in this courtroom. Where were you planning to be today before you were told you got to come to court?
Oh, I had school. I'm in school for human services. And missed class today.
You missed class to be here?
Yes.
And what were you in school for?
Human services. I'll be a drug counselor.
And you said you had a number of
Good
occupations.
job.
Tell us about your employment history over the last 5 years or so.
Once I got released from federal prison in 2010.
Judge, I do object to this being outside the scope.
Well, you attacked his credibility. I think the state can go back into it. So let's go.
Oh yeah, I agree. Yeah. Dude, I'm impressed. Dude got out of prison, did armed robbery, comes back. Dude, that's like that right there is the human arc right there. I like this guy. I really like this guy. Did bad shit, got out, straightened his act up, and actually, did good. I like that.
So once you got out of federal prison in 2010.
Yeah, well, I would say 2014.
2014.
I went back for a revocation. So since 2014, I've been self-employed.
So tell us about the first way you were self-employed when you first got out of prison.
The first business I had was a cleaning service in Madison, Wisconsin. I started cleaning dormitories at UW-Madison.
And,
Nice.
when would you do
Good
that? How much
job.
did that pay?
$40 an hour.
For cleaning dormitories?
Yeah.
Whoa.
And how long did you do that for?
About a year.
And then what did you do?
I had a transportation company, RCT Express, where I had a Sprinter van delivering loads cross country.
And who drove the van?
I did.
And how long did you do that for?
About 3 years.
And
Nice.
so that was up until about 2018 or so?
Yeah.
And then what did you do?
I had another job. I worked at I had Northwoods Property Management. I had a contract with them to clean cottages and cabins on the weekends for $50 an hour. And I worked at Merrill Iron and Steel in Wausau, and I made $26 an hour there during the week.
And how long did you keep those two jobs?
Until I moved back here in Milwaukee in 2019.
And when you moved back to Milwaukee, what were you doing?
I worked at the Hampton Inn Hotel downtown. I was a head maintenance man down there.
And when did you leave that job?
When I started my own cleaning company back up again. Elite Cleaning Services is what I do now and outside of school.
So you're doing two things. You're going to school and you're running Elite Cleaning Services?
Yes.
So tell us what Elite Cleaning Services does.
Power washing, clean apartments for residential move-in, move-outs for CEOs that come in from out of town and they rent various apartments. Once they leave, I go in and I clean them up.
Now, do you clean up yourself or do you have people working for you to clean?
I do everything myself.
And how much you get paid for doing that?
$40 an hour.
So you've got this Elite Cleaning Services that pays $40 an hour. You're going to school.
Yes.
And how many days a week do you go to school?
3 days a week, full time.
So you're going to school full time.
Yeah.
And you're working full time.
Yeah.
I'm impressed. I like hearing this. Yes.
So today all you're getting for testifying is the inconvenience of coming here and missing work and school.
Missing my class, yeah.
Telling the jury the truth?
Absolutely.
Were you telling the jury the truth back in 2008?
Yes, when I testified to what was on those phone calls, absolutely.
Now, you did go to before a federal judge and you did get sentenced on the bank robbery charges, right?
Yes.
Now, you were expecting to get, before you provided any testimony in this case, you were expecting your attorney and you were expecting you're going to get about 5 years?
Yeah.
That's what you were expecting to get?
Yeah, according to the federal sentencing guidelines, I was facing 5 years, yeah.
Damn. Good witness. You're right, Jimmy.
I'm going to show you two letters, one marked S77 and one marked S78, and I'm going to provide them to you and then I'm going to ask you questions about them, okay?
Okay.
Good job.
Have you read them both?
Yes.
Okay, do you remember ever seeing those letters before?
Yes, my attorney had them. I had a copy of them as well back then. I don't have it now.
Let me. Now, did your attorney show you these letters before you were sentenced by in the federal courts?
Yes.
And the federal judge was the Honorable Wayne Anderson in the Bloomberg Federal Courthouse?
Yes.
So this letter that I wrote to attorney, and who wrote the letters that you were reading? Who signed these letters?
Oh, you did.
And so the first letter is to Attorney Green. It reads, Dear Attorney Green, I've been informed that you are the attorney representing David Thompson. I prepared this letter and would appreciate it if you would provide it to the judge, Wayne Anderson, prior to Mr. Thompson's sentencing. Thank you. Sincerely, Robert Jamboys. That was the letter that your attorney received?
Yes.
And then enclosed in that letter was this letter. Dear Judge Anderson, it is my understanding that David Thompson will soon be standing before you to be sentenced for his role in 2 bank robberies. I don't know anything about the circumstances surrounding those 2 incidents.
Yeah, we already heard those.
From just this letter detailing that he.
So go ahead, Mr. Jamboys.
So I'll start at the beginning of the second paragraph. Between Mark Jensen and various family members, which corroborated Mr. Thompson's testimony. I stress that Mr. Thompson had never actually intended to participate in a kidnapping scheme. Rather, it was intent to induce Mark Jensen to participate in such a scheme so that he could testify on behalf of the state in this matter. I believe that David Thompson testified truthfully in this matter. Furthermore, he was of substantial assistance to the state in the successful investigation and prosecution of this murder.
Objection, Judge, in terms of what Mr. Jamboys is currently reading. If you could explain it sidebar, I'd be happy to.
We're going to stop here, Mr. Jamboys, from you reading.
Well, I'll just go to the final sentence. I do hope that you will consider that as a mitigating factor.
There was an
when deciding upon the appropriate
objection.
sentence for Mr. Thompson. Now, is that the letter that I wrote on your behalf to Judge Anderson?
Yes.
And you were happy to receive that letter?
Absolutely.
And that letter is consistent with representations I made to you, isn't it? In the October 10th, 2007 interview that occurred?
Yes.
Objection.
And at that interview, do you remember who was present in the room when I interviewed you?
I think it was
Defense
you,
is
Angie.
going to hammer them on
Yes.
any
And
sort of
Detective Miles
appeal.
did? Yes. I request this be marked as, that this interview be marked as, I guess, Exhibit S79.
Dude, I have a feeling for the defense. They're sitting there going,
Would you like to know
objection.
the impact that that letter had on my sentencing?
You know, that's a good question. That's a good point. Yes. What sentence did you get from the federal judge?
It had no weight. Judge, had you pulled the federal files, you would see that Judge Anderson said clearly that what happened in Wisconsin, he has no jurisdiction over.
So what sentence did you get?
They gave me 47 months.
Pretty consistent with the guidelines.
Pretty consistent with the guidelines, just a little bit under the guidelines.
Well, the guidelines would have been 60 months, right?
Right, yeah.
So maybe 13 months off. The judge didn't completely ignore me.
Yeah, I mean, I went to jail in 2000 and I was home in 2010.
Yeah.
I mean, 2008 and I was home in 2010.
Federal judges aren't the only judges that disregard me, just so you know. So,
Slam.
So in this interview, you and I mean, I did ask you questions about the conversation you had with Mark Jensen, didn't I?
Yes.
So let's be clear, because you were asked questions on cross about this. Who first raised this issue about getting rid of or sitting on Ed Klug?
Oh, he did. Mark Jensen did.
So what was the context in which he raised the issue about getting rid of Ed Klug?
Me? I just tried to
listen carefully. What was the context in which he raised the issue of getting rid of Ed Klug? What was the conversation? What were you talking about when he raised this issue about getting rid of Ed Klug?
He was worried that because we had been talking and I kept seeing a worried look on his face. And he been like asking what's the problem. He said, I'm worried about this guy's going to testify against me. And that's when we went into the conversation and came out with what he wanted to do.
He told you the guy's coming to court against me, but he's lying.
Yeah.
And what did you say in response to him telling you he's coming to court, but he's lying?
I can't say exactly what I said, but it was something to the extent that I might be able to help you with that.
Well, you recall telling him, I said, well, if he's lying, then why would you want him out of the picture? Then if he's lying, the court might see that he's lying, and that would be that. You recall telling him anything like that?
Yeah.
Sure you did.
And what did you say after you suggested, well, if he's lying, then why do you want to get him out of the picture?
He never changed his stance on it.
Who was the first person to raise the proposal or suggest getting rid of Ed Klug?
Mr. Jensen.
So you're not the one who initiated that. He is.
He is, yes.
After he was complaining about Ed Klug coming to court and lying against him.
Yes.
That was your statement then. That's your statement now.
Absolutely.
Yes. All right, come on.
About getting rid of Ed Klug. Was it? I'm not clear on this. Was it your intention at that point to try to get $500 out of him, or was it your intention to try to get him to commit to this proposition so you could use it with your lawyer?
Well, initially I wanted to get the money out of him, but once I found out that everything we talked about had been recorded and it was going to be used against me, my attorney told me that, look, you better just go in there and tell the truth.
Yeah, good. Defense is having a hard time with this one. Son, don't you get yourself that there swing blade, okay? Come on.
Cross-examiner had asked you about this question, and I'm directing court counsel's attention to the transcript for the trial testimony. Was it January 8th? January 14th? Question: would it be fair to say you talked to your lawyer about it, right? Answer: yes, I did. Question: and then he said, just keep talking, Mr. Jensen, to Mark Jensen, right? Answer: my lawyer said that? I can't recall he said that. Okay. Question: okay, do you recall page 4, counsel? When you were being interviewed on October 10th, you said, I mentioned it to my lawyer, Mr. Green, and he said, well, just keep talking to him. If something comes up, just let me know. Okay, that could be true. So then we go to that interview. So on page 4 of that interview, directing court's counsel to page 4, and going to the top, starting midway through the first line. So I told him, I said, man, look here, maybe I can help you, So he said, what? And I was like, I got to go to court, today. I'll talk to you when I get back. So I go to court and I mentioned to my lawyer, Mr. Green. And he said, well, just keep talking to him. And if something comes up, just let me know. So I kept talking to him. And finally he agreed he would pay to have the dude held, or if push came to shove, completely take out of the picture. And so I gave him a ballpark. I said, well, $1,000. Now remember that portion of the interview?
Yes.
And then later on, though, I said, well, anything is possible. So at that point, I'm like, man, I need to talk to Mr. Green again. But before that happened, you guys come to see me. And I told you the story when we was meeting over there. And the next thing I know, I got a letter, a mailing from my attorney saying to stay off the phone. Everything is being recorded and whatnot. So I said, okay, I'll stay my ass off the phone then. But I don't think you kind of really believed me when I told you the story at first. You remember then telling them
yes,
so that
yes.
When you're talking to your lawyer, he said, go ahead and keep talking. Once you explain to him what the theory was here, that you were going to try to get, that you were talking to Mark Jensen about this kidnapping plan.
Mm-hmm.
Not that you were going to actually involve yourself in the kidnapping.
No, we just were talking about it, see how far he was trying to go with it.
But previously you sent some sort of brief correspondence, and Mr. Green had written you a letter saying, stay off the phone because they're recording the phone calls.
Right.
Just so you know, ladies and gentlemen, if my head ever gets that far forward, it's not that he's losing hair, it's just that his head's moved forward. That I'm just going to take off the rest of my hair. I'll go straight up bald. I mean, yeah, mine recedes a little bit as it is, but I'm also I'm also in my 50s. It hasn't really receded much since I was a kid. You know, it's not really a forehead. A forehead would be like, well, I guess for my hands, because I've got these oven mitts that they call hands. So yeah, I've got a forehead. See 4. That dude has like a 12 head.
Now, you weren't present when Mark Jensen then subsequently talked to his family members about this.
Objection outside of the scope of his knowledge, just by the nature of his
Yeah.
question.
Come on.
Well, were you present at any time when Mark Jensen talked to any member of his family about this case?
No.
Except you were present when you talked to Kim, correct?
Yes.
And you just heard those phone conversations this morning. So Mark Jensen had gotten on the phone and talked to Kim?
Yes.
And when you were talking to Kim and you got the spelling wrong on Stifle Nicholas, Mark Jensen could be heard in the background?
Yes, he corrected the spelling for me.
And also, when you were giving this address to Kim, the address for Ed Klug, that's the address that Mark Jensen had given you?
Yes.
But you didn't hear any other subsequent phone conversations between Mark Jensen and his family members?
No.
Nothing further?
Want to recross, Mr. Perry?
A few questions.
Go ahead.
If I understand your testimony, for you, the motivation was money first?
Yeah, it was all about the money from the whole time. The whole time I was having a conversation with him.
Then after you were being confronted with phone calls, did you decide, well, I better make something of this for your case?
No, when I got confronted with the phone calls, I mean, I couldn't deny what had been recorded. So I just, came forth and told the truth.
And those phone calls that we heard were September 11th and September 12th, 2007, right?
Yeah, I would assume so.
So September 8th, just 3 days before the first of those phone calls, that's when you wrote that it was time to help yourself, isn't it?
I can't recall what day it was, but I know that I wrote that letter, yes.
And it was your testimony earlier today that it was September 8th.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
In terms of whose plan it was that you just testified to, I'm going to direct attention to page 109 of January 14th, 2008. At the bottom, question, well, your plan that you were talking about was that you were going to keep Mr. Klug in his house until the trial was over. Answer, yeah. Now I go to page 110. Question, that was the plan. Answer, yes. Question, so you were just going to have somebody wait for Mr. Klug by the garage and then take him in the house and wait for the trial to be over? Answer, that's what I told Mark, but no, I wasn't going to have that done. No, I had no way of having that done. Question, and Mark Jensen, you're telling me Mark Jensen thought that was a workable plan? Answer, evidently, he went along with it. He provided me with the information I needed. Remember that testimony?
Yes.
You just explained that you pled in 2008?
To my federal charges?
Yes.
Yes.
Out in 2010?
Yes. I did 85% of my time.
And Mr. Jamboys' letter got over a year knocked off of 47 months.
No, it didn't. It didn't get anything knocked off. The judge wouldn't even take it into consideration.
He said instead of 47 months, you had 13 months off of that.
Right. And the fact that I didn't use a gun in the commission of my crime, she gave me the lower scale of the sentencing guidelines. Because I jumped over the counter and took the money. I never threatened anyone to use a gun or anything.
And
that's why he gave me the low end of sentencing.
And the gun thing in Washington County, that
gun was already at home. So that was Kim's gun. So they gave it to her and it just completely disappeared. I took charge for the for the half pound of marijuana because it was mine.
And you didn't get any additional time in Washington County, did you?
I wasn't facing any additional time in Washington County other than those two charges.
It was run concurrent.
Concurrent to what?
The federal sentence.
Oh yeah, ran concurrent. Yeah, when they gave me, they sentenced me. Yeah, and Washington County's one made the time run concurrent.
That's right.
Yeah.
This was pretty. When you wrote, it was time to help yourself. You did that pretty effectively, didn't you?
Well, actually, Mark did.
No further questions.
All right, you're excused. Thank you.
Oh, he wanted more questions to be asked. Oh,
playing some subsequent phone calls between Mark Jensen and various members of his family.
He was on a roll.
So we don't need to produce Detective Zielsdorf.
All right, we're going to need a break. I need a break. Also.
Okay.
Go back.
Yeah.
Don't talk about
Good job, Judge. Take a break. Take a break. Take a break. There we go. Back at it. Back at it. Come on.
Mr. Jamboys wrote to the authorities in Illinois, I will tell you any information, you should not consider any information except for what's in the letter now that Mr. Jamboys is going to read back to you. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Jamboys.
Thank you, Your Honor. The letter is dated March 11, 2008. The Honorable Wayne Anderson, Bloomberg Federal Courthouse. Ray David Thompson. Dear Judge Anderson, it is my...
We've already heard this.
Consider that as a...
435.
All right, play the phone call.
But anyhow, we're going full speed ahead, but I would be somewhat shocked at how this thing is developing here because it's different from what you're talking. You got this witness here who says you did it? Right, we're talking about it, yeah. But, again, where does he come up, Well, it's just a probably strong reaction when you think on the part of anybody who listens to it. I think that you did do it. Right. We're going to have to do something about that guy. I didn't say that to him. Huh? I didn't say that to him. There were three people there. Which is more for saying that you did. Excuse me. Talk to him about it. Okay.
Calls are monitored, Dan. Calls are monitored?
Yeah, no.
Okay.
Now stopping that at 0520. 15 seconds.
Well, that got different today in a different way, which is interesting. What? You got an offer of help today in a different way, which is interesting. Yeah, how's that? Yeah, I'll tell you guys about that later. Okay. And, let's see. Other than that, probably kill last night after, probably.
All right, and stopping that at 11:36, 40. Five seconds into the call.
Oh, well, the guy today was offering to go grab somebody, sit down.
Okay.
Oh, this is the way the kids used to be able to do it, you know?
Yeah.
Right there, go find Doug, grab him, pick him up, carry him somewhere, sit on him.
Yep.
So, oh, God. But that would be we got time to figure it out and have some fun with it.
Mm-hmm.
That's the big question, is where do we want to go, where do we want to be? Where to from here? Draw a line, put all this behind us, and move on. But I want our life back, you know?
Yep.
All of it, every part of it, every...
So stopping that part at
What are they not showing?
Money-wise, how was everything?
Fine, I guess. I just have to remember to pay the bills.
Bills?
Shit, I have to pay one on my credit card.
Oh, really?
Got stopped with the late fee and the interest charge. I was like, son of a bitch.
Okay.
Because it just happened, just at the right time where it was just the last thing on my mind. And I don't get paper statements anymore from anything.
Gotcha.
So I have to remember to go out there. And I went out there the day the next statement was cutting off.
Right.
Paid the payment. Well, that didn't good. So.
Gotcha.
But, it's taken care of. But, no,
Okay.
other than that, we're fine. That's why I have so many things set up on auto pay. Because I just need that.
Okay. Let's see, there was something... okay. Well, that's good. So something I think I want to have my folks take care of.
Mm-hmm.
I might have you give them somebody just a little bit, and I'll explain that to you.
Okay.
Okay. Not right now.
Okay.
Okay. We'll see. I'll figure it out. Okay. Other than that, I don't know anything more about that at this point. So.
Have to do something in there?
What's it?
Does it have to do with something in there?
Oh, no. No. Yeah, no.
Okay.
Yeah, no.
All right.
Okay. Yeah. That's all.
How much?
Oh. I'd do like 500.
Okay.
Maybe twice, and that would be it. And I'm not sure if I want to do that or not, but,
Okay.
and I know I'm not giving you any answer at all.
No, well, but I understand.
Okay. I'm just, probably better have that part of the conversation now and the other part of it later or something like that.
Okay.
We'll figure it out, but I'll definitely want to, I don't know. We'll see.
You have 1 minute left.
You're going to get cut off again.
All right.
Okay, don't worry about that. It's just the, because I want to give you a heads up or something like that with that. Okay, love you. Everything else good?
Mm-hmm.
Good. Everything's fine. Let's see, what else is going on here?
All right, stop.
That's a damning.
We'll start at 37 seconds in.
Hey,
There.
it's almost 9. What are you doing?
Oh, I know. I just want to get back to you. I think it's weight loss left. So, that's a lot of pads and tens and stuff like that last week.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, they got a bunch of stuff for stuff.
I can't afford $100 a week, pal. So you need to budget a little better.
I understand.
Hey.
Okay. I'm working on it.
All right.
Just, get by ourselves a couple. Soap, shampoo, stuff like that. Really with, usually it's about $50. I spent more than that, though, this last time. It was like 80 of that 100. And then they got some stuff for that medical stuff, too.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So,
all right.
Sorry. I understand. But, yeah, stuff's not real cheap.
No, it's fine. It's just, what?
I know. I realize that. I guess some of the...
$800 in phone calls.
Right. The cost of being here is amazing, and it sucks.
It's $100 every 2 weeks, and now we're going to $100 every week.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. No, I understand.
Well, now you want another $1,000 for something I don't know anything about, but your parents do, and we're all talking on the same phone, so I'm not really sure about that one, but okay.
Right.
And they're certainly never going to tell me the truth, so.
Right. Well, I don't know about that one, sweetie. I just don't want you to, just don't get you.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
That's fine.
That's okay. I'm even sure that, want to do that or anything. I'm going to do something like that. Yeah.
All right.
I just,
You're just trying to keep people in line, or what?
What's that?
You're just trying to keep people in line?
Here?
Yeah?
No.
Okay.
No, not for that. So, okay.
Okay.
Yes, that is. So, yeah, other than that.
You're trying to keep your girlfriend happy?
No.
I'll give her a truck.
Yeah, right, exactly. No, nothing like that.
It's almost $30,000. I was wrong about it being as upside down as I thought it was.
Really?
Yeah, because I put on there that it was a Hemi and not a diesel. And a Hemi's only worth 19. The diesel, we're within a couple grand of what it's worth. But,
Yeah,
I mean, we're still losing money on it, so.
Diesel's worth a lot more.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
So I meant to tell you that a long time ago, but obviously your truck is not at the top of my priority list.
Right, gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, no, I didn't have you, telling you to do something like that, or, no explanation. I just, not going to do it without talking about it, that's all.
I know.
So.
But if your parents know about it, you talk about it to somebody.
No, yeah,
Okay.
so.
Not yet. All right. Not yet.
not yet.
Okay.
All right.
So, okay. All right.
Jensen and his parents.
Hey, question for you. Do you still have Kim's number?
Kim.
Yeah, remember that Dave who he helped that night? His wife's name was Kim? Did you talk to her on the phone?
Who, Kim?
Kim, yeah. Oh, you got me back in the speakerphone?
Yeah, you're back on the speaker. Who's this? You there?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm not connecting with. Who do we talk to?
Heather here.
Okay. You there?
So that section ended.
Okay.
Okay.
Hey there. 2437. Oh, she's the lady you talked to the other day.
Oh, okay.
Okay. You get a chance to give her a call, touch bases.
Okay.
That's all. Yeah. That's all.
All right.
And resuming in the same call.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, this is boring.
All right, and stopping that at 12 minutes and 23. Also.
Same story. They're just replaying it. Come on.
All right.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Waiting to get the disc.
All right, so pausing that at 10:09.
Good. I didn't hear anything.
Here, talk to your mother. Okay. Oh, no. And he's had for a long time and whatnot. So he's with Schaefer Electric. They don't have a construction business. So he called to find out how I was doing weeks ago. I'll talk to him, and we were, he said he wanted to come see me, or but he's a big supporter. And so Cal called him and said, hey, what can we do? Can you help? And he said, well, sure, I'll do everything I can to help. Just let me talk to Mark. And so I'm gonna call him tonight.
Okay.
So I'm getting things going with the bonding. So.
Right.
Okay. Okay. No, he got a call back on Cam. That's fine. Other than that, so that'll be fine.
Yeah, just hang on to her number. What? Just hang on to that number. Okay, I'll do that. I'll put it over here by this phone. So I got it. Sounds good. Look, Fort Washington Project and stuff like that. So you know that part. So important. We have to. You hook her up. Take care of that headache for me. Okay. All right.
All right, so pausing that at 13:28, and now moving on.
God, come on. Stop the pain. Yep.
Okay, this begins at 14 minutes and 21 seconds.
That's Kim's number. Okay, you call, put money, you're calling, put money in the phone. You want, blah, blah, blah. Give an instruction again. Just have her call, say, right, okay, yeah, she knows what that is. Just go tomorrow. We will see you, blah, blah, blah. Just make it look like they want to have this guy off. That's it.
Starting at, I think I already said 11:56.
Yeah, I mean, that's not gonna, whatever individual realtors have going on, that, for RE/MAX, 75% more.
Well, the actual sales are off maybe 20%. But I think you had a lot of people who wanted to close prior to school starting, and
that's true.
And so the week after the weekend when school started,
Okay, he's wanting to sell his house. Okay, good.
They want to buy a lot.
This goes off the buck in.
Why not?
Keep going. Keep going.
Get rid of that. Okay. Call and put some money on the phone so you can actually call. So
put some money on the phone.
Yeah, I guess you have to have money on his phone so he can call. They get a hold of his wife. Gives your vacation. That was really
okay. Yeah.
Good, how much on the phone?
Good. Good. Yeah.
You think you're doing something right, and the next thing is you're accomplice to the son of a bitch.
Yeah, exactly. Your number shows up the caller ID and everything else.
Yeah. Now you got a lot of explaining to do.
Right. Oh no shit.
No, I think we got.
Okay. Boring phone calls.
Your employment.
At that time, I owned a private investigative agency.
And before.
Basically, he made a bunch of phone calls to mom and dad talking about this Kim chick. That doesn't look really well for him at all.
Opening or before you worked full time with that private investigation agency, did you work as a police officer?
Yes.
And where did you work?
I started in 1977 in Silver Lake, Wisconsin. In 1978, I went to Kenosha City Police Department, and I left there in 1986.
And then when you left, did you pursue this private investigation business?
Yes, I actually started it in 1984. In 1986, I decided to leave the police department and run the agency full time.
I don't care.
Having a private investigator work at.
Private investigator. Gotcha.
So can you just give us a summary of that?
There was, again, as I mentioned, someone was placing these pornographic pictures around the home and around Mr. Jensen's vehicle.
Right. That's what this guy.
We had a discussion at their home as to what was happening, when it was occurring. We talked about potentially who might have been doing it. And a result of that discussion, we decided to set up a surveillance on a Friday afternoon.
Now, did they tell you that they believed that this was arising out of an affair that Julie Jensen had had?
Yes.
And so what did you suggest or what did you decide to do to further investigate this?
Well, I
surveillance on
reached
Friday
over and
afternoon
rubbed one out and I
vehicle.
said, hell with this.
Nothing occurred during that time. I believe it was roughly from 1 in the afternoon till maybe 4 or 5 in the afternoon. Monday, I contacted the Pleasant Prairie Police Department. I had been given information that they had some photographs and evidence, and I had met with them and requested to look at the photographs to see what the nature of them was, so I knew more so what I was dealing with.
And so did you actually go to the Pleasant Prairie Police Department?
Yes.
No.
And did you view some of the photos from this complaint by the
Yes.
Jensens
No.
that was in evidence? there?
Maybe.
Yes.
Can you describe for us what those photos from the Pleasant Prairie evidence look like?
No. Yes.
There were about a dozen or so, excuse me, photographs, or they weren't actually photographs on photo paper. They appeared to be Xerox copies, either copies of photographs or something that was, my initial thought was that they were printed off the internet and onto photo paper, and then possibly second generation copies. They were just photocopies. They were black and white. They were what I would consider kind of poor quality photos. They were, I don't know if I mentioned, they were all pornographic in nature. I can only specifically remember 2 of them. The others, they were pornographic, but I don't remember the exact content.
So what kind of paper were they on?
Copy paper.
So just normal printer
Normal
paper?
copy paper, yeah.
And you said they were all pornographic, but there was 2 that you recall what the subject matter was. Can you tell us what that was?
Yes, there was 2 photos of a woman performing oral sex on a man. One was a view from the top, as though there may have been, like it was taken from the ceiling down, and the other one was from the side. It would have been the side view of a couple on a bed.
And now you had described to us that there was one Friday afternoon that you did sort of a stakeout of Mr. Jensen's car. Is that correct?
Yes.
And where was his car parked when you were watching it?
It was at an office building on Highway 31. I don't know the address. It was 5600 block of Green Bay Road. And I positioned myself in a little bit to the south, and on the west side of the street, there's a trucking company. And I positioned my vehicle in that parking lot so that I could observe Mr. Jensen's vehicle.
And was this because he had complaints about these images being left on his vehicle at his workplace?
Yes.
And then obviously in the time you were watching, nothing happened?
Nothing, no.
Of course.
And Mark Jensen was aware that you were surveilling his vehicle at that time, correct?
Yes.
And Julie Jensen was also aware?
Yes.
So then when you actually went to the Pleasant Prairie Police Department and you looked at these photos, what did you decide to do next?
I called Julie Jensen and spoke to her. After I viewed the pictures, I was convinced, or I felt that the photos were not of Julie. So I wanted to discuss that with her, as well as the findings from the surveillance, which was negative.
Now, had Julie Jensen expressed concern or fear that some of these photos were of her?
Yes.
And so you were going to tell her in this call that you saw them and you believe they were not her?
Correct.
And did you have that discussion with her in this call?
Yes.
And what was her response during that discussion?
She thought that the pictures could be her and was kind of leaning towards the fact that they were of her.
Wow. So she's thinking maybe they were taking some pictures while they were doing the nasty with the ex-boyfriend, or maybe there were other guys that she was doing that with and taking pictures.
Now, in these 2 discussions that you had with Julie Jensen, how would you describe her in terms of her demeanor or how she presented herself?
She was very nice. She was kind of meek, and my reaction, or one of my thoughts, was that when we had the discussion about the photographs and whether it was her or not, and I don't mean this in a negative way, but she seemed a little naive in the sense that, I don't know, it's hard to describe. She just, as many points that I pointed out to her that it was my belief that it was not her in the pictures, she wasn't really open to hearing that. It was, she sort of had the idea that it was her, and what I had to say about it really had no bearing on what she thought.
Now, was it your intention to continue this investigation?
Yes.
And so what happened, though, during your phone conversation that you've described?
Julie told me that they wanted to cancel the surveillance.
And so it was just one time and then it was canceled?
Oh.
Yes.
And did she say to you at all why it was being canceled?
No, she didn't tell me why. She just said that they, I believe she said they had decided to stop the surveillance.
Now, did you discuss with her any ideas about you continuing the surveillance?
Yes.
And what did you discuss with her?
Well, I had a suspicion that the person that was behind this was Mr. Jensen. And I suggested to her that we tell Mark that we were canceling the surveillance, but we would continue the surveillance, because I thought if it was in fact happening, that there was a good possibility that I would determine that it was her husband that was behind it.
And were you open with Mrs. Jensen about your reasoning here?
Yes.
And so how did she respond to that?
She was a little kind of wishy-washy about it. She said, well, you know, because I specifically asked her if she entertained the thought that her husband was behind it. And she reluctantly said, well, yes, I've thought that, but I really don't want to go down that road and think that he would do that.
So you made that offer, but she declined it?
Yes.
I've shown you what's been marked as States Exhibit 76. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes.
What is it?
It's my invoice to the Jensens for the 6 hours of work that I performed for them.
And when did you generate this invoice?
That's dated May 1st, 1996.
And was this bill paid by the Jensens?
Yes.
And was that the end of your interaction with them about this issue?
Yes.
Now, at some point after December of 1998, were you contacted by Detective Sergeant Ratsberg of the Pleasant Prairie Police Department?
Yes.
And is that when you learned of Julie Jensen's death?
Yes.
And did he ask you for what you had in terms of your file for when you did this investigation?
Yes.
And really all you had was the invoice?
Yes, I really had nothing other than the initial information that I had written down when I met with the Jensens and a copy of my invoice.
I have no further questions.
Who's doing the cross? Go ahead.
Mr. Ellis, you met with the Jensens in their home,
Yes.
and they had asked you to conduct some surveillance at Mr. Jensen's work,
Yes.
because that's where Mr. Jensen had found photos on his vehicle.
That's what I was told. Yes.
And you explained to them there was no guarantee that you would catch the person who was leaving the photos.
I don't recall telling them there was no guarantee. I mean,
The person would have had to leave the photos while you were watching.
yes,
And if you weren't there watching, then you wouldn't have been able to see it.
correct.
And you were the one conducting the surveillance.
Yes.
You didn't have anyone with you.
No.
You were alone.
Yes.
So if you had gone away from the parking lot for whatever reason and somebody had left something, you wouldn't have been able to see it
That didn't occur.
because you conducted surveillance for 4 hours.
Right. The entire time. I never left once I got there until 5 o'clock, I believe, when we had predetermined that we would stop.
And I understand that. If you had conducted further surveillance, you would have had to have been there at the time someone left the photos in order to catch them.
Yes.
If you weren't there, you wouldn't have seen it.
Of course.
You also spent some time reviewing the photos at the Pleasant Prairie Police Department.
Yes.
And you said there were about a dozen photos.
Yes.
And you remember 2 photos.
Correct.
And it's based upon your memory of those 2 photos that you had told Miss Jensen that you didn't believe it was her.
Correct.
And I think what you said is that she believed it was her and there was nothing you could say that would convince her otherwise.
Yes.
What you said had no bearing on what she thought.
Correct.
And it was after that conversation with her that you were told that they had decided to cancel the additional surveillance.
Correct.
The time that you spent total in this case was, I think, 6 hours.
Yes.
And that was 2 hours reviewing the photos and meeting with the Jensens,
Correct.
and 4 hours with surveillance on the vehicle that Friday afternoon.
Yes.
And the total bill
So in
was
one
$1,200.
day.
No.
12.
The bill was $180.
I'm sorry, that's correct. Your total, it was, thank you. 4 hours of surveillance was $120, and then 2 additional hours was the total was $180.
Right. I billed at a rate of $30 an hour.
Thank you. So if they had asked you to conduct surveillance for 1 week, 8 hours a day, it would have been $1,200.
I'll take your word for it.
I used a calculator, so I think that's right. And that was in 1996.
Yes.
And the Jensens understood how much it was going to cost for you to do this surveillance work.
I would assume.
They knew your hourly rate,
Yes.
and they were fine with that when they brought you on to do this work.
Yes.
And after that afternoon and phone call with Julie, they decided not to go any further.
Correct.
I want to talk a little bit about the photos that you reviewed at the Pleasant Prairie Police Department. Was there an officer or a detective with you when you looked at the photos?
There were 2 officers. I don't remember who they were.
And did you talk to them about whether they had gotten any prints from the photographs?
No.
Did you ask them if they attempted to get any prints from the photographs?
No.
Is that something that law enforcement will do if they recover evidence and they think they can get prints?
Possibly.
You also talked to Julie Jensen about why law enforcement wasn't looking into the phone calls.
I don't recall that.
Do you remember talking to her about getting the phone company's cooperation to get phone records from Perry Jerica?
I don't recall having any discussion about phone calls.
Did you talk to Julie Jensen about whether the police had taken fingerprints or whether they should have?
No.
You said that what you did talk to her about, though, was that she suspected the photos were of her.
Yes.
And she looked at the photos.
I would assume she had seen them.
And you disagreed with her, and you told her that when you talked to her on the phone.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
She told you that she believed it was her based upon the subject matter in the photos.
She believed that the female in the photo could have been her.
You asked her in general if it could be her based on the subject matter in the photos, and she told you yes.
Correct.
And she told you she hadn't taken photos like that with her husband.
I don't recall that.
Uh-huh.
Now, the Jensens retained you together when you came to their home.
Yes.
And Mr. Jensen and Miss Jensen agreed to pay your fee.
Yes.
And when you submitted the bill, they did pay your fee.
Yes.
It was only after the conversation that you had with Miss Jensen and not Mr. Jensen that she canceled the surveillance.
Yes.
You didn't talk to Mr. Jensen after that.
No.
Nothing further. Thank you, sir.
Can you redirect?
So just to clarify, you said that you assumed that Julie Jensen had seen the photos,
Yes.
But you don't know that for sure.
No, I don't.
And you don't know if she's the person who actually recovered the photos or if Mark Jensen recovered them.
No, I have no idea. I just became aware that some of the photos were in the hands of the Pleasant Prairie Police Department. How they got there, who found them, I have no idea.
And so what you do know is that she was afraid she was in the photos.
Excuse me?
She was afraid that she was in the photos.
She was very concerned, yes.
I have no further questions.
Cross on those questions?
Briefly, when you met with them about the photos, where they were recovered and who they were recovered by, you understood that it was kind of sporadic. They weren't all left at the same place at the same time.
No, I had no idea when they were left. I didn't know if it happened once, 100 times. I don't know. I have no idea.
You didn't get that information from them.
No, I didn't.
And when you talked to Ms. Jensen about who was in the photos, you asked her if it could be her based on the photos and the subject matter, and she told you it could be.
Yes.
Nothing further. Thank you, sir.
All right, you're excused. Thank you.
State's Exhibit 76. And then, Judge, we have one more, we think, quick witness.
One more quick witness. 76 is received.
All right, come on. Get to our last
Who were you
witness.
employed?
The public defender's office
In what capacity?
as an assistant attorney,
You were an attorney or an assistant state public defender?
an assistant state public defender. Yes.
So you weren't an assistant to an attorney, you were an attorney.
Right. Correct. As an attorney. Yes.
And as of 2007 and 2008, how long had you been with the public defender's office?
I want to say about a year and a half or maybe 2 years at most.
Now, during that course of time, did you come to represent a person named Aaron Dillard?
I did.
And do you recall receiving a letter from Aaron Dillard at some point?
Yes, I do.
And what did he ask you to do in that letter?
Well, a couple of things. He wanted me to come and talk to him because he had gotten some information regarding the Mark Jensen case, but he also had wanted me to reach out to the assistant district attorney that I was working with to let them know that he might have some information.
And did you end up reaching out to the state in this matter?
I did.
You remember who you talked to?
Unfortunately, I don't know.
Do you recall talking to me at some point?
Yes, that I do. Mhm.
Okay, so you talked to another assistant DA first, and then you ended up talking to me?
Yes, it might have been at the time Attorney Gabrielle.
And when you called to talk to me, what did you tell me?
I believe I told you something to the effect that my client had indicated that he had had conversations with Mark Jensen, and based on those, he had some information regarding Jensen's case.
And what was your impression of my reaction to the fact that Mr. Dillard had wanted to talk to me?
As I recall, you were a little bit skeptical about that.
What happened next?
I mean, I'm not entirely sure. It's been a while, but I'm sure I met with Aaron just to get a very clear understanding of what it is, what kind of information it was that he had.
Do you recall me asking you for an example of what
Okay.
Aaron Dillard had said to you?
Yes,
And did you read a portion of the letter he sent to you?
I did.
And what was my response immediately after hearing that portion of the letter?
I believe you wanted to set up an interview with Mr. Dillard.
At some point thereafter, did we have an interview?
We did.
And who was present for the interview, if you can recall?
Okay, well, it would have been you, of course, me, Mr. Dillard, and I believe one other assistant DA from Kenosha County. I'm not sure who.
So was there one interview or more than one interview?
There were 2 interviews, I believe.
Okay, where did the first interview take place?
I think it took place at the Kenosha County Jail, but out of the main population, like in a separate room.
And where did the second interview take place?
I don't remember.
Now, you were present for both of these interviews.
Yes, I was.
And,
Come on. Get to
what was
it.
the purpose of these interviews?
Well, Aaron had received some information because he'd been talking to Mark Jensen. They had kind of struck up, we'll say, a relationship of sorts in the jail. They were just hanging out, and according to Aaron,
Little
Mark
relationship
had,
in the jail.
For the truth of the matter, sir, Your Honor, I'm asking about the circumstances. surrounding this
Started
interview.
using powder
Answer that
soap
question.
in those
So,
jails
tell me this,
because, well, geez,
did
it
either Ms.
just takes a
Gabrielle or
little
myself
bit
ever
longer
supply
to
any
pick
information to
up.
Aaron Dillard?
No.
We were asking Aaron Dillard what happened.
Correct. Yes.
Now, before these interviews occurred, did you talk to Aaron Dillard about this?
Yes, I did.
And did you give him any advice as to what he should say or do?
Not what he should, just in terms, just be truthful. I mean, whatever information should be truthful, but otherwise, no.
She's waiting for them to object.
I'll show you this document that's marked as State's Exhibit S69. Okay. And as you take a look at that, I'll ask you questions about it as well.
Why does it look like she's wearing sunglasses from like the 80s?
Have
Those
you read the letter, ma'am?
frames. They're horrible.
You don't need to read the whole letter. What I want you to know is, from what you've seen of the letter, can you identify that letter?
Yes, I can.
What is that?
That is a letter that Aaron Dillard sent to me.
And when Aaron Dillard sent you that letter, where was he located?
I believe he was in custody.
And when you got that letter, what did you do with it when you first received the letter?
I don't exactly remember. I mean, I read it, obviously, and then I believe I reached out to an assistant DA in Kenosha County.
And then you ultimately ended up speaking with me.
Yes,
Did you get consent from Mr. Dillard to provide me a copy of that letter?
I did.
And you provided me a copy of the letter.
I did.
Now, during either one of these interviews, did either Assistant District Attorney Angelina Gabrielle or myself, did either one of us ever provide any information to Aaron Dillard?
Objection asked and answered.
Go ahead, answer it one more time.
No, you did not.
And who was providing the factual information during the course of this interview?
It was Mr. Dillard.
Did anybody else provide any factual information to Mr. Dillard during the course of this interview?
No.
Damn, this judge is letting them get away with all kinds of
No further questions.
shite.
Go ahead, Mr. Perry.
Mr. Rosenke, what information did you review in advance of your testimony today?
I did review a copy of the transcript from the last hearing of just my testimony, nothing else.
Now, the letter that's in front of you, it's still in front of you, right?
Correct. Yes.
That's State's Exhibit 69. That wasn't sent directly to you, was it, from Mr. Dillard?
I I'm not sure. I was his attorney, so I'm thinking he did send it to me.
It was faxed from his wife to you, correct?
Oh, okay. I think so, yes.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Mr. Dillard was in prison at the time, correct?
Yes.
Do you remember what prison?
No, I don't.
And it's your understanding that this letter was mailed to his wife, correct?
Yes.
And then from his wife, it was faxed to you.
Yes.
Did you say that you, after receiving this letter, went and met and discussed this with Mr. Dillard?
I think I would have at some point.
Did you travel to whatever prison he was in to meet with him?
I honestly don't remember.
You represented Mr. Dillard at that time on the pending reconfinement matter?
Yes.
On that case, he was facing 4 years, 6 months?
Yes.
That was the recommendation from the agent, correct?
I believe the agent was recommending the max on all of the cases that he was revoked on.
Did you represent him on the theft by contractor and home improvement fraud case?
Yes.
Do you think she got
And did you also
duped?
represent him on his pending obstructing charge?
Yes.
No further questions.
Can you redirect? No, Your Honor. Right, you're excused. Thank you.
Right.
Next witness, Your Honor, was the Kenosha County Medical Examiner in 2005 to 2008, and her
Go
testimony
on.
is expected to take a lot longer than 15 minutes.
I think it's a good time to go home, folks. Remember, don't talk about case. See you tomorrow. Have a good evening.
There we go. Let's see if there's any other bullshit past
Evening.
this. Or
Mr. Genway, that's going to be Mary Mayland, correct? Yes, Your Honor. Okay. Okay, we're holding the jury. The defendant can go back.
Just a quick question. We had all of our witnesses prepared for Wednesday after changing everything. I don't think I'll be able to get anyone, depending on what happens with Mary Mainland, if this is like halfway through the afternoon. I mean, I guess I could play a video, but
We're going to do something. We're not just going to sit here. You told me a few days ago we got to get this case done.
and I agree, but we didn't. But they gave us a list of 130 people. We've actually had people change their plane tickets.
We're going to
now.
do something.
That's fine. I'm just letting the court know that it might be a video
130
in the
people.
afternoon because we might not have a witness.
We can break the Judge Milosauskas rule.
Okay. I just wanted the court to know.
All right, thank you.
all right, that's really all that we've got for that tonight. Good Lord Almighty. So, how you feeling about this guy? Still thinking he's doing it? I think he is. I think the prosecution and Jimmy YouTube was spot on with that, saying that was pretty damning against him.
We go to a sentencing in Albuquerque, New Mexico.
Oh,
The
Jesus.
defendant is 18-year-old Brendan Wazinski.
Well,
who's charged with
let's
impersonating a
just
sheriff's deputy.
end that right
6
here
months earlier,
because
Wazinski was driving an
that's
unmarked car with a police
horrible.
siren. He pulled
I don't need that. So, pardon me. I started watching a little bit of the Crowder. Yeah, Rabbit. I would agree. There's a reason why he's in jail, and there's a reason why that, you know, if you're going to off somebody, you're going to get caught. You know, either your conscience is going to build up. Yeah, you might get away with it in the short term, whatever. But yeah, I think justice has been served. This is one of those where there were some inconsistencies that Judge Schrader, the original judge in this case, kicked it back and said, yeah, there was some stuff in here that just didn't quite look right. Need to look at it again. That's my understanding of it. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to share a little more of this Tim Pool versus Crowder BS because, well, or, you know, Crowder versus the world versus the cons. Jail souls are always recorded. Yeah, I mean, I would guess. I would hope that they are, because you should not have any rights once you're thrown inside that jail. Man, if you just want to, if you want to make sure that you don't get in trouble, don't say a word. Let your lawyers do all the talking. You know, even if you are guilty and you should be tried, just something simple. Say, for example, you do some sort of battery against somebody. Don't say anything. Let your lawyers handle it. Let them figure it out. Let them argue your case. Say, for example, you are guilty. You don't have to jump out and say, "Oh, I'm guilty. I'm guilty." You don't have to do that. No. Let your lawyer fight that case out for you. Let them deal with it. You do something stupid, let your lawyer handle it. You know, That's the best way to do it. Lawyer deals with it. They field the questions, they handle it, and you basically move on with your life. But if you're like in there for murder, Rabbit, you got Leanie saying hello. Say hello to Leanie. Leanie loves you. We all love Leanie. We all love Rabbit. We all love all of you. You guys are awesome.
A young, a talented personality who is going to help change the shape of this country for the better.
Yeah.
I think you're going to choose to change the shape of this country for better. That's my view of you.
100%. I had to tell this guy that it was okay to buy a reasonably priced shotgun. Yes, I'm not kidding. This is not me like stating.
Well, he is Canadian.
We've been friends. We've been friends for a while. Steven can tell me at any point to go pound sand, right? So I'm not kissing up. It's just like he's like, guys, I want to buy the shotgun. I'm thinking,
Benelli M4.
Yeah,
Benelli M4.
It's a good one. I got one. I got one.
Crazy, though, right?
I got
Do you have the H2O version?
I have the foldable stock.
I want. Yeah. Is it basketball money? Crazy expensive? No, it's not. Right. And so
everyone in America deserves a shotgun.
A Benelli too.
A Benelli.
We went to
it was 2.5.
We were in Texas together, and you were there when I bought it.
Yeah, but we were at a shop out here. Luke said, "Hey, you should buy that. It's really great." I buy it, and then he goes, I want it. I want it instead.
Was it a Benelli?
And then I was pissed off because I was like, I didn't think. I was like, I should have bought this. And then he bought it before me. And I'm like, wait.
So wait, hold on. This is fun. This is
we had a whole argument.
John was. By the way, how many people are watching right now?
150,000-ish.
158
on our channel. 158,000.
So what?
158. Is that a
158,000?
That's just on your channel. That's why we're still streaming on ours.
I think second highest number we've ever done. Okay. Just on our YouTube alone. Did you want to make a point?
No, it wasn't really a point. It was the Benelli M4, right? So what happened is I really want it, but they're not cheap. And I was like, you know what? I can't justify buying this. You go buy it online. And so I was talking with Gerald and
yes. Yes.
And Johnny Boy, who you met, my Canadian friend, I said, okay, you know what? If I go into, because they're like unicorns, they sell out right away. So if I go into a gun store to pick up something up or something, and it happens to be that's God telling me he wants me to have Benelli M4. And I went to go pick up some transfers from Walther, and lo and behold, I see one there just came in, and it's the H2O version, the Cerakoted version. And I don't think you were with me, but Johnny Boy was. And I was like, I still don't think I can justify it. He said, if you don't pay for it, I'm going to buy it. And of course, I knew that it would be far more expensive for him. So I bought it, but it took a long time. I'm not really motivated, but it is a nice shotgun, though. I will say. Yeah, occasionally, there are some things we're going to spend money on.
Oh, a tool. Any tool that you want to learn something with, like a guitar, too. You want to get a really good tool.
Yeah, or like knives. Like if I have there's a huge with steel and that's okay. Sorry, Tim. I know we're giving you.
Let's go. I love the Benelli stuff because I got one.
I want to make
but I got to make a point about you said in 2009 you were like you realize that the liberal system is holding you back or something to the effect, and then you eventually realize it's on your side as well.
Yeah.
I look over to Luke because Luke's the guy who's been screaming since 2006. Like the Republican machine is lying to you all the same. The powers that were being given to the intel agencies in the establishment will be used against you.
Yeah.
Here we are.
Well, here's the thing. You're absolutely right. And let's be honest, right? How can you change all that yourself? You're doing the best that you can, right? But there's only so much that you can do. The difference is right now, at this point, an inflection point in history, as it relates to right-wing conservative media.
It's so good. I'm so
I can't change the intelligence
doing
agencies.
well.
But you know what? When I asked Carrie Lake on the show, I say, would you disband the FBI?
Glad.
Yeah, I would. Boom. Gone, suspended. I can do something about that. I can't change the CIA or the FBI. You're probably more effective with that than I am. I'm an entertainment guy. I was a guy telling jokes in clubs, having beer bottles thrown at me when I was 17 years old, voicing, a black bear who was the best friend of an aardvark when I was 12, which is clearly derived from hallucinogenic drugs.
I love that show.
Yeah, it's funny. I had to do the Kwanzaa rep if everyone finds something embarrassing for the Christmas episode. And that's when I was 13 years old. And I was like, oh, Kwanzaa. And I was like, let me look into this. I should, Daniel Day-Lewis this. And then I realized, oh, it's bullshit. It's Ron Everett, and he beat them with fire hoses and soldering irons. And then I'm doing the song for Arthur. Hey, come together now. It's Kwanzaa time. And I wanted to.
Was the pay worth it?
Well, at that point, I was under contract at 12 years old. Right. So there's not much you can do.
I still remember we were called crazy truthers for calling this out as rationally as we did, saying, hey, the national security state is going to be turned around against you. And it has. But
you're right.
At that time specifically, we had a discourse that was kind of free and open. We didn't have algorithms. People were able to see important messages and videos and talking points and content creators. Now we're living in a different age. I wanted to kind of get your point of view. Some people say you have to keep pushing the Overton window. Some people say you got to keep playing ball. Mark Dice is also in the chat. He just is accusing Ben Shapiro of allegedly paying $135,000 to boost his Facebook posts. I don't know if that's true.
Well, who cares though? He can do that. The only issue I have is when that's used and it hurts people because sponsors drop out because they don't get their money's worth. Again, I can tell you that, but would those receipts be a betrayal? Because this industry fundamentally needs to change. People are investing in you and in us and in what you're saying. If you can't say what it is that you're saying right now, let's say if you send a contract that said, yeah, but we have a lot of buddies in those systems. You're selling out the people who are supporting you. And that's something that to me is unconscionable. And people can disagree with it, but no, I think you're absolutely right.
So what would be the total?
Laney, that is a very good question. So, I don't like the fruity flavors or citric flavors or cereal flavors or any of that stuff. So, I found this wonderful company, and it's it's the only place I was able to find the flavor that I liked, and it is actually a caramel tobacco. That is the flavor that I use. So it's a little sweet, but it still gets that tobacco flavor, and the amount of nicotine that I use is so damn low. It's like I get the lowest I can, and then I get some blanks, which are basically just the liquid itself, and then I mix it in with that, and so I end up with like a really, really super low amount of nicotine. But it keeps me from getting really antsy and acting like a real ass, which is, trust me, whenever I quit smoking the first time, I was bad. Ooh, so bad. So bad. Wife was like, please start smoking again or do something. But yeah, certain flavor is the caramel tobacco. They also do like butterscotch or something like that. But this particular company, I won't like show them because I might get in trouble showing that kind of stuff on YouTube. But yeah, all you have to do is do a search for caramel tobacco and you will probably find it. You know, there's not too many places that actually do that particular flavor. And it's tasty. It's got a sweet flavor to it. Just have to remember to change my coils out often enough. And I use, what is it on this particular one? Because there's a big difference between PG and VG. Like I tend to like the VG a little bit better, which is the vegetable glycerin. It for me, it just tastes better. It's thicker. So, but the PG tends to be really watery, which is a petroleum glycerin. So, but if you're planning on doing any of this kind of stuff, if you're a smoker, vapes will help kick doing the smoking portion of it, so, which is a little better. I'm not saying that it's great for you, but it kicks out all of the extra stuff that you get from tobaccos and all the chemicals that have been added to it and sprays and all that kind of stuff. Unless you're going to be smoking cigars or, you know, like cigarettes that haven't been treated, completely different. But my biggest thing is I got sick of having the smell of tobacco on me. Like with my vapes, you know, my wife will, if she walks into it, she's like, it's horrible. But if she walked into the cigarette smoke, she would be like, oh, that's horrible too. So yeah, I would suggest if you can quit cold turkey, quit, please quit. It's bad stuff. Smoking, bad. You hear how my voice sounds? I used to have a really nice, soft, smooth voice, but from smoking cigarettes for 20 plus years, it tends to like tear up the vocal cords. That, and, you know, heavy alcohol and screaming into microphones tends to do that too. Yeah.
Solution. I want to get into the problem solving. Like, what would you do if you were the Daily Wire?
Okay, so the only thing, and this is the thing, this is all done right now. I'm not saying that I have all the answers, but the first answer, and I've said we won't talk about this again. If someone takes a pledge alongside me, anyone in BigCon, just the only thing that I ask is that you do not punish conservative content creators on behalf of big tech. That's it. Start with that. Let's start with that. Before we get to everything else, right? So a lot of times people want the entire solution. Just start with that. You won't be penalized 25% if you're demonetized on YouTube by the people who are supposed to be fighting for you.
Now let's address the argument there.
Yeah.
The argument they've made is why should we be the ones to lose money if you're removed from the platform and not making money?
And that sounds really great, right? It's a partnership. That's what they were talking about. They were trying to pick like a partnership and put it into contract form, or at least in this, you know, like a term sheet, right? Well, what it didn't take into account, honestly, is what if Steven, okay, it's $12.5 million. What if he's making them 30? What if he's making them $30 million
a starting point
a year?
Guarantee.
Yeah. What if he's making them $30 million a year, and all of a sudden, instead of making 30, they're subtract 2 from that. So it's fine to share in these things when the expenses come up, but when the upside comes up, we're not really in a partnership anymore.
This
wasn't about money, guys.
We would be the only ones at risk.
Disingenuous.
The only ones at risk. I'm already demonetized.
I can hear Jeremy being like,
it was a term sheet. I wouldn't negotiate.
I can hear him. Well, look, I can write that. I want to have sex with your wife on a term sheet. Oh, I thought you were going to redline it. It's like, come on, that doesn't.
Okay, George just stands up. I had sex with your wife.
This is a good point. It penalized you. It's if you get banned, you lose X percent. And
no matter how much you're making,
45. No matter how much you're making, and no matter how much you lose.
Yeah.
If you lose $0, they penalize you.
And the penalties add up to 110%. And they said in their own video, this is demanded of all creators, right? Does anyone disagree that that's what was said? This is what everyone signs. Now here's the issue with that. Again, you don't put it in if you don't want that.
The counterpoint, Candace said, is she negotiated. She hired a lawyer.
Yeah.
Steven Crowder has the resources to hire a lawyer and redline this.
Sure.
She put on her.
I thought we were good friends.
I figured out why Candace was so pissed last week.
Hold on,
when she
wait.
came in. Yeah, I figured it out. I'll tell you about it in a second.
I want. Let's talk about the friends thing. This is actually a really good point. You recorded co-CEO of Daily Wire, Jeremy Boring, on a phone call. Yep. He says, "I thought we were friends." Yep. A lot of people have said, "Wow, that was a messed up thing to do." It sounds like what you're saying in the context we were just talking. They sent you a business contract that was very bad, that penalized you 110% if all fees are applied, more money than they would actually pay you. And it didn't take into consideration if you made them more money. It didn't take into consideration how much money you made them. It didn't take into consideration if you were banned from Facebook, but Facebook generated no revenue. They still penalized you.
That's part of
it. So here's what I'm hearing. Here's what I'm thinking. If the question is,
listen,
and I do, why would you record your friend's phone call? That contract that
was never, just to be clear, there was never another offer that came through after I said, these are the non-starters, the penalties for big tech, right? The owning of people's names, image, likeness, their platforms, which in perpetuity long after they leave. I said, then we can talk about the money, right? He said they came in low, and I'm sure my gay Cuban hardcore right-wing agent came in high. You find that, but it's like, but there can't be any terms without this. Once I said that can't happen, these terms, the big tech penalties, that's when talks completely stopped. It was never changed and said, of course, all this, it's like you saw in the first video, we have to make money.
They outright said that fee structure couldn't be changed.
Yeah, there was never another offer after that. I said, look, this is the sticking point. You have to get rid of all of these.
Change it.
And also, we can't do this. I'd love to sit as from one business owner to another. You don't have to do it this way, right? A good example is, look, and I feel vulgar talking about numbers. Election night. Okay, election night. We had been suspended for having Carrie Lake on. The entire Daily Wire cast on YouTube, less than a quarter of the viewers that we had on Rumble. When we cross streams, their viewership went up 40,000 people. That's proof of product that, hey, look, proof of concept. You can do it off of YouTube. You don't have to. Right. I think you use the platform as long as you can, but you need to start building alternatives. It is fundamental to the business model on the right to not change that.
And I'll just point out that we have about 120,000 more live viewers than we average with you being here. So there's something to be said.
I think Daily Wire's got some creative, like a lot of opportunity on their website. Because like if all your back catalog was on Daily Wire at no cost to anybody, and they could go into Daily Wire, log in, and then I spend 99 cents on a Crowder video, and then that money gets split between you guys. Like there's a lot of technical.
Well, they're already doing over 300,000 monthly subscribers day one, right? Now, the issue here is let's take me out of it. Let's say you're starting your own thing, right? You're trying to come up in this movement, and the terms are being set by people on your side behind the scenes where this is the ball that you have to play. I said, take me out of it. It's not the right fit, which I thought if I don't have a dog in this fight anymore, it won't fall on deaf ears when I say, hey, it's about the next kid. This can't work. We can't have a movement. We can't sell our people out. And that's how I view it. Maybe you don't. They said, this is just a business. These are the terms, but there are alternatives. You don't have to be dependent on YouTube or Facebook. And you certainly shouldn't make it fundamental to your business model when you're telling people that you're fighting them. This has been going on for years.
Here's
not just Daily Wire to be clear. Right. Not just Daily Wire. Pick a name in the movement. Most likely, yes.
Here's my view of it. I think the Daily Wire does important work, good work.
It also creates people that are disingenuous. Creates a lot of people that are completely just disingenuous, that their grift is the grift. I'm not. Yeah, I probably will. I'll call someone out. Think about all this BS that happened with Eliza Blue. She was actually just recently on Tim Cast's show. And she was speaking out for all the victims because she was a victim herself. And then she got called out on it. Next thing you know, she's going, oh, I'm going to sue you for calling me out. Seems a little odd. Now, me, somebody called me out on something, I'd be like, okay, well, let's hash this out and figure out the actual truth behind it. And maybe you're right. Maybe you can call me out on something. Do it. I don't care. I've got very little to lose as far as the whole YouTube thing goes, because that's not where I make my money. Karen Unbalanced. Yeah, I don't even want, yeah, I know where you're coming from with this, but see, I found her fun and entertaining. I found her very fun and entertaining. I really did. And she can do whatever the hell she wants to do. But, I'm not going to play the BS. Yeah. Leaves a bit of a sour taste. I agree. It's, I don't, for her, which seems a little odd to me that, promoting where she's at, what she's doing. It's just like, yeah, that's good. And then you see other creators that you've seen on Timcast. And it's really weird because these people come creeping in there. You see this guy with this bushy ass beard, and he's on there almost every Tuesday. Now, granted, it's not that far of a drive for him to get there, a nice easy drive. It's going to boost his followers, going to boost his group. He's going to be able to promote his little, seminal order or whatever. It's just like, okay, the guy's actually well studied, got some pretty good points of view, but they're not his points of view. They're not all his points of view. It's stuff that he's picked up from other people. Not disingenuous, but maybe he was just like, I like what this person said, and I'm going to sort of adopt this into my ethos. And so he does that, but then it comes out that, the whole time he's been doing like a little bit of weird shit behind the backs of other people or in the front of other people, as, a $5 super chat sort of destroyed him. So he does that. And then, of course, you get this next group of people that come along. And it was really weird because, you notice that you've got people like Alex Jones. He's a grifter. He went from being, I'm hardcore libertarian, gay frogs. Went from being that to, I'm not going to follow this libertarian stuff. I'm soft L if even that. But don't really care. I mean, I've seen Alex Jones on other shows, and I find him entertaining. That's about it. It's one of those where someone goes out and they scoop a really good story, and they just sort of ride the wave of that particular story that they came in on, and they ride away into the sunset. I think he had his own thing going on, probably still does. I don't know. If anybody's following Alex Jones, I'm sure that you find it entertaining. I think that I've got it somewhere on my computer. I might have like access to, his channel or whatever, but it's like, it seemed like 30 minutes of commercial for like 10 minutes of content. It was like, I really don't care. I'm not going to buy one supplement, but if you've got some news that might be interesting, cool. And so I think that's where he used, didn't even know who Alex Jones was until a month ago. Yeah. I'm with you on that. There's not too many people that did. There is not too many people that knew who the hell he was until recently, whenever he was in a lawsuit. No, I've seen him on other channels, and, people make fun of him, and, he's an entertainer, and you have to realize that that's their job. They're entertainers. They will sway with the wind, as all entertainers do. They will sway with whatever happens to be going on. Think about it. The stuff that I do, it's not new. It's not original. It's not super creative. You've got people like Jimmy YouTube. Now, he's very creative. He has his own thoughts. You've got people like Cool Frog that are just like absolutely awesome, and they enjoy what they're doing. And, they spend time with their family. They're not concerned with, oh yeah, you got Tadpole here screaming, but you don't like it, you can just log off. This is my kid. I'm going to pay attention to my kid, because my kid is more important than, having a subscriber. That's so admirable. It's great. And it's like hanging out with a group of friends. You've got your kids running around, and the kids come up, dad, 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 dad. And it's annoying for that short period of time, but you're just like, this guy will stop a conversation just so he can pay attention to his child. And that's so admirable. Do you think someone like Tim Pool, if he had a little rugrat running around, he'd be like, get the heck, go away, daddy's working? You see it in this type of person. You don't see that with Cool Frog. Cool Frog's just sort of like, okay, son, all right, calm down. It's fine. We'll figure this out. We'll get it straight. That's what Cool Frog is all about. He is a family man. He loves his kids. So, whenever I hear people, saying, Tadpole is sort of a little bit of annoying, it's just like, yeah, because you don't have kids. Maybe you don't have nieces or nephews, or maybe you're just a little bit young. It's a hangout with all really cool people. And as a little bit of annoying as it might be, it's not bad. Yeah, exactly. Same way with Crystal. Crystal has the same thing. Got the daughter that comes in and wants to. She's got things to say. Mama, got to pay attention to the kid, and it's going to be disruptive, and it's going to be disruptive if you're really concerned about it. Tough titty, because those kids are more important than some YouTube subscriber count, and we love them. Yes. Exactly. That is so right on the money. You'll have a serious topic. You'll be just, yes, I'm so passionate. And then Tadpole comes in just screaming at the top of his lungs. It's just like, it's just like, you can't help but laugh. You cannot help laugh. Yes, absolutely. And you're so right on this rabbit that family comes first. And if someone in the panel can't deal with it, that's tough. You don't have to be there. That's an invite. That is just a straight up invite saying, come hang out. We're going to chill. We're going to have a good time. We're going to have some fun. We're going to, I'm bringing in all my chat. If you guys want to join in, jump in, have some fun. And Cool Frog handles it so well. It's just, I think that he feels a little bit like, it's too bad that I've got, I feel that he feels a little bit bothered by it, but he shouldn't. He should never feel bothered by it. That's how it goes. That's what happened with the child thing. Yeah. Kids are awesome, and they should be cherished, because you're never going to get that moment again with them ever again. And I'm amazed by the variety of people that we have out here. You get bothered because that's my Tadpole more than No. Not even. It's a beautiful thing seeing different creators do different things. We've got some of the most creative minds out there. I mean, like I was saying earlier, you got Jimmy YouTube. And I just caught a little bit of it because I was in the middle of doing a bunch of work, and he was, God, I don't know who it was off the top of my head they were drawing. He was just like, no, you've got to give him a little bit of light. I was like, so this is where having that little bit of artistic talent comes in, because I can play music. I can throw things together in musically that are absolutely can be really good. But as far as like artistic drawing, I'm not good at drawing. Yeah, I've seen some of the stuff that Jimmy's done just sitting there online, just sort of screwing around. He's having fun with it, and it's a strange way of doing it, but it's enjoyable. And you got just such great content creators out there. And just imagine though, Jimmy YouTube being given the same offer. Maybe it's a fifth of that. Maybe it's $1 million. They're going to say, hey, just imagine reading that contract and going, they're going to pay me $1 million over the course of 4 years, but they're going to own everything that I do. Well, what if I have like something that could have made me, $20 million? Well, I don't own that. I have no rights to that. And if I get yeeted off of YouTube, or I get yeeted off of Twitter, or I get a ban, because they're paying for me to get my subscriber count from whatever 100,000 to up above 1 million. But there's nothing in that contract that says they're going to do that for you. So that's the point with Steven Crowder. He's saying, you got these young guys that are coming up, young girls, whatever. They're coming up. No, Crystal, you say you would not sign that contract because somebody has explained it to you. Somebody's told you what that contract means. If you saw that contract to start out with, you might be going, but I'll never get banned off of YouTube. I'll never get deleted from Twitter. You're not thinking about that whenever you're coming in there as a new creator that's clean. You're not saying anything that's offensive to anybody. And you're sort of ready to toe that line. You're happy to sign that contract because trust me, that is life-changing money. Especially if you're a youngster. You're coming up, you're 22, 23 years old, and someone shows you this kind of contract, the most amount of money that you've probably made in a year is about $30,000, $40,000. And, you started doing the YouTube thing and all of a sudden you're making, $50,000 or $60,000. And then all of a sudden someone comes along and says, over the next 4 years, you're going to get paid $1 million. That's $250,000 a year. That's a lot of money. And after the contract, you're able to go off and do your own thing, and you'll probably take, 75% of those followers with you, and you'll be sitting good. There's big incentive to take that kind of deal. Yeah. Maybe 20 years ago, but no. Yes. Very true. Very true. Maybe 20 years ago, but now, no. Let's put it this way. For me to sign some sort of contract like that, it's got to be exclusive. And I have no subscribers. They came in and said, "Hey, we can guarantee you that in the next year we're going to give you, we're going to hook you up with 1 million subscribers." But they're not guaranteeing that. They're not guaranteeing anything except for we're going to give you a platform to work from. That's it. And if you've got good enough talent and you've got good enough stuff and your chops are down and you've got the kind of following that Steven Crowder has, he doesn't have to sign a contract like that. Hell, look at Adam Krigler, for example, was on Timcast. And whenever he left, do you think that he was heartened after his numbers dropped? I mean, he basically started from nothing, started his own little group. Boom. There he goes. Yeah. For you, it's not the money, it's the penalties. Yeah. Even minus platform ones if like you miss a show and such. But Jeremy was right in one aspect is you can pre-record some of your shows. Say you do like because Steven Crowder's show, I don't think is very long. I think it might be 2 hours long. I think they do like an hour in something. Whenever they were with Blaze, they would do an hour in something, and then they would jump over and they would like basically make it Mug Club only, and they would do it like another 45 minutes. So it wasn't a really long show, but they had some production that they had to actually do. You still going, bud? Yeah, I'm still going. So his contract was pretty solid with the Blaze because he could just jump off of YouTube and go. He would do his thing, boom, done. Straight up made his money. And advertisers would come in. They could monetize it off of YouTube. Of course, he was demonetized, so none of those funds were coming into the Blaze. That might have been why the Blaze was happy to let him go. Don't know.
Candace Owens BLM documentary, I think, was good.
But it was produced by the Blaze.
The Woman, I think, was a massive success. That What Is a Woman reached people that I know that aren't political, and that's a cultural force. So I think I talked with them. We had a meeting. I sat down with Jeremy, with a few of the other guys, but mostly with Jeremy. Jeremy came on the show. Afterwards, he said, "Hey, if there's anything you ever need, let us know. Thanks for having me on." And I was like, "I'll hit you up sometime." We talked about doing Nashville week because we wanted to try out our new mobile studio. Then while we're in the process of setting this up, I said, well, let's talk. I mean, is there a way we can maximize the effectiveness of our operations? You guys are way bigger than us, of course. But of course, there could be an opportunity that we don't understand that you do. And so we started talking about a variety of different things.
Yeah.
Ultimately, it came to potential terms. It came to requirements. Of all the businesses I've ever negotiated with, the most real, in my opinion, was with Jeremy. It was like I was talking to an actual human being who knew what he meant, who explained the pitfalls, the pros and cons. Look, if we do a deal like this, you're right, it's going to suck because of that reason. That's true. What do you think? And I said, I don't know if that's going to work for us. The joke is, I actually said, what if I want to put up a billboard that says Liz Cheney's a fat pig? And he was like, that's not us. Like, we're not. And I said,
couldn't find one big enough.
Right. But I said, like, I'm not literally going to do that. I feel it is kind of crude saying that point. But the point I'm trying to make is that we're roguish. We want to do weird things. Yeah. The ultimate conclusion was, then there's maybe we can't work transactionally together. And I was like, yeah. He's like, but we'll do other cool stuff. Sure. We'll talk with your guys on our shows. We'll have you on. You can come on. This will be really great for everybody. And so my view was like, I agree with you on the contract stuff.
But why did it really fall apart? Why did it completely fall apart?
Like the deal with
in other words, what you're saying is they were saying you need to be in this box because it's not about the billboard. Let's be honest. It's not just about the billboard.
Well, the billboard was the box. It was like if I wanted to do something that was aggressive and more shocking, the billboard is that point.
Yeah.
I don't want to put up a billboard calling Liz Cheney a fat pig.
Can I ask you something?
Yeah.
Did they do the thing where they said we tried to look at outside capital for you for the first time? Couldn't make it work. They didn't do that. They didn't do that.
I don't want to give up too much of the details of the conversation we had.
Of course.
But I basically said, let's just say I made a big ask of the biggest asks. That if what you're saying, it has to be this way, then I have a very, very big ask. And they were like, yeah, that's expensive. I don't know if we can do that. And I was like, look, ultimately what it comes down to is, for those that understand tabletop RPGs, they play Paladin, I play Rogue. Someone commented in Super Chat.
I don't understand the reference.
But I'll explain right now.
Do you not?
Someone Super Chatted, they're trying to be rebels within the box.
They're warriors of God. That's a Paladin.
Basically, think of a stoic monk, a knight following the rules, holding his sword, saying, look, the rules are as such. We will do right to the best of our abilities. Whereas we here at Simcast are like a bunch of crackpots in the bandits forest being like, we're going to do what we want to do.
It's like a Lost Boys out here. It's a skate park. And it's like a bunch of mopeds. And I thought you were going to throw a basketball in my face. Ask me to play. I wanted to yell at bang ring.
I did bring you to the basketball court.
You did.
Yeah,
I meant
so,
VIP up the half. Yeah, I would agree with you. Here's the problem. When you have a few, because again, this is not about the Daily Wire. There are a few key companies that control what is permissible in this movement. And these few key companies are saying, this is the only way. I'm saying there could be many ways. It would be one thing if we're saying, hey, maybe this way, maybe this other way. But now this sort of reeks of, why don't you go and create your own YouTube? Why don't you go and create your own? Find billionaire investors to give you seed money. Yep. Well, how do you do that when then, this happens a lot, ideas are stolen, and then millions pumped behind it to promote it as though it seems original, and then they steal your talent, who you foster. You've probably had this happen. I've had it happen with dozens of people. The picture I sent you of people working at our company, there's at least 4 or 5 there who worked for me. They were young. Other big networks in this space came in, offered them a bunch of money. I said, look, I'm not going to keep you. I give you a letter of recommendation. After 6 months, they come back.
He won't allow Brittany Venti on his show? That's interesting. I didn't know that.
So I wanted to address what you were just saying about these companies playing by the rules. That's completely my experience with a lot of these different companies.
But it is also entirely up to him. You talking about little beanie boy here? Yeah, it's entirely up to him who he wants to allow on his show. It is entirely up to him. This is his show. He can say, no, I don't want to have this person here. Yeah. Now see, I've seen some of Brittany Venti stuff, and she's fun, but she's not all. Oh well, Eliza Blue. Don't even get me started on that. Don't even get me started on that, because I'll go off for like another 4 hours on the crap that she's pulled. If you haven't seen the one with Radix, you need to check the one that Radix did out, just sort of calling out these two little grifters. Yeah. Yeah, this
is that big tech is clearly infiltrated by, I mean, you look, Alan Bakari, I think it was, got his hands on that Google video where they were crying that Trump won. This is Google. I love this. On my Wikipedia, it says Tim Pool, maintains.
Yeah, we don't care.
He was like, yeah, it's like the Chris Kyle Foundation, Ted Cruz for president, and you need some representation.
They act like it was a smear against me, that I was pushing conspiracy theories when I was literally reading the left news sources. So anyway.
And Luke saying, told you.
They set these terms, these big tech companies. And then what happens is the leftist organizations, they didn't.
Shut up.
Because
quit talking.
The Daily Wire quote involved Harris will
Don't care.
If you did what company X, if you did what company, meaning big conservative companies who have meetings with them, if you did that, we might be able to get you remonetized or at least not suspended. And that's what, I mean, this is the thing.
Is there any examples you could give us about key issues specifically about that?
Yeah, anything relating, back in the day on trans issues. For example, we had a character like we did for a long time. Trini Bane was a character that we did. It was the Bane Dark Knight series, and the whole idea was an uprising, Arkham Asylum against YouTube. They said you can't do that anymore. There was one where they said you can't sell off-site the socialism shirt that we had, which wasn't even on YouTube. The socialism is for fake shirt. You don't want to know the funny story about that? I've never seen John laugh so hard. Was we started selling on the website because socialism is for figs. It's a plan where you may not like it, but people also need to know Che Guevara executed gays, right? This is a guy, when you wear a Che Guevara shirt, you're wearing a Hitler who was less successful in being charismatic and duping people. Not saying Hitler was successful. I'm saying he was a genocidal maniac.
Yes.
So, of course, we're mocking him. YouTube says, well, you can't do that. That shirt is hate speech. It's off the platform. So what we ended up selling at the Crowder shop was a mystery box. And I get a call from one of the most senior executives at YouTube. And I go, what? They go, we know what's in the box. I was like, I'm thinking someone in Silicon Valley is opening it like, and so we stopped selling. But that's something that's completely off the platform. But the point is, right, there needs to be someone standing up to these giant organizations. And when you say, like Jeremy said in his video, well, we only met with Susan Wojcicki once, and we were really going in and defending. I was like, okay, hold on a second. Are you the biggest, most influential, fastest growing conservative network in the world, or did you spend time going in and fighting for the little guy and were completely ineffectual? You can't have both. One of those things is true. The inconsistencies are the issue here, and that's a tactic of the left. Here's I fully expect them to come out and say, this is a lie, switch the narrative from the phone call, switch the narrative from the money. Now that that's gone, probably a hit list like the Vox apocalypse, probably get personal. This is why people don't speak out. This is why good people don't run for office. And we shouldn't be doing that on the right. Bless you.
Thank you. I want to pull up this story right here. That's a story. I want to.
Yeah.
What? That.
Come on, say something about Elias if you're going to say something.
And Rumble. So wanted to do that, and I was really nervous. Kate went well. Then I did 2 shows at the Ryman, the original Grand Ole Opry in Nashville, and some Daily Wire people came out, and the shows went really well. I mean, people need, eventually release a special, but if people need to see standing out to both shows, and Dave was there and did fantastically well too. And you think, okay, you can't do any better.
Ruben?
No, just me and Dave.
Oh, Dave Landau.
Dave Landau, yeah.
Sorry.
No, yeah. I guess it could be Ruben. I guess he does comedy stuff with Peterson. Yeah, Landau. And then after
you gave me that look.
No, I was very confused. I thought that there were hallucinogens in here from. That's the first thing you asked me. Like, have you ever taken hallucinogens?
Said it wasn't in there.
Then after that,
trusted you.
So after that, we had those conversations about like these are the sticking points, right? And please, like we got to figure out a better way to do this because it stifles the movement. After that, it was, we're not going to be able to come to any kind of terms. And that was for sure after that conversation. I made one final plea. Final plea, and that called like just take me off the table. Promise me you won't do it to other people. And the question is, look, was your understanding when you invest money, when you subscribe, was your understanding that all conservative talent out there, nearly all, are penalized if they're demonetized? Was that your understanding? Was that your understanding that then they are penalized if they are suspended? Then they are penalized if they don't take as many live? Was that your understanding when you were investing in people going out there and fighting for you? Because I know the feedback that I get at these live shows with thousands of people at every event, and it's not a hard-earned dollar that I take lightly. People feel powerless. They say there's only so much I can do. At least that guy can go out and fight for me. And I'd like it to be these guys and girls, not a guy.
And for context too, it's very important. These fees pertain to strikes and bannings on the major big tech platforms, irrespective of your viewership on the alternatives. We're all trying to help.
Or subscribership, or subscribers, or sponsors, and it's demonetization too.
That's here's an important picture that should be painted. A lot of people are saying, Crowder, you recorded Jeremy. That's not what friends do. They're surprised by it. But here's what I'm seeing now, and putting myself in the middle of this. You're
always in the middle of it.
Of course, that's what I do, right? But look, you go to the Daily Wire.
No, your term sheet. Okay.
You go to the Daily Wire. They say, here's a term sheet. You go, whoa, this is crazy. Right. Hey, you can't do this. The Daily Wire then says, all of a sudden, not also, but a few months later, Crowder registers Stop Big Con. Then he calls and secretly records Jeremy. He was setting us up. This email right here paints a different picture in that you talked with the Daily Wire and said, here's our issue. Here's what we can't do. And they said, okay. And then sometime later, they try.
No, they said, if that's the issue, this is our business model and you don't know business.
But then they try and poach one of your employees, one of your.
And that could be an accident, but it's not the first time.
Yeah.
Well, but you said you didn't mention him by name. And
Gary,
employee poaching is considered vulture-ish as it is, but it is business.
And by the way, there's a huge difference between employees reaching out to you in a company and you fielding it, which is which happens, versus going to someone who is clearly not available, who was mentioned by name, saying this guy is awesome. And Gary's hilarious because he's Russian. He was born and raised in Russia until he was 13, but he seems totally American, no accent. But then occasionally you realize like he'll say something out of context, like I can kill 2 birds and get stoned or something.
Yeah, that's me. But I'm Polish.
So we're raised in Poland?
Yes.
Okay, so there you go. No one would guess. So those first few years, did you have those disconnects where people are like, are you not? And you're like, I don't understand whatever.
First few years, he still does it.
I still do it all the time. Yeah, all the time. It's
but look, this is the point I'm trying to make. The picture painted so far was that you all of a sudden set this plan to get the Daily Wire and they were blindsided by it. But it actually seems like now there was a bit of a back and forth in that you said, hey guys, I don't like this. Then they say, well, that's business. Then they try to poach one of your employees. Then you're like, okay, this is, it sounds like
it's been going on for years.
But
everyone in the space knows it. Everyone in the space knows it.
This is not an issue of they had a polite conversation with you and said, we're sorry, we disagree. And then you devised a plan to come after him. There was, then the Daily Wire comes and tries to poach an employee. Then you guys are like, these kind of business practices can't continue.
No, and it was always about the terms. And it's stupid to say that this was our plan to get subscribers. I'm sorry. Like I get a little bit pissed off with this because that means that you didn't pay any attention at all to Mug Club Forever. That was us getting in touch with our subscribers and making sure that whatever home we went to on our own with somebody else, we were going to have access to the people that paid for our content. This was not a plan that was hatched to make sure that we could ride off into freedom and do whatever the hell we wanted with this really great email list.
It would be the hardest way
for that. We said it.
Yeah.
It was clear.
And you saw the numbers there.
It sounds like you guys are like right on the precipice of creating your own network or your own website where people pay you $10 a month and just get access.
And I really don't want to have to do that. Like, here's the thing, right? Wouldn't it be great if we could link arms with the self-professed, most powerful people on our side who are supposedly fighting for us? But the problem is when they say we have no interest in doing that, you go, wait, hold on a second. Here's the good news. I bring tidings of great joy. We can get just as many viewers on Rumble as you can on YouTube. And by the way, stay on YouTube, but just don't punish conservatives for being demonetized. They go, this is the business. We know. No one else does. I don't want to start a network.
If you guys could counteroffer, what would be the things you would counteroffer right now? What deal would you guys take from a big company? Let's not just say the Daily Wire. Let's just say there's another company. What's your ideal?
Gerald can take. Here's the problem. I would take a deal. I would have taken a deal that was less money, and more honest, and more freedom, and not penalizing other people. He steps in because I'm like, yeah, it sounds like good money. He's like, you don't know what our expenses are, do you? I'm like, I don't know, Gerald. You tell me.
There are a lot of different terms that you would have to negotiate. And this has been the sticking point from the very beginning. And it kind of goes back to something that you said about Candace getting these questions. It is just 100%. You don't start with these terms in the contract. Again, it was like, oh, it's a term sheet, negotiate. Of course we negotiate. I've been doing that. I understand that is part of the process. That's what you do in these things. But if you're going to start there and we say, hey, that's not something that should be in this movement. And you're like, well, we're not coming back to the table. By the way, after the Ryman, we were expecting them to come back and have changed that and made an offer that we could then start negotiating from. That never happened.
So this is the term sheet right here. I've got it. This is
that the first one?
I don't know.
That one that was sent, I guess, October 5th. It
says non-binding term sheet, confidential. It does say.
The only one?
No. I got to point out for you, Stephen.
One of them.
It says if any of the major platforms issue a strike, you would have the fee reduced. It gives examples of the major platforms are. I'm assuming that's not limited to. In which case, it looks like they're basically saying what at their discretion, they determine what a major platform is.
Mm-hmm.
And then, so if Twitter gave you a suspension, they dock your fee by 25%, even though Twitter's not a major driver of platform or host.
Right.
You know what the good news is? Could have been clarified and put in writing. Never was.
No. And by the way, I said that the first one because that didn't look like the Daily Wire one that you were holding. It was like, did you get an offer from somebody else?
No. It's because I think we did reader view or some shit.
By the way, do me a favor. I just need to understand this because one of the arguments that was put forth is, well, this is just a standard starting point for everybody. Okay.
I don't play those games.
Hold on. No, but it's not just a term sheet. It's not just a term sheet. Everybody else, their production comes out of you. You knew Steven well enough to know that he had his own production team and therefore the costs would be borne by him, but everything else was just standard. And our apologies for leaving it in there because that was one of the claims that was made. This is just the standard contract, negotiating start point of term sheet that we always give to everybody. Right. It's like, yeah, but you knew Steven well enough to know he did all of his production, but then you're saying the rest of that was
a production company. It's a production house, right? It's everything. It's 25 employees.
It's just disingenuous, guys. It's not real.
Well, do they not know better, or is it dishonest? Let me ask you this: do you really think? I will say this: the only thing I've said about Ben is brilliant. He's one of the smartest people I've ever known. I don't care what he says. Okay, I still hope the best for the guy. And by the way, for people out there, and I know that they're anti-Semitic people, I've not said there's none of this controlled opposition. I 100% believe that Ben believes what he says, even if we disagree. None of that is taking place. The problem is when you demand that other people fall into line. But do you really believe for a second that Ben is so ignorant that he thinks that's $50 million a year in my pocket basketball money? Do you think Ben believes that?
He knows better.
Yeah, he said that. Is that honest?
Yeah.
Is that honest? Now, if someone did that with you and said, Tim Pool is a money-grubbing prick, and we offered him basketball money, and someone came out and called you a little bitch, right? And you had, and that literally happened, and you had the ability to say, and you'd seen this happen to other people behind the scenes for years, and you said, that's not going to be me. You had the ability to prove that it was verifiably false, which no one is arguing. Would you do it?
Of course. Granted, you know, I think there's a tactical difference between
original copy of Chrono Trigger. So
hell yeah, dog.
Yes.
I would just
by the way, he met a girl who grew up on my block. Apparently, I have her copy from Super Nintendo, like Star Wars Return of the Jedi.
Yes, Elaine Stone.
Okay, well, I will watch the rest of this stuff later. It's interesting, but yeah, I'm not. I understand where Crowder's coming from on this. And I really do. I understand where Boring is coming from on this and the whole Daily Wire team. But that's not gonna change what he's doing. You know, personally, I think it's just a way to boost eyes, because you get some sort of weird shit happening in the background and all of a sudden people are paying attention to you, and oh, it must be more important than they really are, and it's really not. It's really not. It is one of those old adages. Any press is good press, even if it's bad press, because it's still press. People are still talking about you. Think about how many people talked about Britney Spears. Or how about the very large flautist that played this glass flute and was very erotic about it in a very disgusting way on stage. I don't even remember her name. She's very, very large and looks like a potato. But she got people's attention. People started talking about all of the whatever controversy. Like I said, I don't remember names. It's just to boost. That's it. It's a grift. It's to boost. I mean, congrats if you're doing it. You know, I saw that there's, you know, there's people that are following the Murdaugh trial. And I think that's pretty awesome. I actually will probably, whenever I finish up this particular trial, I will be pulling up the Murdaugh trial. And the only reason I'm going to be doing that is because my wife has told me about this. Oh geez, it's been, I almost want to say 2 years ago or whatever. She told me about it. She was like, "Hey, you heard about this?" You know, and we actually looked at possibly buying one of those properties, because you could have gotten it for, I think they ended up selling it for something like $300,000, like beach resort property, pretty lucrative. Just saying, there was always that possibility there that we could have, you know, taken out a second mortgage or something like that and picked up that property and held on to it. And about the time that all this stuff dropped down with Murdaugh, we would be able to turn around and sell it for a good penny. Never know. You never know. Never know how things are going to work out. But grift the fuck out of everybody. Enjoy, have fun, be kind to one another. Don't create the drama to grift off of, but if the drama comes to you, then grift the shit out of it. That's what Tug does. Tug does that. Legal Mindset. I think Jeff stays pretty much out of it. You know, Legal Vices. I think he tries to stay out of it, but he'll still grift it. You know, you got Nate Selmite. No. That hat I picked up in France. It's Italian made, and it's a casquette. It is not a very expensive hat. I think it cost me like 10 euros or something like that. A casquette is basically a flat cap. So it is very comfortable. And as you can see, I need a haircut, you know, a haircut and a shave. But yeah, so that's a casquette. It's French for like flat cap, basically. and you can pick those up really cheap. It's made out of wool. It's comfortable, fits on my melon really well because I've got this massive head. But regardless, or irregardless, whatever. I don't know. I'm horrible with the English language after I've been drinking a few. Jeff sometimes stirs it. Jeff stirs it, but he does it in such a fun way. Come on, you know that, Lainey. Jeff stirs it, but he does it in such a fun way. So fun. It is. I don't know what that is. I really don't. I've never heard that term before. I don't know what that means. I guess I'll have to look it up whenever I have time. But I do have a wonderful work day tomorrow. I've got to prepare it. Now, Thursday night this week, I may or may not stream. We'll see how it goes because that is the night that I have to host a Zoom meeting. It's nothing that you guys can join in. Trust me, it's absolutely boring. It's a meeting of one of the counties that we deal with. So Aussie hat. Oh, okay. I got you. Okay. An Aussie hat. I like that. But anyhow, so Thursday, I may not be streaming. We'll see. If I do, it'll probably be like a really late stream, and I'll probably be skipping as much as I did tonight, which I flew through a bunch of that stuff because it was just tedious. I mean, the prosecution, I think, has pretty much made their case, and it looks like Wednesday they'll be switching over to defense. Don't know how long this trial is going to go. I don't think they have it set for very long. More than likely, you're going to see this guy go back to jail. He's doing everything he can, and he's got some good attorneys that are really, really doing a good job of like calling out the prosecution on the BS. But if they can make it solid, want the courts, yeah. A little quirk. Anyhow, doing so yeah, I'm going to finish up this stream and then this particular court case, then I'll probably, because I don't want to talk about Eliza Blue. I really don't. I mean, I was never impressed with her. I mean, I could see through. She reminds me of all the girls I would run into in California that would be like, "Oh, I slept with this guy from X and Y band." It's just like, "Oh, well, you're sort of no, thanks. Don't want to be anywhere near you. Wouldn't even talk to them. They're little grifters, and this trial is nuts. They're letting the state get away with the hearsay evidence. Yes. Quite a bit. But also you have to understand that the defense isn't calling it out properly. And I think the judges had it with them, trying to wishy-wash shit around, especially whenever they already had clear rules set up ahead of time. They said, this is how we want it to go. This is how it's going to go. These are the things that you can put in there. These are the things you can't put in there. They were very solid with it, and they agreed to those terms whenever they started defending in this case. So yeah, some of that hearsay evidence, the only reason they get in is because if someone has died, there's an exception to that rule because, well, they can't speak for themselves. So they have to sort of limit what they do. I really wish they would. I understand why they're doing it, to bring in the sobbing brother and, the unhappy people. And you'll probably see a lot more of that. I mean, Jesus, they had over 140 witnesses for the prosecution. So, and most of those are probably character, to basically assassinate his character of how horrible he was and how sweet and adorable that this woman was. She's so sweet and adorable. Why was she off doing some other dude? trust me, she was not sweet. She was not innocent. And it wouldn't surprise me if she was doing this kind of damage to herself. It wouldn't surprise me, but of course, defense hasn't been able to prove anything like that she did that. That's the kind of stuff that I'm interested in. As far as the Murdaugh stuff goes, because that right there, I covered a little bit of that in one of my much earlier streams. I sort of got turned on to that pretty early on. I thought that would be something really interesting to cover because, you know, it's close to home for me in a sense. Got that South Carolina wife. She was born and raised part of her life in South Carolina, so it means a little bit to her. And that's sort of where I was at with like paying attention to it, because, you know, there's something about the good old boy, you know, Southern boys that sort of stick together, you know, but we'll see how all that turns out. I mean, I'm pretty sure that Murdaugh, you know, offed a few people and probably tried to commit a little bit of yeeting himself, but they've got to prove it. I mean, supposedly there's some other stuff going on with like his just other people that filed insurance claims. I think those are being covered in another lawsuit. I believe this one is just over his immediate family members is what he's being tried for on this. But I've been covering so many other things, and, you know, letting major distractions get in the way of life. I may be on Cool Frog tomorrow. No guarantees, because I have like actual work to do. And as much as I enjoy being on with Mighty Meat, because he is so grateful, he's just so kind. He's so kind to have me on. You know, which is his favorite son. Hooroo Chet, thank you for the fun. You guys are so awesome. I love you guys, because you just make my day. You just really do. This is how I enjoy ending my night, having a couple of drinks, chatting with you, and just having a blast. This is so much fun. I'm so glad that Rabbit is back with us. Missed you, Rabbit. Rabbit, take care of yourself. Stay healthy. Really, really stay healthy. And I know that probably took a lot out of you, but I'm so glad you got to spend time with the grandson. I really am. That is so awesome. That is absolutely awesome. But for me, it is almost midnight here in Atlanta, Georgia. It's supposed to be a cold week, but I've got you guys to warm me up, and I appreciate you. So with that, I'll let you say goodnight to my turtles.